My power is unmatched, and I am hailed as a mythical peak existence. There is no other creature in the world that can match me. For hundreds of years, I have shouldered the responsibility of protecting the human race alone, slayed countless demons, and become the last barrier against disasters. Every superpower admires me, and someone once called me the last hope of humanity. But they forgot how heavy the price of protection is. When I was guarding the Hell Node alone, not letting any psychics in to prevent the invasion of more powerful demons, they accused me of monopolizing resources and hindering their progress. When I destroyed the entrance to Hell and prevented the entire Hell from descending upon the earth, they actually accused me of causing the sacrifice of innocent people. Eventually, all of humanity decided to judge me, treating me as a sinner, stripping me of my title of patron saint, and forcing me to take a back seat, becoming an apprentice psychic. They thought they could still hold on to this land without me. Now, Hell has descended, and countless demons have poured out from their seals, wreaking havoc on the world. Seeing them shouting my name in despair, I sneered. You regret it now? Unfortunately, it's too late. In Infinite City, one of the 5 major cities of the human race, a military court is holding a secret trial. The representatives of the 5 major cities sat in the judge's seat with solemn expressions, while I, Chen Xiu, stood in the center of the dock, feeling countless piercing gazes, but still looked calm. Chen Xiu, do you know your guilt? An old man with a stern face suddenly stood up and spoke in a thunderous voice, shaking the entire courtroom. Then he continued, You released the seal point, causing the death of thousands of people. As the guardian of the human race, your duty is to protect mortals, but you caused countless innocent people to die tragically. You are no longer worthy of this responsibility. As he finished his words, accusations arose from all around. After a while, another middle-aged man in a luxurious robe also sneered and said, Chen Xiu, for 100 years, you have been guarding the entrance to the demon realm alone, not allowing other superpowers to enter, which has caused their strength to improve slowly. You selfishly destroyed the nodes of the demon realm and cut off the opportunity for others to improve. Do you know your crime? I lowered my head slightly, as if listening to these accusations, but in fact I was calm inside. These people in front of me don't know the truth and keep blaming me, but they don't know that I am no longer the Chen Xiu of the past, but a new time traveler. When I inherited the memories of this body, I understood the sacrifices and decisions the original owner had made. The levels of supernatural powers in this world are divided into bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical from low to high. Each level is also divided into 4 levels: lower level, intermediate level, upper level, and peak level. 100 years ago, the Lord of Hell led the demons to invade, with a force so strong that it was enough to destroy everything. At that time, the strongest psychic in the human race was only at the gold level, and was completely unable to resist the diamond-level demon warrior. So, the original owner was alone, guarding the entire world, and relying on the peak mythical power, he forced the demons back to the depths of hell. But now, these so-called judges don't know the truth at all. At that time, the demons gathered the power of hell on the other side of the world, trying to open a seal and completely descend into this world. In order to prevent this catastrophe, the original owner had to quickly go to another sealing point. At the same time, he injected part of his power into the weapon and handed it over to a group of psychics, asking them to guard the seal. However, these psychics misused their powers when fighting the demons, causing the seal to be broken and some demons to escape. As for their claim that I had the opportunity to improve my strength, it was simply ridiculous. The Hell Node was the base camp of Hell, and diamond-level monsters were only at the bottom. The strength of these psychics is no more than gold, and entering rashly is simply courting death. In order to cut off the invasion channel of the demons, the original owner destroyed the node at all costs, and even nearly lost his life. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sneer, clenched my fists, and felt the endless power surging in my body. I inherited the identity of the original owner, but I will no longer be willing to be a misunderstood fool. Ha 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 ha! I suddenly laughed out loud, and the sound echoed in the empty courtroom, shocking the judges and making their faces change suddenly. What are you laughing at? Chen Xiu, do you know that you are being judged? The old man was furious, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. I suppressed my smile, a hint of sarcasm flashed in my eyes. My fault? What right do you have to judge me? In this case, I might as well quit the Association of Superpowers and never serve as the patron saint of the human race again. If the demons invade again, that is your business and has nothing to do with me. My words were like a thunderclap, silencing the entire audience. The old woman at the side seemed to want to make a final effort. She narrowed her eyes and said sinisterly, Chinchio, if you are willing to confess in public, you can still retain your status as an apprentice psychic, and even upgrade again by completing tasks. There are diamond-level items and potions in the warehouse of the Psychic Association. Are you sure you want to give up these opportunities? Wow, I can still keep this identity? I exaggeratedly pretended to be surprised, and then sneered. What an honor! Unfortunately, I am not interested in this identity. You can keep it for your own amusement. I, Chinchio, will withdraw from now on. I stood in the judge's seat, facing these self-righteous high officials, sneering in my heart. The old woman arrogantly mentioned the diamond-level items and potions of the Superpower Association, as if it was a supreme gift. But how could she know that there were several mythical-level items and potions in my storage ring, and countless legendary and epic-level items? Diamond-level items were not even qualified to enter my storage ring. I looked at the old woman in front of me and couldn't help laughing out loud. Old woman, has anyone ever told you that you have so many spots on your face that you are so ugly? Her face instantly turned livid, anger burning in her eyes. Chinchio, what do you mean? I shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing serious, just telling the truth, your face is really ugly. Gongmen Chunxiao's face flushed red, and she was so angry that she couldn't even speak clearly. She was a senior general in Wuxian City. Normally, no one dared to mention her appearance in front of her, but today I humiliated her in public like this. You! Her voice trembled, and anger almost made her unable to stand. Haas seemed unable to bear it any longer, and waved his hand for her to leave, not wanting her to continue to embarrass herself. Huas turned to me with a cold look. Chinchio, do you think you can be so arrogant just because you are strong? Do you think that without you, the human guardian, we can't resist the invasion of the demons? Are you threatening us, thinking that we will let you go? Haas's tone was full of pride, as if everything was under control. I sneered. Whatever you think, I've already said that I'm quitting the Superpower Association and giving up my role as the human race's patron saint. From now on, the demon race's invasion is no longer my responsibility. Hua's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He sneered. Chinchio, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the only diamond-level psychic. Today we will let you see the real power. As he finished speaking, 10 psychics walked out from behind the judgment seat. Each of them had a powerful aura, and diamond-level power surged through them. Haas looked at me proudly. See? These 10 psychics are all diamond-level, and Fu Shan is even close to epic level. Their strength has long surpassed yours. Your era is over. I looked at Haas as if I was looking at a clown. These diamond-level superpowers were not even as good as the dust under my feet. They had no idea that the weakest warriors in the demon clan had diamond-level strength, and the real strong ones simply disdained to fight with these people. At the same time, the live broadcast of the trial of the 5 major cities was transmitted to various places. The people in the city were delighted to see these diamond-level psychics stand up. To them, Chinchio was nothing more than a sinner, a stumbling block that prevented them from upgrading. Now that they saw more diamond-level psychics, they all mocked him as if they were sure of victory. Great! We no longer need sinners like Chinchio. With these diamond-level psychics, he will never be able to act so arrogant again. He said he wanted to quit the Psychic Association. I think he was just being clever. Now that he sees so many diamond levels, he must be regretting it. That's right, Chinchio must be punished until all of us forgive him. In the courtroom, Haas looked at me smugly, waiting for me to show a remorseful expression. Chinchio, now you understand the power of humans? You are no longer the strongest. If you plead guilty in front of everyone, maybe we will give you a chance to rejoin the Psychic Association. I smiled at him, my tone full of contempt. Opportunity? I don't need it. You keep that precious identity. From now on, the affairs of the demon clan have nothing to do with me. Haas and his colleagues' faces changed drastically. Obviously, they didn't expect that I didn't care at all. The generals standing on the platform became anxious one by one. They thought they could see me bow my head and admit my mistakes, but now they only saw that I was still calm. Qinxiu, don't you understand the current situation? You are no longer the only diamond-level psychic. The opportunity is fleeting. It's not too late to apologize now. We can forgive you and give you a chance to start over. You must cherish this opportunity. We already have dozens of diamond-level psychics. We don't need you to save the world alone. I couldn't help laughing when I heard these words. Ha ha ha, chance? Then I'll give you one chance too. Kneel down and admit your mistakes to me now. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and consider continuing to deal with the demons. When they heard what I said, their faces turned pale and they thought I was crazy. Qinxiu, you actually want us to kneel down? You are really crazy. What power do you think you still control? Your arrogance will make you pay the price. This will be the most regrettable decision in your life. Haas and others spoke one after another. Outside the courtroom, the crowd's anger surged like a tide, and the superpowers and ordinary people loudly condemned my words. Qinxiu is simply crazy. He still thinks he is the only diamond-level superpower, and he dares to make the generals kneel down. He doesn't know how to cherish the opportunity. When we wipe out the demons, he will regret it to death. He really doesn't know what's good for him. The superiors gave him the last chance, but he was so arrogant. Does he really think he is important? Now we have 10 diamond-level psychics. It will be a piece of cake to destroy the demons. In the courtroom, Haas looked at me smugly, the smile on his face full of mockery and confidence. Next was held up a starlight token and sneered. Qinxiu, do you see clearly your current situation? You are no longer the only diamond-level psychic. The 5 major cities will completely deprive you of your membership in the Psychic Association. We no longer need you. Next, I will open the sealed node myself and let the demons see the power of us humans now. As Haas injected energy, the starlight token floated in the air, emitting a dazzling light. A huge red magic circle began to appear in the sky, and as the light of the token continued to grow stronger, cracks gradually appeared in the magic circle, which was a sign that the sealed node was about to be opened. Yes, open the sealed node. Let the demons see how powerful we humans are. Qinxiu, take a good look. We don't need you at all now. Our strength is enough to destroy all the demons. When everyone saw the seal node was about to open, they were extremely excited, as if they had already seen the scene of their 10 diamond-level psychics sweeping the demons. Their excitement and confidence made me feel extremely absurd, even a little funny. I sneered and shook my head, muttering, "What a bunch of hopeless idiots!" These fools were so smart as to want to open the sealed node and bring about their own destruction. I originally wanted to show some power to intimidate them, but now, I would rather sit back and see how this ridiculous drama ends. When was heard what I said, his face suddenly darkened. Qinxiu, you still dare to speak nonsense until now? You are now a sinner of the human race. You should kneel down and beg for our forgiveness. The other generals also echoed, sneering and pressuring me. Qinxiu, you just gave up your last chance. In the future, humans will no longer need you. We have 10 diamond-level psychics, and Master Fu Shan is about to break through to the epic level. By then, he will become the strongest person in the world. Their eyes were full of ridicule and expectation, as if they were waiting for me to show a look of remorse and resignation, but unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. My expression did not change at all, still with a faint smile, and my eyes were full of contempt. Qinxiu, it seems you don't understand your current situation. Fu Shan walked forward slowly, his tone full of arrogance. You may have been a strong man before, but it's different now. Considering that you used to be the patron saint of the human race, if you are willing to admit your mistakes now, I can give you a chance to be my little brother and rejoin the Psychic Association. Haas's words were full of a condescending sense of superiority, as if I should be grateful for this opportunity. The other generals echoed with laughter. Qinxiu, why don't you cherish this opportunity? Master Fu Shan is about to break through to the epic level, which is the pinnacle of combat power in the world. It is a great honor for you to be his subordinate. Listening to these people's words, I could hardly hold back my laughter. Their arrogance and ignorance were simply stupid. A supernatural being who was about to break through the epic level dared to call himself the strongest in the world? They actually thought they could threaten me like this? How ridiculous! I looked at Fu Shan and those generals coldly, my eyes full of contempt. Epic level? In my eyes, they are nothing but ants. Do you think you can defeat the demons like this? It's wishful thinking. These people have no idea that their self-proclaimed strength is nothing in front of the real demons. Epic-level warriors in the demon clan alone, not to mention those who were even more powerful. Their stupidity and blind self-confidence were bound to make them pay a heavy price for it. At this moment, I no longer intend to waste time explaining these meaningless things. Since they are so obsessed with their own stupidity, I will let them personally taste the disaster that will be caused by opening the sealed node. At that time, they will truly understand who is the pinnacle of this world and who is the true guardian of this world. Chapter 4. Chinshio stood on a high place, looking down at Fu Shan, with a sneer on his lips, looking down on him like a king. Ha ha ha, you dare to let me be your subordinate? You are not qualified. His voice was cold and sharp, like a sword piercing the air, stirring up the chill all around. Fu Shan's face suddenly darkened, his eyes filled with anger, he clenched his fists, his joints cracked. Chinshio, you are courting death. You have no idea of my true strength. Before Fu Shan finished speaking, a powerful energy burst out from his body, and the pressure of the peak diamond level swept over like a storm, trying to crush Chinshio. However, facing this devastating pressure, Chinshio seemed to be in a spring breeze, his expression remained unchanged, and he even showed a comfortable smile. Is this your peak diamond power? That's all. The generals on both sides of the courtroom looked at this scene with mockery on their faces and whispered. Chinshio really overestimates his own abilities and dares to provoke Master Fu Shan. He will definitely not be able to escape this time. Let's wait and see how he ends up. Fu Shan's anger grew stronger and stronger, his eyes almost spewed fire, his whole body was shaking, like a wild beast about to explode. Chinshio, you are really tired of living! He raised his hand suddenly, and powerful supernatural power gathered in his palm, ready to defeat Chinshio in one fell swoop. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded in the sky, and cracks appeared on the blood-red seal. It was a sign that the demons were about to break through the seal, and the atmosphere between heaven and earth instantly became oppressive and terrifying. Huasi's eyes were like knives, and he said coldly, Fu Shan, the seal is about to be broken. Deal with those demons first, and then come back to teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Let him see that we humans can deal with the demons without him. Fu Shan was slightly stunned, then he sneered, put away his supernatural power, turned around and strode out of the courtroom. Chinshio, you are so lucky! I will spare your life this time. The other generals followed suit, their eyes full of regret. They had originally expected to see Fu Shan defeat Chinshio, but they did not expect the seal to be broken at this time. Chinshio looked at Fu Shan's departing back, with a faint smile on his face. He turned his gaze to the sky, and the cracked seal was like the prelude to a big show in his eyes. The real performance had just begun. Chinshio walked slowly out of the courtroom, came to the city wall, and leaned casually against the wall, like a bystander, quietly waiting for the next battle. The ordinary people and supernatural beings of Infinite City looked up at the sky, their eyes full of excitement and confidence. The seal has been broken, and the demons have fallen into the trap. Master Fu Shan will surely destroy them easily. When the time comes, Chinshio should also see the gap between him and Master Fu Shan, and never dare to be arrogant again. However, Fu Shan and the others did not know that they had just missed a disaster. If Fu Shan really took action, he would not be able to survive a single move from Chinshio. Chinshio's power was as unfathomable as the abyss, far beyond their imagination. At this moment, in hell, the demons were surrounding the cracked seal node, puzzled. Sir Succubus, this seal suddenly broke, could it be a trap set by the human race? A six-armed demon asked in a low voice, with a hint of caution in his voice. The succubus's eyes were solemn as she recalled Chinshio's terrifying power, a power that was enough to destroy everything and even make the entire hell tremble. Send out a vanguard to explore the way first. Don't act rashly. The succubus's voice trembled slightly, echoing in the hearts of every demon. The succubus understood that Chinshio's existence was like a sword hanging over the heads of the demons, which could be cut down at any time. Even if she possessed a powerful epic power, it would be difficult to resist Chinshio's edge. The demons all knew that if they had not been able to be resurrected, they would have been reduced to ashes in Chinshio's rage long ago. Even so, Chinshio's power still shrouded their hearts like a nightmare, causing them to feel endless fear when facing him. Chapter 5. Chinchou stood on the high wall of Infinite City. The wind blew up his robe, his eyes were deep, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. In the city below, people were talking about Chinchou's strength, full of doubt and ridicule. Their voices echoed in the air, filled with an ignorant confidence. The sealed node in the distance began to vibrate violently, as if it was going to tear the heaven and earth apart, and dark cracks twisted in the air. Then, a one-eyed demon squeezed out of the crack ferociously, followed by groups of hell demon beasts and various creepy demons of different shapes. They were so numerous that they poured out of the crack like a tide, quickly gathered, and rushed towards the Infinite City. Commander Haas on the city wall looked stern and raised his hand suddenly. "Go, destroy them! Let these demons from hell see the power of us humans!" His voice echoed on the battlefield like thunder. As the order was given, the light curtain barrier of Infinite City burst open, and the well-equipped psychics rushed towards the demon army like arrows shot from a bow. A deafening explosion immediately sounded in the air, and the battlefield was instantly shrouded in strong light and thick smoke. The psychics and demons collided violently, and blood splattered. At the beginning, the superpowers relied on their powerful strength and equipment to charge into the demon group with overwhelming force, and were invincible. Countless demons wailed and fell under their attack, and the battlefield was covered in dust and blood. When the people in the city saw this scene, they cheered loudly with smug smiles on their faces, as if victory was within reach. However, Chinchou still stood on the high ground, watching all this quietly. His expression did not fluctuate at all, as if all this was within his expectations. Just when everyone was immersed in the illusion of victory, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Behind the demon army, several huge black shadows slowly moved, and then several general-level demons appeared. They were burly, with a cold breath and eyes flashing with cold light, approaching step by step like the god of death. These general-level demons are just ordinary generals. They possess diamond-level strength, and every move they make brings a disaster. The offensive of the psychics was suppressed in an instant. The battle line that had been advancing step by step began to collapse rapidly. The number of casualties suddenly increased, and the smell of blood filled the entire battlefield. Haas saw all this, and his face turned pale instantly. His hands trembled slightly, and he was shocked. He had never expected that such a powerful being would be hidden in the demon army. The people in the city also cried out in surprise. Their original confidence and joy were replaced by fear and anxiety. "How is this possible? Our army was actually beaten back," someone shouted in disbelief. "Yes, why are these demons so powerful? Where are our psychics? Why don't they take action yet?" More people began to shout anxiously. They expected that diamond-level psychics could save this almost irreversible battle. Huas gnashed his teeth and managed to calm down. He turned around and looked at Chinchou with anger and unwillingness in his eyes. "Chinchou, don't be complacent. These demons are only the strongest among the demons in hell. We have 10 diamond-level psychics here. Once they take action, the situation will definitely be reversed. You are no longer the only diamond-level psychic." Chinchou remained calm and composed. He smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Oh? Then I'd like to see how you guys reverse the situation." Huas was completely enraged by Chinchou's calmness. He clenched his fists, his face flushed, and he looked at him with gritted teeth. Huas couldn't understand why Chinchou could still maintain that mocking expression in such a critical situation. He couldn't help but wonder, is this guy really not afraid of death? Doesn't he know what he is about to face? Chapter 6. Huas's patience finally ran out. He waved his hand, looked at Chang Fei and others with cold eyes, and ordered, "Chang Fei, you go ahead and get rid of these demons as quickly as possible." Haas must make Chinchou realize the situation and let him know that even without him, humans can still defeat these demons from hell. "Yes, General." Chang Fei and the other 9 diamond-level psychics responded in unison. They wore shining diamond-level equipment and jumped down from the city wall like a meteor, heading straight for those powerful demons. When the people of Infinite City saw this scene, they were immediately excited and cheers of excitement rose one after another. "Great, Lord Chang Fei and the others have taken action. These demon warriors will definitely not escape destruction this time." Some people in the crowd even started discussing who was the strongest, and the topic soon shifted to Nan Gongrei's beauty, as if the bloody fighting on the battlefield had nothing to do with them. Chang Fei and his comrades instantly approached the enemy camp and targeted 5 ordinary general-level demons. Chang Fei took the first step, and the heavy diamond-grade iron stick in his hand suddenly stabbed at a warrior-level demon with wings and 3 eyes like a dragon. The 3-eyed demon was not to be outdone. He shook his diamond-grade spear, and the spear's shadow met Chang Fei's attack like lightning. Boom! The iron rod and the spear collided violently in the air waves scattered, and the explosion was deafening. The power of both sides exploded almost at the same time, stirring up dust and gravel all over the sky. Chang Fei and Nan Gongwei were both pushed back several meters by the powerful impact, but Chang Fei's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. You are quite strong. It seems that you are the strongest warrior among the demons of hell? The 3-eyed demon heard this, his eyes full of disbelief and ridicule. This human was simply a joke. He was just an ordinary warrior, and could not be compared with a real strong man. But the 3-eyed demon was too lazy to respond. The demonic power surged and he swung the spear again, heading straight for Chang Fei. Come on! Chang Fei's whole body was wrapped in water-based powers and possessed by flames. When he swung the iron rod, water and fire merged together, and he started a fierce fight with the 3-eyed demon in midair. The power of both sides exploded with huge impact in every collision, and deafening explosions echoed on the battlefield. For a moment, no one could gain an absolute advantage. On the other side, Nan Gongwei teamed up with another burly steel-like psychic to besiege a 3-headed hellhound. Nan Gongwei's red battle robe fluttered in the flames of war, and her whole body was burning with blazing flames, like a goddess on the battlefield. She thrust out the flaming spear in her hand suddenly, and the power of the flame condensed into a ferocious flaming dragon, rushing straight towards the 3-headed hellhound. The 3-headed hellhound growled, and its 3 huge mouths opened at the same time, spewing out 3 black energy rays, which collided violently with the fire dragon in the air. The shock wave of the explosion tore through everything around it, leaving deep pits everywhere. Although the fire dragon was partially offset, it still hit the 3-headed hellhound in the end, knocking it away. Although the 3-headed hellhound temporarily avoided the fatal blow, Nan Gongwei and her companions had already gained the upper hand. Under their joint attack, the 3-headed hellhound retreated step by step and was unable to fight back. The situation was roughly the same on several other battlefields. 2 diamond-level psychics were dealing with an ordinary general and gradually gained a clear advantage. The psychic army, which had just been in trouble, was greatly boosted in morale and began to counterattack. However, in the void above the seal node, the succubus and the 6-armed demon were watching all this with cold eyes. They had received news from the front line and were full of doubts. Qinxiu is in this infinite city, but why is he not taking any action yet? The 6-armed demon asked in a low voice, filled with fear deep in his heart. The succubus smiled coldly and glanced at him. You asked me? Who should I ask? But her heart was also filled with uneasiness. In the past, Qinxiu would have acted decisively in such a situation and quickly eliminated the general-level demon to reduce casualties, but this time he stood by and watched abnormally. Wait a moment, go and test whether Qinxiu will take action. You have the strength of a lower epic level, and no one can be your opponent except Qinxiu. The succubus ordered with a ruthless look in her eyes. The 6-armed demon's body trembled slightly. Although he was filled with fear of Qinxiu, he did not dare to disobey the succubus's order, and could only bite the bullet and agree. Okay, boss. However, the uneasiness in his heart kept entangled like a poisonous snake, making the 6-armed demon feel increasingly difficult to breathe. Chapter 7. In Infinite City, ordinary people were extremely excited when they saw Chang Fei and other diamond-level psychics suppressing the demons. I told you, there's no way these demons could be a match for a diamond-level psychic, a young man shouted excitedly. Yeah, except for the 3-eyed demon who is slightly stronger, the others are no match at all. I guess the 3-eyed demon is the strongest warrior under the devil, another person echoed. Once Lord Nan Gongwei and his men have dealt with the other 4 demons, and then work together to deal with this 3-eyed demon, victory will be just around the corner. Someone in the crowd excitedly predicted how the battle would develop. Yes, how will Qinxiu have any face then? He still dares to threaten us with his identity, as the only diamond-level psychic. Now we already have 10 diamond-level psychics, and these demons will soon be eliminated. A middle-aged man with a look of contempt said loudly, drawing a burst of laughter. That's right! After we win, we will make Qinxiu kneel down and apologize in front of the whole city, letting him know that he is a waste and can no longer threaten us. Now that we have Lord Fushan, we can easily wipe out the demon clan. The voices of these ordinary people came one after another, their eyes full of ridicule towards Qinxiu and blind optimism about victory. At the same time, on the city wall, Haas looked at the 9 psychics who completely suppressed the 5 general-level demons. He showed a smug smile on his face, turned his gaze to Qinxiu, and said in a mocking tone, "Did you see it? Qinxiu, this is our current strength. These strongest generals of the demon clan are powerless in front of us diamond-level psychics." Qinxiu's mouth corners slightly raised, and he responded with a sneer. Really? In Qinxiu's eyes, these demons were just ordinary warriors, and the real strong ones were far from appearing. Was actually regarded these ordinary demons as the strongest fighting force of the demon clan, which made Qinxiu feel extremely ridiculous. Was obviously misunderstood Qinxiu's attitude. He continued with a sneer. "Qinxiu, did you see that? Not only do we have diamond-level psychics now, but everyone has a full set of diamond-level equipment. You had a chance to get these equipment, but you gave up. If you had just apologized to all of humanity and eliminated the demons for free, you would still have a chance to get these equipment. What a pity you asked for it. Really? That's a shame. I really want to get these equipment." Qinxiu's voice was full of sarcasm. He had no interest in these so-called treasures, and they were not even qualified to be put into the storage ring. Huasi was so proud of himself, which made Qinxiu feel even more ridiculous. Huasi saw that Qinxiu still maintained that calm smile, and his anger could not be aggravated. He clenched his fists, and his face became ferocious. He could not understand why Qinxiu could be so confident in this situation. Didn't he understand that he was no longer important? "Qinxiu, stop pretending to be calm. I tell you, we will soon destroy these demon armies, and by then it will be useless for you to beg for mercy." Haas looked at Qinxiu with confidence. He believed that Qinxiu was just trying to be brave. Qinxiu smiled slightly and said softly, "Oh? Are you sure? Then do you want to take a look at the current situation first?" His eyes turned to the seal node and felt the powerful demonic aura approaching. At this moment, Haas also turned his gaze to the sealed node, and saw a 6-armed demon with a red body and 2 horns on its head descending from the node. His aura was much stronger than the previous demon, and a suffocating sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. "How is this possible?" Haas looked at the 6-armed demon in shock. Its appearance instantly reversed the situation of the battle. The 6-armed demon appeared. He rushed straight towards the 2 diamond-level psychics on the far right who were besieging the stone demon. The stone demon was covered in wounds, had a weak breath, and was almost unable to fight again. However, when Lian He was preparing to behead the stone demon with a diamond-grade sword in hand, he suddenly felt a strong pressure. The 6-armed demon blocked the stone demon with lightning speed, and Lian He's sword, which he swung with all his strength, was easily blocked by the 6-armed demon's 2 hands. "This is impossible!" Lian He looked at the demon in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't understand why his attack could be so easily resolved. The 6-armed demon sneered, then swung out all 4 arms at the same time, and his fists smashed towards Lian He like cannonballs. Lian He had no time to react. He was hit in the chest by 4 punches. He flew out like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall heavily. Blood spurted out of his mouth and his internal organs were almost shattered. He fell to the ground powerlessly, his eyes full of fear and unwillingness, and finally fell into a coma. Seeing this scene, everyone on the battlefield was shocked, especially several diamond-level psychics, whose faces were immediately filled with solemn expressions. "Monster, you're looking for death!" Lian He's younger brother Lian Shan was furious when he saw his brother being seriously injured. Lian Shan roared, and the earth power in his body burst out. The power gathered on the giant axe, and he chopped down the 6-armed demon with the force of destroying the world. However, the 6-armed demon just smiled slightly, dodged the axe nimbly, and then swung a punch with terrifying demonic power in his fist, instantly hitting Lianshan's chest. Lianshan, like his brother, was knocked flying by this punch and fell heavily to the ground, with dust flying and blood splattering. Chapter 8. Lianshan, who was in a deep pit, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, fell heavily to the ground, and lost consciousness instantly. The crowd watching this scene was shocked and full of disbelief. The two diamond-level psychics who were so majestic just now couldn't even withstand 2 moves from this newly appeared demon warrior? A strong sense of uneasiness and confusion surged in everyone's hearts. Shouldn't diamond-level psychics be invincible? If Qinxiu could resist the entire demon clan alone, why were other diamond-level psychics so vulnerable? An atmosphere of fear began to spread among the crowd, and panic was revealed in the eyes of many people. The 7 remaining psychics looked at each other with solemn expressions. They were already well aware of the power of the 6-armed demon in front of them, and some even began to wonder if this was the incarnation of the devil himself. If the 6-armed demon knew what these humans were thinking, he would probably laugh. He had never thought that he would be regarded as a demon king-level existence if he really had that kind of strength. How could he be willing to be inferior to the demon king and become a mere general? Chang Fei calmed down and said to the other 6 psychics, "This monster is not simple. It might be the devil in disguise. Let's work together to get rid of him." Before he finished speaking, water elements burst out from his body, and he rushed towards the 6-armed demon with an iron rod in his hand. The other 6 psychics also attacked with all their might, and their extreme psychic energy exploded in an instant. The 6 of them pounced on the 6-armed demon like tigers descending from the mountains. The 3-eyed demon and other demon generals just watched coldly, with no intention of stopping them, because they knew very well that the general's strength far exceeded that of these humans, and there was no need to worry. When the ordinary people and psychics in Infinite City saw 7 diamond-level psychics attacking the 6-armed demon together, they all showed expectant expressions. "Great! With the 7 of you working together, even if that guy is the incarnation of the devil, he will definitely be defeated." "That's right. If we destroy this monster, we can completely eliminate the demon clan. Then we'll see if Qinxiu can still be so arrogant. No matter how strong this monster is, it is useless. Facing 7 diamond-level psychics, he is doomed to fail. Qinxiu must be regretting it now. Why didn't he kneel down and apologize just now?" However, the 6-armed demon showed a puzzled expression when faced with these attacks. It turned out that the 6-armed demon heard the humans' conversation clearly, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. These humans are simply crazy, thinking that he is the Devil King? If he really has the strength of a Devil King, why would he still be among the 36 warriors? He would have already ruled the entire demon clan. However, although the 6-armed demon laughed in his heart, he kept glancing at Qinxiu from time to time, and his heart was still filled with fear. He really couldn't understand why Qinxiu hadn't taken action yet. Just as the 6-armed demon was thinking, the attacks of Nangong and others were already within reach. Chang Fei took the brunt of the attack, and with the power of the waves on his iron rod, he swung it towards the 6-armed demon. The 6-armed demon still did not dodge, and easily raised his hands to block the fatal blow. "The speed is good, but the strength is not enough," the 6-armed demon said sarcastically, and then he suddenly exerted force with both arms and smashed towards Chang Fei. Chang Fei was horrified and quickly blocked with an iron rod. Although he was knocked away, fortunately his injury was not serious. At the same time, the attacks of the other 6 people also came one after another. The blazing flames, iron bodies, and powerful supernatural powers rolled towards the 6-armed demon like a storm. However, facing the attacks from all directions, the 6-armed demon remained calm. His blood and demonic power exploded together, and his fists attacked like a violent storm. Nangong and others were unable to resist at all and were repelled one after another. Even 2 lower diamond-level psychics were seriously injured and fell to the ground, unable to move. The 7 psychics were suppressed to the point where they had no power to fight back. Facing the repeated fierce attacks of the 6-armed demon, they could only barely resist, and their injuries continued to worsen. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. No one had expected that the strength of the 6-armed demon in front of them was so terrifying. The ordinary psychics and the people present were all shocked and incredulous when they saw this. "How is this possible? How can this demon be so strong? Even if Lord Nangong and the other 7 joined forces, they would not be able to defeat it? We are not going to lose, are we? How can this demon be so powerful? Are we doomed?" "No. Master Fu Shan hasn't made a move yet. He will definitely be able to defeat this demon." Yes. Master Fu Shan is about to break through to the epic level. As long as he takes action, the monster transformed by the devil will surely die. People's hearts were gradually consumed by fear, but they still placed their last hope on Fu Shan, believing that this demon was just the devil incarnate, and once Fu Shan took action, he would be able to turn the tide. On the city wall, Hasa's face had turned from smug to pale. He had originally planned to take the opportunity to show off in front of Chinchio, but he did not expect that the demon that appeared would defeat his secret weapon, those carefully trained diamond-level psychics, completely. These diamond-level psychics you trained don't seem to be very good. Why were they beaten up? Chinchio's tone was full of sarcasm. When was heard Chinchio's ridicule, his face was burning, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He knew that if he didn't take action now, the situation would completely collapse. Was hurriedly ordered Fu Shan beside him. Fu Shan, you go ahead and make sure to get rid of this monster. Fu Shan raised a confident smile and said, I understand. He was close to breaking through to the epic level. He thought that even if this demon was transformed from the Demon King, its strength was only this level. He was fully capable of defeating it. Chapter 9. Fu Shan faced Chinchio with arrogance and confidence on his face. He sneered and said, Chinchio, you are lucky. The strength of this Demon King has just broken through. Next, you just watch and see how I deal with this Demon King. I will let you see what real power is. I ask you again, if you consider becoming my little brother now, I can still plead for you later. Chinchio smiled when he heard this and responded calmly. Really? Then I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, and I'll save your life later. Hearing this, Fu Shan snorted angrily. Humph, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Do you think you are still the same as before? My power is about to break through the epic level, which is completely incomparable to you. You gave up your only chance. Next, I will let you see what real powerful strength is. I will completely wipe out the demon clan. Fu Shan's face was full of confidence, and the wind element surged around him, instantly transforming into a whirlwind and rushing straight towards the six-armed demon. Fu Shan didn't know that the one who gave up the chance was not Chinchio, but himself. He gave up the only chance to survive. In an instant, Fu Shan rushed to the front of the six-armed demon. He saw his teammates lying on the ground, wounded and in a miserable state. He couldn't help but shook his head and looked at the six-armed demon arrogantly. You are the Demon King of the Demon Clan, right? It seems that your strength has made a breakthrough recently, otherwise why would your appearance change? Let me tell you, I am the new patron saint of the human race, and the end of your demon clan has come. Fu Shan floated in the air, surrounded by strong winds, looking down at the six-armed demon, and thought he had said some extremely shocking lines. However, the six-armed demon's face was full of doubts, and he secretly complained in his heart, Are these humans crazy? Why do they keep saying that I am the devil? I am obviously just an ordinary warrior. Despite this, the six-armed demon still stared at Fu Shan, feeling a little threatened, but only a little. The six-armed demon was convinced that if a fight really came, he had the confidence to defeat the human in front of him. But the six-armed demon's eyes drifted towards Chinchio on the city wall from time to time. He had felt Chinchio's terrifying aura like a black hole up close, as if he had no courage to resist in the face of an irresistible force. The aura of Fu Shan, who claimed to be the guardian of the human race, was as different from that of Chinchio as the difference between a grain of sand and a star. This made the six-armed demon even more confused. Could it be that this guy was hiding his true strength? Just as the six-armed demon was hesitating, the people and psychics in the city saw that the six-armed demon was motionless, mistakenly thinking that he was frightened by Fu Shan's momentum, and cheered excitedly. Look, the Demon King was so frightened by Master Fu Shan's aura that he dared not move. Master Fu Shan is indeed powerful. He can frighten the Demon King with his aura alone. With Master Fu Shan here, it will be just a matter of time before our human race destroys the demon race. These cheers made Fu Shan even more proud. All his supernatural powers exploded to the extreme. A strong wind swept up. He tightly grasped the diamond-grade sword in his hand, swept up the power of the strong wind, and slashed at the six-armed demon fiercely. The six-armed demon felt Fu Shan's attack, and his heart was full of contradictions and uneasiness. Although he was confident that he could defeat Fu Shan, the title of guardian of the human race, still made him hesitate for a second. The six-armed demon finally decided to defend with all his might, preparing to quickly escape after blocking the attack. Ah! The six-armed demon roared, bursting out with all his strength, blood and energy soaring into the sky, and all six arms raised at the same time, forming a huge blood and energy shield. This was his strongest means of defense, and the shield contained terrifying power. Bang! Fu Shan's broadsword slashed hard on the blood shield. Although the powerful impact caused the six-armed demon to retreat a few steps, the shield was not broken. Fu Shan swung his sword unwillingly, slashing at the shield again and again, trying to break it. Although he was forced to retreat, the six-armed demon was full of doubts, because he clearly felt that Fu Shan's power did not reach the epic level, but was only at the peak of diamond, which was not enough to destroy his shield. This left the six-armed demon completely puzzled. How could someone with such power become the patron saint of the human race? The six-armed demon was puzzled. Haas on the wall was full of pride. He turned to look at Chinshio and said sarcastically, "Did you see that, Chinshio? This is the strongest sidekick in our tribe right now. Even if he is the demon king, so what? Fu Shan's aura alone can scare him and make him not even have the courage to take action." Chinshio still maintained that indifferent smile and responded softly, "Really?" Haas was about to continue taunting, but suddenly stopped, remembering that every time he taunted, an accident always happened. He decided to be more cautious this time and see what happened first. However, when Haas looked closely at the battlefield, his expression suddenly changed. The six-armed demon finally lost his patience as he was constantly forced back. His blood and energy burst out again, and his demonic power spread. His fist smashed towards Fu Shan like a violent storm. Each punch contained a powerful force that made it difficult for Fu Shan to resist. Fu Shan was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back and could only resist with difficulty. However, Fist kept hitting Fu Shan. Although he was protected by equipment and strong winds, his body was still covered with scars and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Haas stared at the scene in amazement, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, his mind in turmoil. He was confident that the strongest superpower was beaten like a dead dog by the six-armed demon. This was completely beyond his understanding. Isn't the strongest demon only at the diamond level? Fu Shan is close to the epic level. How could he be so vulnerable? Haas wondered. Chinshio said calmly, "The strongest psychic you trained seems a little weak." When Huas heard this, his face turned pale, as if he had eaten shit. He could only hope that Fu Shan could turn the situation around. The ordinary superpowers and the people in the city were completely stunned when they saw this scene. In their eyes, Fu Shan, who was invincible, was beaten up by a demon. Impossible! How is this possible? How could Master Fu Shan be beaten by a demon? This is unscientific. Even if this demon is the devil incarnate, he shouldn't be able to defeat Master Fu Shan. Are we dreaming? How could Master Fu Shan lose to a demon? We are finished. Even Master Fu Shan is no match for this demon. What should we do? What do you think? Should we ask Chinshio for help? Maybe he can get rid of this demon. What nonsense are you talking about? The Demon King has obviously become even stronger. Even Master Fu Shan has been suppressed. Chinshio is only an ordinary diamond-level ability. How could he be his opponent? Chapter 10. Haas stood on the city wall with a gloomy face, without his previous confidence and arrogance. Haas watched the battle on the field, his heart filled with confusion and uneasiness. He couldn't understand why Fu Shan, the strongest warrior trained by their infinite city with so much resources and time, would be so vulnerable in front of the demon. This is impossible, Haas muttered to himself, unwilling to accept the fact before him. Huas turned to look at Chinshio and found that Chinshio still maintained that faint smile, as if he didn't care about the battle in front of him. This gave Huas an uneasy thought in his heart. Could it be that Chinshio had already known that Fu Shan was no match for this Demon King? This thought made Huas' heart tremble, but he immediately shook his head, unwilling to believe this possibility. He stared at Fu Shan's figure, hoping that Fu Shan could turn the tide at the last moment. In the center of the battlefield, the battle between Fu Shan and the six-armed demon became more and more intense. The air around them was filled with violent energy fluctuations, and no one or demon dared to approach. However, this battle was a one-sided crushing from the very beginning. Fu Shan's body was constantly covered with wounds, and his strength was obviously not enough to compete with the six-armed demon. Wild Wind Slash! After being knocked flying once, Fu Shan forced himself to steady himself. He thought he had seized the opportunity, and he tightly grasped the diamond-grade broadsword with both hands, and the power of Wild Wind quickly condensed. Green Slash more than 10 meters long was formed instantly, rushing straight towards the six-armed demon with an extremely sharp momentum. The six-armed demon's eyes. He had now completely seen through Fu Shan's strength. He was just a diamond-level weakling and was not worthy of his vigilance. The six-armed demon sneered, and swung out 6 fists at the same time. 6 blood-red dragons rose into the sky with roars, heading towards the Green Slash. Boom! The huge explosion shook the heaven and earth. 6 blood-colored dragons easily destroyed Fu Shan's hurricane slash, and then continued to pounce on Fu Shan with the force of thunder. A trace of fear flashed in Fu Shan's eyes, and he quickly swung his sword to resist, but he could only barely destroy 5 of the dragons. The last blood-colored dragon rushed straight towards his body, forcing him back fiercely. Fu Shan crashed into the city wall like a kite with a broken string. The wall cracked instantly, and he was embedded in the wall. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely pale. Although he successfully blocked the attack, the price he paid was obvious. This scene caused the crowd watching to panic completely. How is this possible? Master Fu Shan is really no match for this monster? What should we do? Isn't it said that the strongest monster is only at the diamond level? Master Fu Shan has already reached the peak of the diamond level. How could he still be suppressed? It's over, we're done. Despair spread among the crowd, and some people began to propose asking Qinxiu for help, but were immediately opposed by others. They still stubbornly believed that Qinxiu was just an ordinary diamond-level psychic and could not possibly fight against such a powerful demon. Haas on the city wall was now sweating profusely and clenching his fists. Haas's heart was filled with shame and fear. He understood that if Fu Shan could not reverse the situation, then his act of opening the sealed node and releasing the demons would lead to the destruction of Infinite City, and he would become the biggest sinner in human history. On the battlefield, Fu Shan's heart was also filled with despair. He heard the shouts of the people behind him and knew that he was being held in high hopes, but he knew in his heart that this Demon King had epic combat power, and he was no match for him. Fu Shan gritted his teeth and suppressed his fear, but he was struggling inside. At this moment, Nangong Rei and 6 other seriously injured superpowers flew to Fu Shan. Nangong Rei shouted loudly, Fu Shan, let us lend you a helping hand, and wish you a breakthrough to the epic level. The 6 superpowers simultaneously released all their superpower energies, disregarding their own safety, and prepared to inject most of their energy into Fu Shan's body. Doing so would cause their strength to drop to the gold level, but at this point they had no choice. With the injection of 6 energies, Fu Shan's breath quickly recovered and his strength gradually increased. However, the 6-armed demon did not take the opportunity to attack Fu Shan. Instead, he slaughtered other human mutants on a large scale, killing dozens of people every time he attacked. Many people with special abilities felt despair. They witnessed the massacre, and their hearts were filled with fear and helplessness. The 6-armed demon watched Qinxiu vigilantly while slaughtering. He was full of doubts and couldn't understand why Qinxiu hadn't taken action. In the past, Qinxiu should have taken action to stop the massacre long ago, but now Qinxiu seemed to be watching coldly, as if it had nothing to do with him. Chief, what should we do next? Should I continue? Qinxiu doesn't seem to have any intention of taking action. The 6-armed demon asked the succubus standing on the seal node through voice transmission. The succubus was also full of doubts. She didn't understand why Qinxiu didn't take action yet. This didn't fit his behavior pattern. After hesitating for a few seconds, the succubus came up with a bold guess. In order to verify this guess, she sent a message to the 6-armed demon. Go ahead, this time, directly eliminate the strongest psychics. Chapter 11. After receiving the order, the 6-armed demon burst out with all his strength without hesitation. The black demon power was wrapped around his body. He disappeared from the spot in an instant like a ghost and pounced towards Fu Shan. At this moment, Fu Shan finally broke through to the epic level with the energy infusion of 6 diamond-level psychics. His whole body was wrapped in the strong wind, and feeling the powerful force surging in his body, Fu Shan's face once again showed a confident and arrogant smile. However, facing the sudden 6-armed demon, Fu Shan showed no fear, but became even more arrogant. "Come on, Demon King! Let me show you my true power now!" Fu Shan shouted, and rushed towards the 6-armed demon again with a diamond-grade sword in hand. Fu Shan's force of wind seemed to transform into a ferocious dragon. The sword light was sharp and the momentum was amazing, as if it was going to destroy everything that stood in its way. The 6-armed demon finally showed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. He felt that Fu Shan's power had undergone a qualitative change, but this did not frighten him. His fists were surging with strong blood, and he threw 6 fists at the same time, facing Fu Shan's attack. Boom! The huge collision sound shook the heaven and earth. The power of the 6-armed demon and Fu Shan clashed fiercely in the air. Everything around them was destroyed in this shock wave. Relying on the power after the breakthrough, Fu Shan actually managed to force the 6-armed demon back several steps. This result made Fu Shan very excited, and the arrogant expression on his face became even more prominent. He waved his sword and launched attacks continuously, and each blow carried the power of a hurricane. The 6-armed demon was suppressed by Fu Shan in a short time, and tiny wounds appeared on his body, and blood dripped onto the ground. His eyes were full of disdain and ridicule, but also a hint of helplessness. After gaining the upper hand, Fu Shan shouted arrogantly, "Demon King, do you see clearly? You can't be my opponent!" Fu Shan's left hand condensed a hurricane of several dozen meters in length, containing extremely terrifying power, and rushed straight towards the 6-armed demon. The 6-armed demon had a cold expression on his face. He swung his fists, and demonic power erupted. Demonic fire ignited on his fists, as if to burn everything. Boom! The hurricane and the devil's fire collided with each other, causing an earth-shaking explosion. The flames were gradually suppressed, but Fu Shan's hurricane power was still strong. Seeing that he could not dodge, the 6-armed demon had to block his 6 arms in front of him and take the blow. With a loud bang, the 6-armed demon was forced back dozens of meters, leaving a deep groove on the ground. The wounds on his body became more obvious, and blood dyed the ground red. Seeing the 6-armed demon being forced back by him, Fu Shan was very proud in the air and laughed arrogantly. "Demon King, did you see that? This is my real power!" However, the 6-armed demon looked at Fu Shan's arrogant appearance with disdain in his heart. He couldn't understand why these humans kept calling him the Demon King, nor did he understand where this guy got his confidence from. The reason why Fu Shan was able to break through to the epic level was only because he absorbed the energy of 6 diamond-level psychics. This made the 6-armed demon feel that these humans were simply ridiculous. But Fu Shan was unaware of the 6-armed demon's mockery, as he was overwhelmed by the illusion of victory. He looked at the 6-armed demon angrily, and the look that seemed to be looking at a fool made him extremely angry, because Qinxiu had also looked at him in this way before. "Demon King, you will die here today!" Fu Shan shouted arrogantly. The hurricane on him became more and more fierce. He rushed towards the 6-armed demon again, vowing to defeat this so-called Demon King in one fell swoop. The 6-armed demon snorted coldly, and his blood turned into a tiger. The demon's power was like a prison, and he did not give in, and met Fu Shan's attack. The two engaged in a fierce life-and-death fight in midair, with strong winds and blood intertwined, and every moment of the battle was filled with destructive power. As the battle continued, Fu Shan gradually gained the upper hand with his strength after the breakthrough, and his diamond-level sword continued to leave scars on the 6-armed demon. This scene excited the people and ordinary superpowers below. "I told you Master Fu Shan is so powerful, how could he not be a match for the demon?" "That's right. Even if he is the Demon King, so what? Isn't he completely suppressed by Master Fu Shan? Soon, Master Fu Shan will be able to completely kill the Demon King. Who said that we should ask Qinxiu for help? How foolish! We have Master Fu Shan here. The Demon King is nothing to worry about. Why should we ask Qinxiu for help? With Qinxiu's diamond-level strength, how could he be a match for the Demon King? I'm sorry, everyone. I was impulsive just now. You are right. Qin Xiu is only a diamond level. How can he be a match for the Demon King? Master Fu Shan has now broken through the epic level. He is already the strongest fighter in this world. That's right. Master Fu Shan has broken through to the legendary epic level. Even the Demon King of the Hell Demon Clan is no match for him. We will definitely win this battle. Then I want to see what Qin Xiu can do. Ha ha, what can we do? He can only kneel down and apologize to us and beg for our forgiveness. Qin Xiu's lifespan is only 200 years. Let him kneel for 100 years, and then we will consider whether to forgive him. He must be regretting it now, but who made him miss the last chance? It's no use regretting it now. These people and ordinary psychics fell into a state of fanatical self-confidence. They firmly believed that Fu Shan's breakthrough had made him the strongest person in the world. They even began to fantasize about how to make Qin Xiu pay the price after destroying the demons. The six-armed demon after his breakthrough, and a confident smile reappeared on his face. He felt that he was in control of the situation again, and even felt that the entire battle was under his control. So, was turned to face Qin Xiu, his tone full of sarcasm and pride. Qin Xiu, did you see that? Fu Shan has broken through to the epic level. He is now the strongest fighter in the world. The so-called Demon King has no power to fight back under him. Then Haas continued, Do you know now what a stupid choice you made? Regret it now, you didn't seize the last chance. Haas laughed and tried to attack Qin Xiu with his words, but when he saw that Qin Xiu still had a faint smile on his face, he couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. Just like the previous few times, whenever Qin Xiu showed this smile, something unexpected would happen, and often the originally advantageous situation would be reversed in an instant. Haas was filled with panic and turned around quickly, eagerly checking the situation on the battlefield. Haas saw that Fu Shan was still suppressing the six-armed demon. According to this situation, it seemed that the six-armed demon would be killed soon. Then, Haas looked up at the red magic circle again to confirm that no new demons were descending from it. Huh! Haas breathed a sigh of relief, and the uneasiness in his heart temporarily dissipated. He felt that he was too nervous. After confirming that everything was normal, he turned to face Qin Xiu again, and a mocking smile appeared on his face again. Qin Xiu, I tell you, it's useless to regret now. We humans don't need you at all. Fu Shan is our true patron saint. He has broken through to the epic level, and you have been practicing for 100 years and still can't break through, which means your talent has reached its limit. Fu Shan will lead us to completely eliminate the demon clan, and you are just a sinner of our human race. Haas's words were full of arrogance and complacency, as if he had forgotten the several times he had been slapped in the face. However, Qin Xiu just smiled faintly, pointed at the red magic circle above, and said calmly, Really? Then take another look? When Hua saw Qin Xiu's familiar smile, he felt uneasy again. He turned around quickly and looked up at the red magic circle above him again. As expected, Haas's expression suddenly became serious. A beautiful female demon with a graceful figure slowly descended from the red magic circle. She had a pair of black wings on her back, and every movement she made was full of alluring power. As soon as the succubus appeared, she locked her eyes on Qin Xiu on the city wall. She had a guess in her mind, could it be that Qin Xiu had lost his power? Otherwise, why didn't he take action? However, this guess is not enough to make the succubus act rashly, because if she makes a wrong judgment, she will pay the price with her life. At this time, the six-armed demon also came to the side of the succubus. He lowered his head, with deep guilt in his voice. Boss, I'm sorry, I couldn't get rid of them. The succubus glanced at him coldly and said unceremoniously, Trash. The six-armed demon was scolded but did not seem displeased at all. Instead, he seemed somewhat submissive, like a child who had made a mistake. The supernatural beings who saw this scene, including Fu Shan, were all stunned. They looked at the scene in disbelief, and their hearts were full of doubts. The six-armed demon, the Demon King they thought, actually called this newly appeared female demon, Boss? Is she more powerful than the six-armed demon? Haas's face was filled with astonishment. He couldn't accept the fact before him. In his mind, the six-armed demon was already the strongest among the demons. How could there be a demon more powerful than him? Haas turned around and thought of Qin Xiu's indifferent smile from beginning to end. He felt vaguely uneasy. Could it be that Qinxiu had already known that there was a stronger existence behind this six-armed demon? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Haas shook his head desperately, refusing to accept this reality. For Haas, admitting this was tantamount to admitting his own failure. The ordinary psychics and people living under the city were also thrown into chaos. They also found it hard to believe the facts before them. Did you hear that? The Demon King called this new female demon boss. Does that mean this female demon is stronger than the Demon King? Impossible! The Demon King is the ruler of the demons in hell. How could there be a demon more powerful than him? This must be a conspiracy of the demons. The Demon King is dying, so he deliberately sent a demon down to scare us. Yes, this is definitely a conspiracy. Do they think we will fall for it? These humans are full of confidence, and firmly believe that the six-armed demon is the Demon King. They think this is a trick of the demons, and are unwilling to accept the possibility of a more powerful enemy. In the center of the battlefield, Fu Shan was surrounded by strong winds, staring at the newly emerged succubus, his heart full of vigilance and doubts. The six-armed demon called this female demon the boss. Does this mean that she is more powerful than the six-armed demon? Just as Fu Shan was hesitating, Nangong Rei and others below couldn't help but shout loudly. Fu Shan, don't be fooled by them. This is a trick of the Hell Clan. The six-armed demon is the Devil King. How could there be a demon more powerful than him? Fu Shan, you have broken through to the epic level. You are invincible, no demon can be your opponent. Hearing these words, Fu Shan's self-confidence swelled again. He laughed up to the sky, his eyes full of arrogance and conceit. That's right, I am an epic superpower. I am the strongest fighter in this world. No one can match me. Demon King, you are so funny. You actually think you can scare me off by sending a female demon down here? Fu Shan's arrogant words left the succubus and the six-armed demon speechless. They thought almost at the same time, this human is simply a fool. Ha ha ha, this is so funny, Six Arms, did you hear that? These humans are really geniuses. They actually think of you as the Demon King. The succubus laughed heartily, as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Then, the succubus turned her gaze to Qinxiu. She was extremely wary of Qinxiu's strength, or rather, terrified. She knew very well that if this man made a move, she would be defeated in one move. The succubus's action completely frightened the others, and they didn't even dare to look directly at Qinxiu. Did you see that? I just said it was a conspiracy. Master Fu Shan burst out with such powerful strength that the succubus didn't even dare to look directly at him. Yes, that six-armed demon is the transformed Demon King. He just called a random demon down, and called him boss, and thought he could scare us. You are overthinking. I don't think the hell demons have any means. Next, Master Fu Shan will definitely easily get rid of these demons. Who said it wasn't? I'm already looking forward to Qinxiu begging for mercy from us, but we definitely won't forgive him. These ordinary psychics and civilians were extremely confident, and felt they were sure to win. At the same time, on the city wall, Haas, who had originally thought that something had happened, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He turned around, still with that arrogant expression, and looked at Qinxiu. Qinxiu, I was almost scared by you. There is nothing to be afraid of about these demons from hell. The six-armed demon is already the strongest Demon King, and this newly appeared female succubus is just their last resort. Qinxiu, are you feeling extremely regretful and annoyed now? Don't pretend. I know you are smiling just to hide your panic and fear. Fu Shan has broken through to the epic level and become the most powerful psychic in the world. Next, he will lead the human race to completely eliminate the demon race. Haas's face was full of pride and confidence. Ha ha! Ha! Hearing this, Qinxiu couldn't help laughing. He was not a person who liked to laugh, but Haas kept telling him jokes. Epic, the strongest in the world? You know, even the legendary Demon King doesn't dare to say that he is the strongest in the world. Qinxiu, what are you laughing at? Do you think laughing can hide your inner fear? Huaz was extremely angry when he saw Qinxiu was still smiling. He originally wanted to see Qinxiu's frightened and unwilling expression. But from beginning to end, Qinxiu remained calm and composed, and even kept showing a sarcastic smile. This made Haas extremely crazy. He couldn't understand where Chinchio got his confidence from. Fu Shan will deal with them as quickly as possible. Haas yelled at Fu Shan. He couldn't bear it any longer. He wanted to wait and see until the Demon King was destroyed and the entire demon clan of hell was destroyed. At that time, will Chinchio be able to laugh? Can he still pretend to be calm? Midair. Fu Shan, whose strength had completely soared to the extreme, heard was calling him. Although he was a little unhappy that Haas dared to order him around, didn't this old guy realize that he was now the strongest person in the world? However, looking at Chinchio's smiling face, Fu Shan was too lazy to wait any longer. He wanted to slap Chinchio in the face thoroughly. Demon King, today is the day when you, the demons of hell, will be destroyed. Fu Shan's face showed immense confidence and arrogance, with endless hurricane power covering his entire body. The power of the epic lower level limit completely erupted, and he poured all his strength into the diamond level broadsword. A knife containing the force of a hurricane slashed heavily at the succubus and the six-armed demon. The people below were extremely excited when they saw this scene. They were watching it with all their heart, as if they had already seen Fu Shan killing the devil. At the same time, the succubus looked at the idiot who was attacking her. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The next second, a hell spear appeared in her hand, a bloody aura burst out, and an extremely violent power of hell burst out. The succubus' body was covered in a black aura. She held a red spear in her hand and stabbed forward. Clang! In an instant, the hell spear and the gale sword collided. The power of hell and the power of hurricane, the two forces collided, the atmosphere collapsed, and the energy vortex raged. The stalemate lasted only a second before the power of hell completely swallowed up the power of the hurricane. Fu Shan felt an unprecedented terrifying force coming at him, and he was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Fu Shan stopped after falling heavily against the wall. Pieces of stones fell and smoke rose up. As the smoke dissipated, Fu Shan was left standing in the ruins in a state of disarray, covered in wounds. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Fu Shan felt that his internal organs were churning and several bones were broken. His face was full of shock and disbelief. He couldn't understand why the succubus in front of him was so powerful. I have broken through to the epic level. Shouldn't I be the strongest in the world? Why was this succubus able to severely injure himself with one move? Wasn't that six-armed demon the Demon King? How was it possible? There were demons more powerful than him. Fu Shan couldn't figure it out, and couldn't understand it. The severe injuries in his body made him extremely painful. At this moment, no matter whether it was the ordinary people and the psychics, or the seriously injured diamond-level psychics, and Haas on the city wall, they all looked stunned and terrified. Take a picture of me, how is this possible? Am I seeing things? How could Master Fu Shan be knocked away with just one move? How could he be seriously injured by just one blow? Yeah, are we dreaming? Isn't that six-armed demon the Demon King? Isn't the Demon King the most powerful demon in the Hell Demon clan? How could there be a demon more powerful than him? This is impossible, we must be seeing things, this must be an illusion. Master Fu Shan has already broken through to the epic level. He already possesses the strongest combat power in the world. There is no way any demon can force him back. It is impossible. Yes, it is definitely not our illusion, or it could be that Master Fu Shan did not use his full strength and was knocked away accidentally. Yes, I think it was the Demon King who secretly transferred all his power to the succubus. However, Lord Fu Shan was careless for a moment, and did not use his full strength, which led to him being knocked away. Otherwise, with Master Fu Shan's epic realm and the world's strongest power, how could he be knocked away? You're right, that's the only possibility. Master Fu Shan has already broken through to the epic level, which is the strongest combat power in this world. He absolutely cannot be seriously injured by a single blow. These people and ordinary psychics have become a little crazy. They don't want to see what they see, so they can only make up a lie for themselves and make themselves believe it. At the same time, the 6 seriously injured diamond mutants looked at the powerful force coming from the succubus above. Their faces were full of disbelief, thinking that the other psychics might be too weak to notice it. But they were able to sense the terrifying power of the succubus. Chapter 14. Fu Shan is completely abused. This is impossible. This is unscientific. How could there be such a powerful demon? Yeah, aren't the strongest demons all diamond level? That six-armed demon should be the demon king of the demon clan. How could there be a demon more powerful than him? What should we do now? We are finished, and the human race is finished. Why do we have to deal with the demon clan? Such a powerful demon will appear, and two epic demons will appear in succession. And each one is stronger than the other. Why are we so unlucky? The six psychics looked despairing. In their eyes, the strongest demon clan has always been the diamond-level demon. The sudden appearance of this epic six-armed demon has already surprised them. However, now an epic demon that is even more powerful than the six-armed demon has appeared, which makes them feel despair. They couldn't figure it out, and they couldn't understand why. When Chinchio fought against the demon clan before, wasn't the strongest one a diamond-level demon? Haas on the city wall looked somewhat devastated. He couldn't understand why the situation had turned out like this. Old man, I remember you just said that Fu Shan is the strongest psychic you have trained, and he will definitely turn the situation around. Why doesn't the situation seem to be reversed? And if I'm not mistaken, he seems to be getting beaten up. Chinchio looked at Haas with a smile on his face. Hearing Chinchio's words, Fu Shan's heart collapsed, as if he would collapse completely at any time. He looked at everything in front of him, and couldn't believe it. It was obvious that Fu Shan, whom he had trained with all his efforts, should have completely crushed the demons, led humans to eliminate the demons of hell, and become the new generation of patron saint of the human race. But how come the Hell Demon clan is so powerful? Why? Why is this happening? Isn't epic level combat power the pinnacle of this world? Why did two epic level Hell Demons appear at once? Moreover, these two epic Hell Demons are more powerful than the other. Haas's face was full of disbelief, or rather, he couldn't accept this reality. Because, if the Infinite City is destroyed on this day, it will become the sinner in the entire human history. It was he who broke the seal with his own hands and released the demons from hell. Otherwise, the demons from hell would never have come here. When he was distracted, Haas looked at Chinchio and found that Chinchio was still calm and composed, as if he had expected this situation. Haas wondered if he was wrong or if they were wrong. However, the next second, he immediately changed his mind. This is the nature of most human beings. They are unwilling to admit their mistakes. In Haas's eyes, they still had a glimmer of hope that Fu Shan had not been completely defeated. Perhaps Fu Shan could create a miracle and defeat this newly emerged succubus. At this moment, Fu Shan stood up with difficulty from the ruins. He couldn't understand why he was defeated even though he had already broken through to the epic level. Impossible! I have already broken through to the epic level. I am the strongest in the world. There is no way I can lose. Fu Shan roared like a madman, his trembling right hand tightly grasping the diamond-grade broadsword, and his whole body was raging like a raging wind. He pushed himself, squeezed the limits of his body, and flew into the air again. Fu Shan tried his best to kill the succubus. Seeing this ant-like clown dare to attack himself, the succubus was a little angry. She had never taken this clown seriously. In her eyes, what she needs to pay attention to at all times is whether Chinchio is going to take action. She was trying to find a way to verify her guess. However, this clown actually dared to interrupt himself. What a jerk looking for death! The whole body flashed red, and the succubus disappeared on the spot holding the hell spear. Clang! The moment when the diamond-level broadsword covered with strong winds collided with the spear of hell. The terrifying power of the succubus swept over, and the diamond-grade sword in Fu Shan's hand was directly knocked away. No! Fu Shan's face was full of surprise and fear, but the next second, the succubus stretched out her left hand and grabbed Fu Shan's neck. Feeling suffocated, Fu Shan tried desperately to resist. However, he was 2 small realms behind the succubus, and was no match for her at all. The hell spear in the succubus's right hand disappeared, and she kept waving her right hand, slapping Fu Shan on the face again and again. In a short while, Fu Shan was beaten to the point of spitting blood, and no one knew how many teeth had fallen out. His face looked as swollen as a pig's head. Afterwards, the succubus threw Fu Shan heavily to the ground as if he were a dead dog. Boom! In an instant, a deep pit appeared on the ground, with countless pieces of gravel flying and dust rising everywhere. In that deep pit, Fu Shan was beaten beyond recognition, lying on the ruins dying, completely losing his ability to fight. Seeing this scene, everyone felt extremely shocked and desperate. Impossible! This is impossible! Hurry up and slap me to wake me up! How could Lord Fu Shan be defeated without any ability to resist? That's impossible. It's over, we are all finished, humanity is finished. How come these demons are so powerful? Isn't the strongest of the hell demons only at the diamond level? How could two epic hell demons appear? We are all doomed now. I think we should ask Shinshio for help. He has protected mankind for 100 years. Maybe he has a way to save us. If we just kneel down and beg him, maybe he will save us. Are you stupid? That idiot Shinshio is only a diamond-level fighter, but these two hell demons are obviously epic-level fighters. How could Shinshio be an opponent? Before, Shinshio was able to resist the Hell Demon clan. This is probably because the truly powerful members of the Hell Demon clan have not appeared. Now that this epic Hell Demon clan has appeared, we humans are really doomed. We humans are so unlucky. It would be great if we were given a little more time to develop. If Master Fu Shan is given time, they will definitely become stronger. Yes, Master Fu Shan and his men were really unlucky. They should have completely crushed the Hell Demon clan. I didn't expect that two epic demons would appear in the Hell Demon clan. Why is this? When Shinshio was fighting against the Hell Demons, the strongest of the Hell Demons was only a diamond-level demon. Is it God's will to destroy us? God wants to destroy our human race. The people and ordinary psychics below knelt on the ground and broke down crying. They couldn't figure it out. They couldn't understand it. The strongest one before was only a diamond-level demon, so why did two epic-level demons suddenly appear? Is this God's will to destroy the human race? Will their infinite city become history today? At this moment, everyone could not imagine that the strongest demon they had encountered before was only a diamond-level demon. It was only because Shinshio wanted to prevent the powerful demon from causing great damage. Whenever a demon above diamond level appears, he will take it to other places to fight. Moreover, with Shinshio's strength, even if facing an epic legendary demon, he would definitely crush it. Therefore, before everyone noticed those powerful demons, they were killed instantly by Shinshio. Chapter 15: The People in Complete Despair. On the other side, the 6 seriously injured diamond-level psychics also had looks of despair on their faces. They were very unwilling and angry. They thought that after they broke through to the diamond level and became the top combat force in this world, they would truly stand at the top. But today, they were completely wiped out in just the first battle. This is unscientific. Why? Why? When Shinshio dealt with the Hell Demon clan before, only diamond-level demons appeared. Why do they always have epic demons appearing every time they attack? And each one is stronger than the last. Yeah, why is that? God, you're not fair. We should have enjoyed supreme glory. Why? Epic demons suddenly appear from the Hell Demon clan. I don't accept it. I tried my best to break through to the diamond level, and finally I have the same combat power as Shinshio. So God, please tell me, why did an epic demon suddenly appear in the Hell Demon clan? The eyes of these 6 diamond-level psychics were filled with unwillingness and despair. They thought they were too unlucky. When Shinshio had been protecting humanity for 100 years, no epic demon had appeared. But why did an epic demon appear as soon as they made their move? They were very unwilling to accept this. In their eyes, they already had the same combat power as Shinshio, and they should have completely destroyed the Hell Demon clan. The current situation should not be like this. But they had no idea that this was just their own fantasy, and they had no idea how terrifying Shinshio's true combat power was. At this time, on the city wall, was looked at Fu Shan, who was lying in the ruins and dying. He suddenly seemed to have aged several years. He couldn't figure it out, and couldn't understand why he had prepared for this day for so long, trained 10 diamond-level psychics, and even trained an epic-level psychic. Why did we lose? Why did we lose? Aren't epic-level psychics the strongest in this world? When did the Hell Demon clan have an epic-level demon? For a moment, Haas felt that he was the sinner of the entire infinite city. It was he who broke the seal and released the demons of hell. Turning around, Haas looked at Chinchio, but this time, he no longer had the arrogance and confidence he had before. Instead, his face revealed sadness and despair. He looked at Chinchio, who was still confident and calm, as if he had expected all this to happen. Was extremely angry. He looked at Chinchio with a ferocious expression. Chinchio, did you expect all this? Do you think you have one? You are wrong. These two epic demons are indeed extremely powerful. I admit that I lost, but you didn't win either. Even if I am the sinner of Infinite City, and Infinite City will be destroyed today, you can't run away either. You absolutely cannot escape from these two demons. Haas was like a madman at this moment. Yeah? Chinchio still had a smile on his face and answered him with these two words. Hearing these two words, Haas went completely crazy. That's for sure. You will definitely die here. You will definitely be buried with Infinite City. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Haas was completely like a madman. At this time, the other four main cities were naturally seeing everything that was happening here through the live broadcast of the cameras. They couldn't help but feel fortunate in their hearts. In fact, it was they who deliberately guided Haas to destroy the seal node. They just want Infinite City to test the strength of the Hell Demon clan. They were worried that the Hell Demons were not as weak as they appeared. Seeing these scenes now, they couldn't help but show a hint of relaxation on their faces. They were glad in their hearts that they had tried using Infinite City as cannon fodder first. Of course, they didn't have too much fear in their hearts. Even if two epic demons appeared, they felt they could handle it. This is because the strongest combat forces of the four main cities are all epic level. Why did they let Infinite City do the experiment? It was because Infinite City was the weakest and had no say. In Dragon Emperor City, a group of high-ranking generals from Dragon Emperor City were sitting in the lobby. There was a large screen right in front of the lobby. This big screen is broadcasting the situation in Infinite City in real time. Long Tian, are you sure you can handle that succubus? A dignified old man asked the young man next to him who was wearing golden equipment. This young man has blonde hair, is wearing epic equipment, has a proud look in his eyes, and gives people a feeling of arrogance. That succubus is quite powerful, and her power fluctuations have reached the epic upper level. She should be the demon transformed by the Demon King. Even if Fu Shan unleashed all his strength, he was only at the lower epic level. It was normal that he was no match for the succubus. However, I have epic level strength, plus a full set of epic level equipment, so I can finish the battle with that Demon King in less than 10 minutes. Long Tian exuded a powerful aura and spoke extremely arrogant words. Hearing Long Tian say this, everyone was extremely excited. In their hearts, they still believe in Long Tian's strength and think that Long Tian possesses epic level strength, which makes him the strongest combat force in the world. They let Infinite City conduct the experiment just to have an extra insurance. The result was just as they expected. The Hell Demons did have hidden strength, and some of them also had epic combat power. However, compared with the strongest in their Dragon Emperor City, there is still some gap. Old man, I told you before that there is no need to do this experiment to test strength. This kind of thing is so boring. If this time the seal is broken in our Dragon King City, in that case, this god has completely wiped out all those Hell Demons. Long Tian said with an unhappy look on his face. Isn't this just for extra insurance? All of us in Dragon Imperial City know that you are the most powerful being in this world. Aren't you about to break through the epic peak? Once you break through the epic peak, we will open the sealed node. By then, Long Tian, you will be able to lead our human race to successfully eliminate the Hell Demon clan. Although the old man is the highest-ranking general in Dragon Emperor City, he can only speak nicely when facing Long Tian, the city's strongest fighter. Then let these Hell Demons live well for a while longer. In less than half a month, I will be able to break through to the epic peak, and by then I will have the world's most powerful fighting force. Long Tian had an expression of immense confidence and arrogance on his face, but of course, he still had some brains. He knew that the stronger he was, the greater the chance of destroying the demons of hell. He only needed half a month to break through to the epic peak, so there was really no need to rush for half a month. Chapter 16: The Sudden Arrival of the Demon. At the same time, on the other side, in the Infinite City, the succubus was now floating in midair, She did not hunt humans, nor did she take action against those diamond-level psychics, including the dying Fu Shan. At this moment, her eyes were completely on Chinchio. The succubus was thinking, why didn't Chinchio take action? Is it really as she guessed? Chinchio has now lost his supernatural powers and his strength, so he dare not take action. Otherwise, with Chinchio's personality, he would have taken action long ago and would not have let them hunt humans. However, if Chinchio lost his ability, why would this seal node be destroyed? It was too illogical. For a moment, the succubus was puzzled. She couldn't figure out why. But this is normal. She could never have imagined that the soul in Chinchio's body had been replaced by someone else. The current Chinchio is not the kind of person who is willing to endure the infamy and make selfless contributions. The succubus looked hesitant, wondering whether she should verify her guess. If my guess is correct, Chinchio has lost his fighting ability and his supernatural powers, then I just need to get rid of Chinchio. You will receive supreme honor and extremely generous rewards. You know, Chinchio is on their demon clan's hunting list, and the bounty is terrifyingly high. It can be said that by killing Chinchio, one can obtain almost half of the treasure house of the entire demon clan. But despite the high bounty, no demon dared to attack Chinchio. This is a big boss with legendary combat power. If you attack him, let alone get any reward, you will have to secretly feel lucky to be able to survive. Thinking of the generous reward, but also thinking of Chinchio's terrifying combat power, the succubus was very hesitant. Just as she was hesitating, the desperate people below were about to collapse completely. They couldn't understand why the succubus didn't take action yet. She had already beaten the strongest Fu Shan to the point of being seriously injured and dying, and the remaining diamond-level psychics also lost their energy and fell to the ground seriously injured. No one can stop her. Why doesn't she do it? Could it be that she wants to torture us and doesn't want to kill us so easily? Many ordinary people and people with special abilities had expressions of helplessness and despair on their faces. Even if they guessed that the succubus might be trying to torture them and prevent them from dying so quickly, they had no way to resist. At this moment, the succubus above the sky was struggling extremely in her heart. On one side is the threat of death, and on the other side is becoming the king of the entire Hell Demon clan. The succubus thought for a long time and decided to fight. Anyway, she still has a lot of original power. Even if she is killed by Chinchio, she can be resurrected, and her strength will not drop much. If Chinchio really lost his ability to fight as she guessed, as long as she killed it, the generous reward would be enough for her to break through to the legendary level. Just as the succubus decided to take action, Chinchio looked up at her. The moment the man and the demon looked into each other's eyes, the succubus looked at those extremely cold eyes that ignored everything, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The depths of her soul told her that she would definitely die, absolutely die. The succubus was scared and didn't dare to take action. Just one look and the succubus gave up the idea of taking action. She was very afraid that if she did it, she would be caught and tortured. Even if the soul slowly dissipates, it will take a long time. Thinking of this, the succubus felt even more frightened. At this time, Chinchio, who was on the city wall, was speechless and confused. He was thinking, why didn't this little succubus take action? Start killing. If he didn't take action, how could he watch such a good show? How could he watch the people of Infinite City completely collapse in despair? This little succubus, doesn't she know that she has been waiting for this moment for so long? For a moment, Chinchio was wondering if the succubus was too scary because he was here. What Chinchio didn't know was that his idea was correct. The succubus was indeed frightened by him, and her whole body was shaking. At this moment, above the red ceiling magic circle, another demon figure rushed down. This demonic figure was huge and burly, with 2 horns on its head. You are awake, crazy demon, why are you here? The succubus looked at the newly emerged crazy demon with some confusion. This mad demon is also one of the 36 generals. However, this mad demon is weaker than her, ranking 36th among the 36 generals, and his strength is only at the intermediate epic level. The most important thing is that each general's territory is different, which is why the succubus and the doubtful demon appear here. Moreover, this mad demon had been sleeping for hundreds of years. In the last war, This guy was too reckless and was beaten so hard that only a trace of his origin remained. If it weren't for the fact that this guy, although reckless, was loyal to the Demon King, the Demon King would not have spent a huge price to save him. At this moment, the people below became even more desperate after seeing this scene. They were no match for the two epic demons. Now, it seems that another epic demon has appeared, and it is really going to destroy their infinite city. It can be said that among all the humans in the infinite city, only Chinchio remains calm and composed. Above the sky, the succubus saw that the crazy demon was just looking around without saying anything, so she asked, "Mad demon, why did you come to me right after you were resurrected?" "Of course I smelled a huge amount of blood." "Not bad, succubus, there are so many people here, it should be a big city of humans. If we capture this city, we can get a lot of blood and energy," the crazy demon said with a grin. In response to this, the succubus showed a hint of anger. After all, she was the one who conquered the city, so the blood should belong to her. "Crazy demon, this is an act of wanting to share the results, and this is the kind of behavior where you haven't done anything." For a moment, the succubus had an idea in her mind. She felt that there was no need for her to test it herself. It just so happened that a good candidate had come. "This city is not as simple as you think. The patron saint of the human race is here. However, I suspect that he is no longer able to display his full strength, otherwise, given his personality, he would have stopped me long ago. I am now hesitating whether to take action or not. This person is on the bounty list of our demon clan, but a reward is offered." The succubus sent a message to the crazy demon. After receiving this news, the crazy demon was extremely excited. "The human race's patron saint? I've heard a little bit about this person's name when I was sleeping. However, how can humans be stronger than us demons? You are all such cowards. Moreover, I see no energy fluctuations on this guy, so he has definitely lost his ability to fight. If you don't dare to try, then let me, the mad demon, try it. Don't say I stole your achievements when the time comes." The mad demon said with a smile on his face that he just wanted to come here for a stroll. "I didn't expect to encounter such a huge blood energy, and also get a huge reward." The thought of this made the madman extremely excited. He couldn't help but think in his heart that this succubus was quite nice to him, giving him such a big reward. For a moment he felt a little embarrassed. He had originally wanted to come over and snatch the succubus's achievements. Chapter 17, Hundreds of Epic and Legendary Weapons. "Absolutely not, don't worry." The succubus smiled as she thought to herself that this guy was a complete fool to be called a 36th warrior along with him. "Thank you very much. Don't worry, I am not a rude demon, I will give you 10% of the reward when the time comes." The mad demon smiled and transmitted the message. Afterwards, his whole body was filled with vigor, and terrifying demonic power emanated from his body. He floated in the air and looked directly at Chinchio. "You are the guardian god of the human race, right? I wonder if you are really as strong as the legend says? Today I, crazy demon, will let you know what true power is." The mad demon's expression revealed confidence. He could not sense any energy from Chinchio. He felt that Chinchio was a waste at this moment. The ordinary people and people with special abilities below were extremely excited when they heard the news. "Great! Chinchio is doomed now. Let's see how arrogant he can be. He has been pretending to be confident and calm from beginning to end. Who is he pretending for? That is to say, even if our infinite city is about to be destroyed. This guy Chinchio has offended an epic demon, and he will die in front of us. It would be good for us if he saw this guy before he died. That's right. I don't think Chinchio will survive more than 3 moves at the hands of this epic demon. You think too highly of him with 3 moves. He will definitely not survive more than 1 move." Everyone was extremely excited, or rather they were a little crazy. They were expecting Chinchio to die before them. And Haas, who was on the city wall, also swept away the previous gloom and stayed away with an expression of gloating. "Did Chinchio see that? Even if we want to die, you will die in front of us, ha ha ha." Haas laughed maniacally. The rest of the generals and officers on the city wall also dodged away. They looked at Chinchio as if they were a dead person, although they knew they could not escape the fate of destruction. However, they were extremely excited when they thought that Chinchio could die in front of them. Chinshio, you bastard, let me see if you can still remain so calm and composed in front of that epic demon later? The old woman who spoke in the courtroom at the beginning started to sneer. Many generals were looking forward to seeing Chinshio being slaughtered by that epic demon. But unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed. Really? You're so looking forward to my taking action? A smile appeared on Chinshio's lips, and the next second, he was floating in the air, and the smile on his face disappeared. That look of contempt was directed at the mad demon below. I am not a bloodthirsty person, but you actually said that I am the protector of the human race. Dare to insult me like this, and your fate will be nothing but destruction. Chinshio looked down from above, displaying boundless arrogance. For a moment, the demon was frightened by this powerful momentum. However, no matter how hard he observed, he could not detect any powerful supernatural fluctuations from Chinshio. In addition, he had been recovering from his injuries and had only heard about Chinshio's strength from hearsay. He had never directly felt how powerful Chinshio was. This also made the madman's self-confidence inflated immensely. Do you think you can scare this demon like this? Who do you think this demon is? In an instant, an epic giant axe appeared in the hands of the madman. He held an epic giant axe in his hand, the power of the devil burst out, and his whole body was filled with blood. Ha ha ha, Chinshio is finished, Chinshio is completely finished. He actually dared to anger this devil. Yeah, this guy is really looking for death. I've never seen anyone trying so hard to die. It would be worth it even if I died to see this guy die in front of me. The people and ordinary psychics below looked at the raging demon, excited and crazy. Faced with life and death, they are almost going crazy. At this time, the seriously injured diamond-level psychics, including Fu Shan, were also looking at the sky with excitement. They couldn't wait to see the mad demon kill Chinshio. At this time, above the sky, Chinshio looked at the mad demon who had exploded with all his strength, his expression still showing disdain. He looked at the people of Infinite City below, each of whom had a crazy look on their faces, ready to watch their own death. Chinshio smiled. You all want to see me die, right? What a pity, there is no way I can do it as you wish. Rise. The next second after he finished speaking, golden vortices appeared behind Chinshio. In front of the dozens or hundreds of golden whirlpools, weapons appeared. The lowest level weapons glow green, and the higher level ones even glow blue. Everyone was shocked and surprised when they saw this scene. I am not seeing things, there are so many weapons, why are the lowest level ones all emitting green light? If I remember correctly, the cyan light represents epic weapons. Chinshio have so many powerful weapons? And the lowest level weapons are all epic weapons, and you even see, there are legendary weapons among them. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Chinshio must have cast some kind of illusion. We are too weak to see it, but Master Fu Shan and the others can definitely see it. The ordinary psychics and people below were all in disbelief. They turned their eyes to the seriously injured diamond-level psychic and Fu Shan. They wanted to get the news from them that these weapons were fake. However, the ugly expressions on Fu Shan and the others' faces meant that this news was doomed to never come out. What the hell is going on? Doesn't Chinshio have powerful weapons? How could he have so many? Epic and legendary weapons. What the hell is going on? How is this possible? Is this an illusion-related ability? That's not right. There is no energy fluctuation of any illusion. Moreover, Chinshio is not an illusionist, but why does he have so many powerful weapons? The faces of these diamond-level psychics looked extremely grim. Even Fu Shan, who was dying at this moment, was completely stunned. You know, the set of diamond-level equipment he is wearing now was obtained with great difficulty. As a result, what he saw was that Chinshio summoned hundreds of weapons. And the lowest level of these weapons is epic. This shocked Fu Shan deeply. Although the faces of several diamond-level psychics were extremely ugly at this moment, their faces were not the ugliest. At this time, the expressions on Haas and others on the city wall looked like they had eaten shit. This is unscientific. How could Chinshio have so many powerful weapons? The lowest level of these weapons are epic. This is impossible. Haas staggered back a few steps. He had never seen Chinshio use a weapon before. He thought in his heart that Chinshio did not have any powerful weapons. but the weapons that Qinxiu now displayed completely shattered his three views. Chapter 18. The Epic Demon Killed Instantly. Haas didn't know that it wasn't that Qinxiu didn't have powerful weapons. It's just that his strength is too strong, and he doesn't need to use weapons to deal with ordinary demons. The person with the ugliest expression on the city wall was naturally the old woman. At the beginning, she kept mocking Qinxiu for not having powerful weapons and for not giving up the diamond-level weapons in their infinite city treasury. But now, seeing this scene, the old woman collapsed to the ground, and she only felt a burning pain on her face. She now realized how ridiculous her previous words were. The lowest-level weapons Qinxiu took out now were all epic-level weapons. He doesn't need to care about diamond-level weapons at all. Diamond-level weapons are not even qualified to enter his space ring. At this moment, Gongmen Chunxiao just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But then she changed her mind and realized that Qinxiu was going to die anyway, so there was nothing for her to be ashamed of. Even if he took out epic or legendary weapons, Gongmen Chunxiao didn't think Qinxiu would be a match for that epic demon. After all, Qinxiu is only at the diamond level in strength, and he is a big realm away from the epic level demon. This great realm cannot be achieved by weapons alone. However, the development of things was obviously disappointing to Gongmen Chunxiao. The mad demon, who had burst out with all his might at this moment, and wanted to show off his powerful strength, now just stood there in a daze. Being stared at by Qinxiu, he felt his life was threatened. He felt that he would die if he took action. Cold sweat kept streaming down his forehead, and the mad demon's entire body was shaking. The ordinary psychics and people below became anxious when they saw that the demon didn't move. "Hey, why are you still here? Come on, you are an epic demon, what are you afraid of? Yeah, hurry up and get rid of this guy Qinxiu. You are such a coward. What are you afraid of? You are an epic demon. Go and finish him off." The ordinary psychics and the people below kept cursing. Above the sky, the mad demon's face turned extremely ugly when he heard these words. He also wanted to go up, but his strong intuition told him that if he dared to make a move, he would surely die. For a moment, the mad demon looked down fiercely. "You are so awesome, why don't you come on? Who is talking? Who am I going to kill?" After hearing this, the ordinary psychics and civilians who were speaking just now suddenly stopped talking. When the madman saw this scene, he thought, if I'm not Qinxiu's opponent, then am I not your opponent? However, he changed his mind and wondered how he was going to survive. When he looked up, the mad demon felt extremely frightened. He felt as if he was looking directly at the god high above. "Didn't you just say you were going to finish me off? Go ahead." Qinxiu looked at the mad demon below with cold eyes. "Boss, I'm kidding, can you give me a chance?" Crazy demon, the body can't stop shaking. If he could do it again, he would definitely slap himself hard a few times. Why did he come down like that for no reason? Interesting. I'll give you a chance to survive. Take my attack and you'll survive. A smile appeared on Qinxiu's lips, and the next second, he pointed his finger forward. An epic weapon, containing extremely terrifying and destructive power, shot out. Looking at the epic sword coming towards him, the demon was filled with fear. At this moment he realized that he had been tricked by the succubus. In an instant, the mad demon burned the source of his life and burst out with all his strength. He wanted to block the attack with all his might. He wanted to buy a chance to survive. Concentrating all his strength on the epic axe, the mad demon swung it out. But when the epic axe and the epic sword collided, the demon immediately felt a force that could destroy everything. "No!" the demon yelled in despair. The next second, he was swallowed up by the light of destruction, completely turned into nothingness, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Even the epic giant axe was destroyed. It is conceivable how powerful Qinxiu's attack was. The ordinary psychics and the people below were shocked when they saw this scene. They wondered if they were dreaming. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? How could Qinxiu kill an epic demon instantly with just one move? Yes, this is impossible. This is unscientific. Isn't Qinxiu only at the diamond level? How could he have the power to kill an epic demon in 1 second? I don't believe it. I don't believe it's true. It's absolutely false. It's absolutely false. The ordinary psychics and the people below have gone completely crazy. Some people even laughed like crazy. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. As for the several diamond-level psychics who were seriously injured, they included Fu Shan. The shock on their faces was no less than that of ordinary psychics. How is this possible? Isn't Chinshio just a diamond-level psychic like us? How could he have such strong power that he could kill an epic demon in one strike? This is unscientific. Could it be that Chinshio has been hiding his strength before? He has more than just diamond-level strength. Yes, this is the only explanation, otherwise it is impossible. These diamond-level psychics were extremely surprised, and they finally realized that Chinshio might have more than diamond-level strength. Especially Fu Shan, his expression now is extremely ugly. He could feel that although the power of that crazy demon was not as strong as that of the succubus, it was not far behind. At least better than myself. However, this mad demon was killed instantly by Chinshio with just one move. Doesn't this mean that he couldn't withstand Chinshio's attack? Impossible, impossible! I am an epic superpower. I am the strongest superpower in the world. Fu Shan was on the verge of collapse. He had tried his best and given everything just to surpass Chinshio, but now the facts told him. Chinshio was able to kill him in one move. How could Fu Shan not collapse? On the city wall, Haas looked at the scene in front of him and collapsed to the ground. He seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He now truly understood that he was wrong. Chinshio's strength was not at the diamond level at all. It was not what they could imagine. At this moment, Haas realized how terrifyingly powerful Chinshio was. Fu Shan, the person whom Chinshio had trained with all his efforts, turned out to be a character who could be killed instantly in Chinshio's eyes. Haas felt like a complete joke. He lowered his head and his face looked even older. He is now even more devastated than Fu Shan. As for the four main cities, they were watching the battle through real-time live broadcast. The expressions on their faces were equally surprised. At first they all thought that Chinshio did not have any powerful weapons. But when Chinshio took out epic or even legendary weapons, they realized how ridiculous their ideas were. However, what shocked them even more was Chinshio's powerful strength. They had always believed that Chinshio was only at diamond level. But Chinshio actually killed an epic demon in seconds. Chapter 19. The other four cities are preparing to open the Hell Node. In Dragon Emperor City, the old man looked at Chinshio's powerful attack and couldn't help but ask Long Tian. Long Tian, are you sure you can defeat Chinshio? Or in other words, are you sure you can do what Chinshio did? Don't worry, even though Chinshio has hidden his strength, the fluctuation of his aura just now was only at the epic level. His attack looked powerful, but it was only due to the power of the weapon. Long Tian said confidently. He saw that the demon only had mid-level epic strength, and he could kill him instantly with just one strike if he used all his strength. He believed that Chinshio definitely didn't seem so relaxed on the surface. He is just pretending to be strong now. Hearing this, everyone in Dragon Emperor City couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, after all, Chinshio has been fighting against the demons for hundreds of years, so it's not surprising that his strength has reached the epic level. Moreover, those powerful weapons of his were probably obtained from the Hell Node, otherwise where would he get so many powerful weapons? Yeah, this guy is too selfish. No wonder he was guarding the Hell Node and wouldn't let us in. It turned out that there was a powerful weapon inside, and he wanted to keep it all to himself. Damn it! It would be fine if this guy just took it for himself, but he actually destroyed the Hell Node directly. This makes it impossible for us to enter and obtain equipment. The generals and officers in the hall were extremely angry. They all thought that the equipment Chinshio obtained was obtained from the Hell Node. Otherwise, how could Chinshio possess so many epic and legendary equipment? Don't worry, I have already found a way to restore the Hell Node with the generals of the other three cities. In a few months, we will be able to restore the Inferno Node. When the time comes, we will open the Hell Node, and we will also be able to obtain those epic and legendary equipment. Yang Jinghuan, the highest official of Dragon Emperor City, said with great pride. Hearing this, everyone in Dragon Emperor City was extremely excited. Great! When the Hell Node is opened, each of us will be able to obtain epic or even legendary equipment. Yes, by then, the combat capability of our human race will be greatly improved. Damn it! If Chinchio hadn't been blocking the Hell Node all the time, he would have even destroyed it in the end. The strength of our human race has long been improved. I don't know how many times it has increased. That's right, this Chinchio is the sinner of our human race. We thought he was the patron saint of our race. He is a completely selfish person, and the crimes he committed are unforgivable. Yes, I heard that he once said that the Hell Node is full of powerful demons, which is why he didn't let us in. When the Hell Node is opened, I wonder if he has anything to say. At this time, everyone in Dragon Emperor City, including the other 3 main cities, were looking forward to the opening of the Hell Node. They were all imagining that after the Hell Node was opened, Chinchio's selfishness would be exposed. They are already extremely certain that there must be good stuff inside the Hell Node. Otherwise, how could Chinchio destroy the Hell Node? Don't let them in. As for the dangers that Chinchio mentioned, they did not believe it at all. At the same time, in the Infinite City. At this moment, the succubus looked at the place where the man had disappeared, and her body was trembling with fear. Looking up at Chinchio, who was like a god above, the fear in the succubus's heart was magnified to the extreme. She couldn't help but recall the scene some time ago when Chinchio swept through the entire hell alone. At that moment, Chinchio was like a prehistoric demon god, unstoppable and invincible. In the entire demon clan of hell, no one could be his match. In the end, even if the Demon King took action, he could only barely resist a little. If they had not allocated part of their forces to deal with humans at that time, the demons might have been destroyed at that moment. Fortunately, I asked that idiot to go up first, otherwise if I had gone up, it would have been a waste of my life essence. Moreover, there is a possibility that he will be caught by Chinchio and suffer a long period of torture. Thinking of this, the succubus couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up for her cleverness. Even the succubus was frightened like this, not to mention the other demons. They simply gave up and retreated. Chinchio was a little confused when he saw the scene in front of him. He wondered why the demons didn't take action. Were they scared by him? Could they really be scared by him? If they don't take action, how can we watch the good show that we have been waiting for so long? What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to destroy the Infinite City? Chinchio stood high above, looking at the succubus below with a cold expression. Hearing these words, the succubus panicked for a moment, and her body shook even more violently. Because Chinchio's tone sounded like he was telling him to try something. Looking at the succubus like this, Chinchio realized that he had said the wrong thing. You misunderstood. What I meant was that I am no longer the patron saint of the human race. Go ahead and do it. The life and death of everyone in Infinite City has nothing to do with me. Chinchio explained patiently. However, the succubus still looked unconvinced. Boss, stop joking, I don't dare. The many ordinary psychics and the people below were stunned when they saw this scene. Why is this? Why does this Demon King seem so afraid of Chinchio? Yes, this Demon King's strength should be at the epic level, and he is also one of the most powerful. Why is he so afraid of Chinchio? Yeah, that's impossible. Could it be that Chinchio's strength is far beyond our imagination? He can defeat this Demon King, so this Demon King is so afraid of him. Then tell me, if we kneel down and beg Chinchio now, will he save us? Will we be able to survive? Yes, that Demon King seems so afraid of Chinchio. As long as we kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe we can survive. Between life and death, there are these ordinary psychics and the common people. They finally realized how powerful Chinchio was, and most of them even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy in exchange for a chance to survive. However, no one did so for a moment, because they thought about how they had just called him Chinchio, and they felt a little ashamed when they thought of this. On the city wall, Haas and several other senior officers were completely stunned. They couldn't imagine that Chinchio was really so powerful that even the Demon King was afraid of him. Mr. Hua, why don't we kneel down and beg Chinchio for mercy? Maybe he will help us and save our lives. The old woman who had screamed the loudest just now immediately gave up her dignity when her life was threatened. Yes, Mr. Hua, we were all wrong. Chinchio is the patron saint of our human race and our only hope. Perhaps, if we beg for mercy from him, we will have a chance to survive. Yes, Mr. Hua, let's all kneel down and beg for mercy from Chinchio, so that the infinite layer can survive. These were the senior generals who just wanted Chinchio to apologize and beg for mercy. Now faced with life and death, they simply gave up their dignity and wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy from Chinchio in exchange for a chance to survive. At this time, Haas was also in hesitation. He clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. He couldn't understand why Fu Shan, an epic psychic whom he had worked so hard to cultivate, was still not as good as Chinchio. Chapter 20: The Hesitant People of Infinite City. At the same time, the 6 surviving diamond-level psychics and Fu Shan below. There was struggle and hesitation on their faces. They were thinking whether they should kneel down and beg for mercy from Chinchio, so that maybe they could still survive. You said, let's kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe Chinchio can save our lives. Yeah, I finally broke through to the diamond level. I don't want to die here. I don't want to die here either. Let's kneel down and beg for mercy. As long as we can beg for Chinchio's forgiveness, we still have a chance to survive. The 6 diamond-level psychics who had been so arrogant just now saw the bodies of their 3 companions. They have completely lost their previous arrogance. The balance in their hearts also leaned towards Chinchio, kneeling down and begging for mercy, and saving their lives. At this time, Fu Shan was looking at the succubus who was standing there and dared not move. He also realized how powerful Chinchio was. He thought of what Chinchio had just said, that if he became his younger brother, he would save his life. Thinking of this, Fu Shan couldn't help but hesitate whether he should kneel down and become Chinchio's younger brother. For a moment, Fu Shan could not give up his dignity. At this time, above the sky. After waiting for so long, Chinchio finally got to watch the show. Speechless, he was completely speechless. He thought, could it be that this succubus was afraid of him and didn't dare to take action? Just do it now, I'm serious. It's none of my business if you kill them. Chinchio spoke again, but this time his tone was obviously anxious. Boss, stop messing with me. I know what you mean. I will take my men back now. Having said that, the succubus really wanted to take his men back to the node. Now Chinchio was completely anxious, thinking to himself, I have been looking forward to this good show for so long. Now you are leaving, what am I going to watch? Chinchio looked at the succubus below with cold eyes. If I say you dare, then you dare. If you don't do it, I will leave all of you here. A powerful pressure swept towards the succubus. Feeling this terrifying power, the succubus's expression was filled with fear. She knew that if she didn't take action, Chinchio might really take action and tie her up. When the time comes, you will be tortured. Thinking of this, the succubus hesitated for a moment and wondered, could it be that Chinchio really didn't plan to care about the human race anymore, and she really wanted to massacre the city herself? But this doesn't make sense. Struggling internally, the succubus looked at Chinchio with murderous eyes. She still decided to take action because she knew that if she didn't take action, she would really die at Chinchio's hands. Everyone, come together! We are going to massacre the city today! The succubus gave an order. In an instant, all the demons chose to take action, including those general-level demons, and even the 6-armed demons rushed towards those diamond-level psychics. In a short while, a bloody massacre took place throughout the infinite city. Blood was flowing all over the city. Help! Who will save me? I'm still young, and I don't want to die yet. Why? Why do you want to destroy the seal node? Who can save us? Screams and cries for help continued to ring out. The entire infinite city turned into an endless purgatory. How could the ordinary psychics and civilians who are still alive care about their own dignity at this moment? Looking at the demons rushing towards them, they knelt down in front of Chinchio. Master Chinchio, we know we are wrong. Please save us. Please save us. The people who were still alive kept kneeling down and begging for mercy. They looked at the demons killing people wantonly with expressions of horror. Where was their previous arrogance? Oh, do you want me to save you? That's fine too. Why don't you go and persuade the high-ranking officials on the city wall? If they are willing to kneel down and beg for mercy, I might be merciful and save you. Chinchio showed a sarcastic smile on his face and looked at the people below. Hearing this, Haas and some of the senior officers looked very unhappy. The dozen generals headed by Gongmen Chunxiao knelt down without hesitation. Master Chinxiu, we know we are wrong, we are guilty, we are fools, please save us. All of this was instigated by Huasi. We don't want to do this at all. Please save our Master Chinxiu. Gongmen Chunxiao, who screamed the loudest at the beginning, knelt the most decisively. Yes, Master Chinxiu, none of this has anything to do with us. It was all the idea of this fellow Huasi. He asked us to do this. He is the highest official in this infinite city, and we have to listen to him, and we don't want to do that at all. That's right, Master Chinxiu, this was all the idea of that bastard Huasi. You bastard, why don't you kneel down quickly and beg for Master Chinxiu's forgiveness? Those generals cursed directly at Haas, staging a dog-eat-dog show. Hearing this, Haas looked furious, but he maintained his pride and self-esteem. He looked at Chinxiu, who was smiling above him. He didn't want to admit defeat like that, and he didn't want to kneel down easily. It seems that someone doesn't want you to live. You can't blame me for that. Chinxiu stood high above, looking at the people below with a smile on his face. At this time, the demons temporarily stopped attacking. They wanted to find out Chinxiu's attitude. Was he going to kill them or save them? Although they were not Chinxiu's subordinates, they knew how powerful Chinxiu was. They understood that if one of them was not to their liking, there was a good chance that they would all be left here. Asshole, kneel down quickly. You have offended our Master Chinxiu, why don't you kneel down quickly? You beast, do you want all of us in Infinite City to be buried with you? Get down on your knees, you bastard! The ordinary psychics and people below saw that Haas had not yet kneeled down, and were in danger of their lives. Why would they care whether Fox is the highest official in Wireless City? They kept cursing. Hearing these abusive words, Haas's eyes became dull. He knew that he had lost and was wrong. However, he was still unwilling to admit defeat. He wanted to maintain the last bit of his dignity. Mr. Hua, kneel down quickly. The lives of everyone in Infinite City are in your hands now. Gongmen Chunxiao began to persuade. Yes, Mr. Hua, if you just kneel down and kowtow to Chinxiu to apologize and beg for mercy, we can survive and Infinite City can continue to exist. Mr. Hua, kneel down. We are wrong. We are truly wrong. We cannot let Infinite City perish here. The senior generals also kept persuading him. After hearing what everyone said, Haas could no longer bear the torment in his heart, and he fell to his knees. He kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Chinxiu. Chapter 21, Kneeling and Begging for Mercy. Master Chinxiu, I know I was wrong. Please, save my life and the lives of everyone in Infinite City. Haas lowered his head and kept begging for mercy. Ha 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 ha. Chinxiu, who was above the sky, looked at this scene and laughed wildly. At this moment, the succubus didn't know what to do for a moment. She thought Chinxiu really wanted to save the lives of everyone in Infinite City. She stopped, not daring to continue, nor to order her men to continue. The surviving ordinary psychics and the people in the city couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. They felt they had survived. Including the generals on the city wall and several diamond-level psychics, they were also rejoicing in their hearts. Although they lost their dignity, at least they survived. But at this moment, Chinxiu turned around and looked at the succubus. What are you waiting for? Keep on slaughtering the city. Did I ask you to stop? After hearing what Chinxiu said, the succubus immediately understood what he meant. Slaughter them all, leave no one alive! The succubus immediately gave orders to the demons. In an instant, the demons once again started a one-sided massacre, and the entire Infinite City once again turned into an endless purgatory. Including the city walls, those powerful demons have already climbed up. Although these generals have high positions, their strength is mediocre. They are no match for the demons and can only become lambs to be slaughtered. At this time, everyone in Infinite City realized that they had been tricked by Chinxiu. Chinxiu, why is this happening? Why is this happening? You clearly promised us that if we all kneeled down and begged for mercy, you would spare our lives, so why did you let the demons continue the massacre? Chinxiu, you bastard, you went back on your word and lied to us. Why did you lie to us? Who will save us? Who will save us? Chinxiu, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Asshole beast, why did you lie to us? You clearly said that if we kneeled down and begged for mercy, you would save our lives. Who can come to save us? I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. Everyone was in despair, and screams and cries for help rang out one after another again. They were furious and felt they had been tricked, but there was nothing they could do. Chenxiu, please save us. Please save me. I don't want to die yet. Even though Gongmen Chenxiu realized that she had been fooled, she still kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. She wanted to survive. Please save us, please, Chenxiu, we are wrong. We know we are wrong, please save us. I don't want to die, I want to survive. Chenxiu, please have mercy and save us. Chenxiu could save their lives. At this moment, Haas collapsed to the ground. He understood that Infinite City was finished, completely finished, and he would be the sinner in the entire history of the human race. It was him who destroyed the seal node and released the demons. It was he who caused the destruction of the entire Infinite City and the deaths of millions of humans at the hands of demons. With a look of despair on his face, Haas regretted it very much. He originally wanted to train Fu Shan and make him the new guardian god of the human race. Thinking about it now, Haas realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in this world. He could only watch as a demon's heart was pierced and crushed. Haas's entire body collapsed to the ground helplessly. Afterwards, his body was gnawed by the devil, leaving no trace. The deaths of other senior generals were also extremely tragic. Half of Gongmen Chunxiao's head was bitten off. Thanks to the powerful survivability of the psychic, she did not die for a while. She fell to the ground in agony, without any strength left in her body. After biting off half of the head, the demon actually went to kill other people. Gongmen Chunxiao could only lie on the ground helplessly, unable to commit suicide, and waited for death to come in great pain. Chenxiu, who was above the sky, was looking down at all this, at the despair and anger of the people. Chenxiu had an intoxicated expression on his face. He was immersed in it. This was a real visual feast. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the group of demons. It was Fu Shan who rushed out with all his might. Master Chenxiu, I know I was wrong, please save me, I don't want to die. You just told me that if I became your younger brother, you would save my life. I have reached the epic level, I can definitely be a qualified younger brother, Master Chenxiu, please give me this opportunity. Fu Shan kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Oh, I remember, I did say that. Chenxiu, who was above the sky, looked thoughtful. This stopped the six-armed demon who was about to deliver a fatal blow to Fu Shan from behind. At this time, Fu Shan saw Chenxiu thinking, and his face was full of hope. He thought Chenxiu wanted to take him in as his younger brother, so he could survive. But the next second, Chenxiu's words made him completely lose hope. Oh, I remember I said that, but didn't you miss that opportunity? Chenxiu looked at Fu Shan with a smile on his face. No, Master Chenxiu, please give me another chance. Please, give me another chance. Fu Shan shouted desperately, he didn't want to die here. But as soon as he finished speaking, the six-armed demon pierced through his body. Feeling his life force slipping away quickly, Fu Shan felt extremely regretful before he died. Why didn't I seize that opportunity? If I had seized that opportunity and become Chenxiu's younger brother, I would have been able to survive. Filled with endless regret, Fu Shan completely lost his breath and fell to the ground like a corpse. At this time, most of the people in Infinite City were slaughtered. Nangong, who had the most retained strength among the diamond-level psychics, barely broke out of the encirclement and came to the bottom, not far away from Chenxiu. Master Chenxiu, please save my life. I am willing to be your slave and serve you for the rest of my life. Nangong shouted for help and took off her clothes while shouting, trying to attract Chenxiu. The goddess of everyone in the Infinite City, in the face of life and death crisis, is willing to become a dog in order to survive. Master Chenxiu, look at me, look at me. Nangong had taken off all his clothes, but Chenxiu never even looked at him. It seems that Nangong is the goddess admired by everyone. In Chenxiu's eyes, she was just like a dog, not even worthy of him looking at her straight in the eye. No, no, I don't want to die yet, who will save me? Nangong saw that she was completely naked and Chenxiu didn't even look at her. She was completely desperate. Amid her desperate cries for help, Nandong was once again overwhelmed by the demons. This time, she failed to break out and completely turned into a corpse. Chapter 22, Heading to Hell. At the same time, the other 4 cities did not have much sympathy when they saw Infinite City turning into a hell on Earth. Because the previous decision to let the weakest Infinite City open the seal node was made in preparation for the possibility that the Infinite City might be completely destroyed. Even most of them looked at the people who died in Infinite City with disgust in their eyes. The superpowers in this Infinite City, and those generals, this is too shameful, isn't it? He actually knelt down and begged for mercy from Chinchio. Yeah, I would never do such a thing even if I die. What a waste! These people from Infinite City actually chose to kneel down and beg for mercy from Chinchio. If I were them, they might as well die obediently. Choosing to beg for mercy from Chinchio, a sinner, is more painful than death. And it's obvious that Chinchio is just playing tricks on them, but they can't see it, and they're even kneeling down and begging for mercy. Yes, if it were me, I would never kneel down and kowtow there. I would definitely die standing up if I begged for mercy. The people in the remaining 4 main cities continued to spit on them. They thought that even if they died, they would never be so shameful as to kneel down and beg for mercy from Chinchio. However, if a life and death crisis really happens, can they really do as they say? In Dragon Emperor City. Long Tian, what level do you think Chinchio's strength is at? Why? The devil seems a little afraid of him. Yang Jinghuan asked Xiang Longtian, and the other senior generals also looked over. That Demon King's strength is pretty good, he's at the epic level. As for this guy Chinchio, he is probably at the epic level as well. However, he has a legendary weapon, so he should be able to gain the upper hand in a fight with the Demon King. Is this why the Demon King is so afraid of him? But this guy Chinchio was just lucky. He occupied the Hell Node and obtained a legendary weapon. When I reach the epic peak, I will definitely be able to defeat Chinchio easily. Long Tian said this with confidence. Hearing what Long Tian said, Yang Jinghuan and others felt relieved. They did not doubt Long Tian's thoughts at all. In their eyes, Long Tian was the strongest being in the world, just like Fu Shan was in the eyes of everyone in Infinite City. They didn't think that Long Tian would lose at all. Unfortunately, this is just their personal opinion. That Chinchio is so abominable. He actually occupied the demon node alone and didn't share all the good equipment with others. Yeah, it's really selfish. In order to prevent others from obtaining epic equipment, he directly destroyed the demon node. Fortunately, we saw it in advance. That said, it won't be long, though, before we can restore the demon node. By then, we will also be able to possess those powerful epic and legendary equipment. This Chinchio is trying to scare us, saying there are epic and legendary demons in the demon nodes. Does he think he can scare us like that? This person is so selfish. That's right, let Chinchio show off for a while, and wait until Master Long Tian breaks through to the epic peak. By that time, let's see if Chinchio can still show off. Everyone believed that the epic and legendary equipment in Chinchio's hands were obtained from the demon node. They can't wait to restore the demon node and turn it on. They feel that this way, they can also obtain high-level equipment. Infinite City. At this time, Infinite City had completely turned into a sea of corpses and blood. None of the citizens and people with special abilities in the city survived, and they all felt extremely regretful before they died. They were thinking, why should they judge Chinchio? Why should they give up Chinchio, the powerful guardian of the human race? Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. The result of their wrong decision is death. Above the sky, Chinchio looked down at the sea of blood and corpses below. The bloody atmosphere in the air made him extremely intoxicated. What a beautiful view, isn't it? Chinchio showed an evil smile on his face and looked at the succubus below. Looking at Chinchio like this, even the succubus couldn't help but swallow. She felt that Chinchio looked more like a devil, and if she compared herself with Chinchio, she was just a kind little white rabbit. Why? Don't you think this scenery is beautiful? Chinchio looked at the succubus with a smile on his face. Faced with Chinchio's smiling question, the succubus felt as if she was being stared at by the god of death. Of course, I think it's very beautiful too. The succubus quickly replied. She was well aware of how powerful this man was, with mythical combat power, and truly stood at the top of the world. You know, even if their Lord Demon King used all the power of hell, he could only barely reach the mythical level. Even so, in the previous battle between the Demon King and Qinxiu in front of him, the Demon King was completely at a disadvantage. The most terrifying thing is that after the war, the Demon King said in person that Qinxiu did not use his full strength. This also made many demons understand how powerful Qinxiu was. At this moment, the succubus felt incomparable pressure just by being looked at by Qinxiu. Master Qinxiu, don't you know that I can leave now? The succubus asked cautiously after absorbing the blood, while the demons under her command stood obediently behind her. They were also aware of the power of the person before them. They also understood that as long as this person wanted, even if they had tens of thousands of demons, they would not be enough for him to kill. Of course you can. I am a humble gentleman. There is no need for you to be so scared. Qinxiu still had a smiling face. Hearing this, the succubus and other demons couldn't help but slander in their hearts. They thought that for someone to regard the massacre of an entire city as a beautiful scenery, this was the words of a humble gentleman. Then anyone in this world can be considered a gentleman. Of course, none of them dared to say it out loud. Call! Hearing that Qinxiu had no intention of keeping them, the succubus couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the succubus will lead her subordinates and return to hell through the red magic circle. The nodes of this red magic circle are not stable and cannot support the arrival of a demon that is too powerful. If a powerful demon wants to descend by force, it will encounter an energy storm. Of course, if you go to hell through the human world, there is no such restriction. However, not all nodes are unable to withstand the arrival of powerful demons, such as the hell nodes. This is also the reason why Qinxiu was guarding the hell node at that time. The hell node is the most powerful node in this space, and it can withstand even the arrival of a mythical demon. At this moment, Qinxiu, who was above the sky, displayed the power of destiny. A law of destiny floated above him. This is the terrifying power that belongs to the mythical level. To break through to the mythical level, one needs to comprehend a supreme law. This is why mythical levels are so rare in this world. However, Qinxiu not only possesses the strength of the peak of mythology. He also comprehended two supreme laws, the law of time and the law of destiny. With these two rules, Qinxiu is almost invincible. At this moment, Qinxiu was calculating his own destiny through the long river of fate. Because he was calculating his own destiny, Qinxiu concealed the long river of destiny and did not show it in front of everyone. Chapter 23: Choosing to join the demon tribe. Interesting. According to the guidance of the law of destiny, Qinxiu's next best choice should be to join the demon clan. This will allow him to break through to the supreme eternal realm. If the peak of the mythical level is the limit of combat power in this world, then the realm of eternity is the supreme realm of transcendence. It can be said that Qinxiu now has no rivals in this world. Because according to the memory of the previous incarnation, in this world, except for the world will, no living creature has reached the eternal realm. So now there is only one problem facing Qinxiu, and that is life expectancy. Although he has broken through to the peak of the mythical level and his lifespan has reached 1,000 years, Qinxiu is not satisfied with 1,000 years of lifespan. He wants true eternal immortality. If you want to obtain eternal life, you must take the last step into the eternal realm. Through the destiny glimpse through the long river of destiny, Qinxiu now has no idea why the key node for his breakthrough to the eternal realm is on the side of the demon clan. After all, the power of destiny is confusing. Even if Qinxiu has mastered the laws of destiny, he cannot fully understand it. However, Qinxiu felt that it was quite interesting to join the demon clan. Since he was no longer the patron saint of the human race, he might as well help the demon clan deal with the human race. Thinking of this, Qinxiu couldn't help but find it interesting. Wait a moment! Qinxiu stopped the succubus who was about to leave. At this moment, the succubus led her men to the bottom of the node, and she heard Qinxiu calling her. For a moment, the succubus seemed to hear the whispers of death. She was a little panicked. She wondered if Qinxiu was going to regret it, and wanted to get rid of them. For a moment, the succubus was wondering whether she should find an opportunity to rush directly into the node. But she quickly gave up this idea because she knew that Chinchio possessed the power of the law of time, and he could stop time. Even if one is only a few dozen meters away from the node, it only takes less than a second to rush in. However, considering the ability to pause time, 1 second is already a lot of time. What's more, the succubus knew that even if she rushed in, Chinchio would be able to rush in through the node, and she would still not be able to escape then. Thinking of this, the succubus pretended to be calm and turned around. Mr. Chinchio, I wonder what you want. As one of the 36 generals, when has the succubus ever been so polite? But he couldn't stand in front of her. He was the strongest fighter in the world. Even their Lord Demon King was no match for this guy. How could she dare not respect him? When I thought about how I had previously guessed that this person had lost his ability to fight, the succubus couldn't help but want to slap herself twice. After all, this idea was too stupid. Fortunately, the mad demon came over and blocked the lightning for him. Nothing, I want to join the demon clan, Chinchio said slowly. After hearing these words, all the demons present, including the succubus, had expressions of shock on their faces. Chief, this guy is kidding us. The six-armed demon looked at the succubus. At this moment, the succubus also felt that Chinchio was joking with her. Mr. Chinchio, don't be ridiculous. You are the patron saint of mankind. How could you possibly join the demon tribe? The succubus forced a smile on her face and said this, but her smile now looked uglier than crying. Really? Are you sure I am still the patron saint of the human race in my current state? Chinchio opened his hands and looked at the succubus with a slight smile on his face. Hearing this, the succubus looked at everything below and realized that what Chinchio did was indeed too strange. Although the people of Infinite City were killed by the demons, strictly speaking, it should be considered that they were killed by Chinchio, because it was Chinchio who instructed them to kill. Will the human race's patron saint signal the demons to massacre all humans in a main city? And after killing, he looked like he was enjoying himself. Obviously, this is impossible and unscientific. Mr. Chinchio, are you really not kidding? The succubus asked again cautiously. It was hard for her to imagine what the scene would be like if this person joined the demon clan. After all, over the past 100 years, at least tens of millions of demons have died at the hands of this man. Even their demon king had been defeated by this human several times. Of course, I'm not kidding. Chinchio put away his smile and said seriously. The succubus looked a little unhappy about this. She really couldn't understand why the patron saint of the human race suddenly stopped being the patron saint of the human race. The most important thing is that as a human, why should he join the demon race? Mr. Chinchio, however, as a human, how can you join the demon race? The succubus mustered up the courage to refuse. She really couldn't imagine what would happen after Chinchio joined the demon clan. Little succubus, you've been talking too much. Let's go. I'll go back to hell with you. A smile appeared on Chinchio's lips, but in just a few moments, he appeared next to the succubus. A powerful pressure burst out from him, giving people a feeling that cannot be refused. The succubus really wanted to say no to this, but feeling the powerful aura of the person next to her, the succubus finally did not have the courage to say no. She was afraid that if she said it out loud, she would die on the spot the next second. As for her subordinates, needless to say, they were all trembling with fear. They also couldn't understand why Chinchio suddenly wanted to join the demon clan. Is this the evil taste of the strongest? They could only guess, and no demon dared to ask. Let's go. Chinchio seemed too lazy to stay any longer, so he reached out and grabbed the succubus's hand, rushed into the node and entered hell. At this moment, the succubus was still a little confused. She was wondering who the demon was. Hell is my home, not yours. Why do you seem more anxious than me? Of course, the succubus only dared to think about it in her heart but didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing this, the six-armed demon and other demons in the back could only accept this reality and return to hell through the nodes. This scene was also recorded by some remaining shooting software. After all, no demon would deliberately destroy all filming software while killing. The people in the 4 main cities were also shocked when they saw that Chinchio actually chose to join the demon clan. After all, Chinchio has been the patron saint of their human race for hundreds of years. However, most people looked shocked but did not feel any regret or pity. Because in their eyes, they now have epic-level strongmen, so they don't have to be afraid of the demons at all, and they no longer need Chinchio. Dragon King City? Interesting, this Chinchio actually chose to degenerate and join the demon clan. I think he can't accept the change in his own strength and status, so he wants to make us regret it by joining the demon clan. But he thought too much, and there was no way we could regret it. We already have several epic-level superpowers, so we don't even need him to destroy the demons. That is to say, for a human sinner like him to join the demon clan, his sin is even more unforgivable. Next time we encounter him, we will just treat him as an ordinary demon and hunt him down. That's right, originally he only needed to accept the trial and save his life. Now that he has chosen to join the demon clan, he is courting his own death. Chapter 24, Devil's Castle. The high-ranking generals and people with special abilities were quite excited about Chinchio joining the demon clan. In their eyes, Chinchio was seeking his own death. Chinchio, you actually chose to join the demon clan. It just so happens that I will kill you and let you know who is the strongest fighter of the human race. A confident smile appeared on Long Tion's lips. At this time, in the 4 main cities, whether they were ordinary humans, people with special abilities, or high-ranking generals, no one felt sorry about Chinchio joining the demon clan. Most of them thought that Chinchio was courting his own destruction and seeking death. There are even some powerful psychics who want to kill Chinchio, proving that the era of Chinchio has passed and that they are now the most powerful psychics in the world. The other side. In Hell. Above Hell is a dark sea of blood, and the surrounding area is filled with a terrible atmosphere of purgatory. But it was not as dirty as I imagined. After Chinchio walked into Hell, he looked around, full of curiosity. After all, the person who came here before was the original owner of this body, not him. For other people, Hell is a real purgatory. After all, most of the demons here are diamond level, and some of the stronger ones are even epic level. Among the 36 generals, the most powerful demon is even at the legendary level. However, for Chinchio, the strongest person at the peak of the mythical level, any epic demon is nothing but an ant in his eyes. As for the legendary demons, they are just stronger ants. Your hell is quite clean. It's not as dirty and filthy as I imagined. Chinchio looked at the succubus with a smile on his face and said. Hearing this, the succubus didn't know what to respond for a moment. She thought to herself, this isn't your first time in hell, why do you act like it's your first time here? Of course, the succubus didn't dare to say this out loud. Mr. Chinchio, you are joking. Hell is still nothing compared to where you live, the succubus said politely. The demons behind saw this scene and were surprised. They had never seen their leader like this before. Of course, when they thought about it, this person's terrifying strength was normal. After all, this person's power is obvious to all. Even their supreme demon king is no match for him. Mr. Chinchio, you really want to join our demon clan? I'm not kidding, the succubus asked slowly. Her body was shaking involuntarily. It was clear that Chinchio did not emit any breath, but he was just by her side. The succubus felt an incomparable pressure. That's natural. I'm not a jokester. Chinchio still looked at the succubus with a smile on his face. But in the eyes of the succubus, this smile is almost the smile of the god of death. Then I may need to ask the demon king for advice. I cannot decide on this matter. Succubus, although it is not clear what this one is thinking. But now this person has come in and is right next to me, so I should go and ask the demon king for instructions. Sure, I'll go with you. Good. Hearing this, the succubus thought that this person would not enter hell with the intention of destroying the demon king and completely exterminating their hell demon clan. Although the succubus felt that it was possible, she did not dare to refuse Chinchio. She was afraid that if she refused, her head and body would be separated in the next second. Moreover, in hell, this person is very likely to be pursuing the original breath and find the place where he stores the original power. By that time, the original power will be destroyed, and you won't even be able to resurrect. Thinking of this, the succubus had no choice but to take Chinchio with her to the demon king's city. Along the way, the succubus was very nervous and didn't dare to say a word. All the subordinates behind her were sent away by her. After all, If Qinxiu really wanted to take action, her subordinates would at best be cannon fodder and wouldn't be of any help at all, and might even affect her escape. Why haven't you spoken? By the way, I only know that your race is called succubus. Do you have a name? And you don't have to be so scared. Am I that scary? Qinxiu asked the succubus beside him. He wondered why the succubus looked so scared. Was he really that scary? Mr. Qin, my name is Lisa. The succubus replied quickly, but she was thinking in her heart, how could this person have the nerve to say such a thing? Didn't he know that the way he enjoyed the feast of killing just now was more devilish than them? If he wasn't scary, then no one in this world would be scary. Lisa is a nice name. By the way, do you have any vacant positions in the demon clan now? If I join with my ability, what position will I get? Qinxiu asked curiously. Well, what position? I don't know. The Demon King will decide when the time comes. Lisa thought for a moment before answering. She thought to herself, with your strength, you can hold any position. With your strength, you can even be the Demon King. In the midst of Qinxiu's casual chat and the succubus's nervous answers, the man and the demon quickly approached the Demon King's castle. Along the way, most demons didn't dare to approach the succubus because of the powerful aura it emanated from her. Looking ahead, the Demon King's castle is several hundred meters high and looks like a castle. The succubus couldn't help but think that she was finally going to be liberated, but the next second, her expression turned a little embarrassed. She was thinking, if Qinxiu really wanted to destroy the Demon King's city, then since she brought Qinxiu here, wouldn't she be a sinner of the demon clan? I don't think so. The succubus could only comfort herself in her heart at this moment. At this moment, a man and a demon have arrived in front of the Demon King's city. The demons patrolling around the Demon King's castle immediately looked respectful when they saw the succubus coming. Hello, succubus leader! The patrolling demons immediately greeted him respectfully. This is the Demon King's castle. It's quite spectacular. Qinxiu looked at the Demon King's castle, which looked like a huge castle, and thought that this Demon King really knew how to enjoy himself. Mr. Qin, you are complimented. The succubus still replied politely, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Many patrolling demons were shocked when they saw this scene. They had never seen the succubus like this before. You know, the succubus is one of the 36 generals. Although her strength is not the strongest, she has a high status in the demon clan. These demons have never seen any demon that could gain such respect from the succubus. Especially this demon. Why does he look like a human? This makes everyone feel even more confused, wondering who this demon is? Although the demons knew that many of them could transform into human form. But generally in hell they will transform back into the appearance of demons to avoid being misunderstood by others. Chapter 25 Demon King. It would be bad if he was accidentally injured by other demons. Generally speaking, those who dare to transform into human form in hell have great confidence in their own abilities. That's right, these patrolling demons did not recognize Qinxiu. In their eyes, Qinxiu was just a demon, but he had transformed into a human. Although Qinxiu had been to hell more than once, those who fought with him were basically the strong men from hell. These weak demons had never seen him, and it was impossible for them to even watch the fight between him and the powerful demons. You have to know that for a battle of that level, the aftermath of the battle alone is not something that a weak demon can withstand. Mr. Qin, let's go in. Lisa felt that the pressure of staying with Qinxiu was too great. She just wanted to bring Qinxiu to the Demon King as soon as possible so that she could leave. Qinxiu nodded. He was very curious. Why did the power of destiny guide him to join the demon clan? Why did his chance to break through the eternal realm fall into the hands of the demon clan? However, Qinxiu couldn't figure this out now and could only move forward step by step. After all, he is invincible now, and he has to find a target for himself after becoming invincible, otherwise it would be too boring. The goal Qinxiu set for himself was to break through to the realm of eternity and possess endless life. Wait until they enter the Demon King's castle. The captain of these dozens of patrolling demons seemed to have remembered something. I remember this person, who is it? This burly demon couldn't help but tremble all over after remembering Qinxiu's identity. Captain, who is that? Do you recognize the identity of this demon? Who is this demon? Why do I feel like the succubus is being very polite to him, and even seems a little afraid of him? The team members under this burly demon asked curiously. He is the strongest of the human race with mythical combat power, the Chen Xiu who single-handedly broke through our hell a few months ago. The burly demon uttered the name with some trembling. The other demons were also shocked when they heard the name, although most of them didn't know what Chen Xiu looked like. However, they knew how powerful Chen Xiu was. He could break through hell by himself, and even their demon king could not be his match. At this time, the burly demon seemed to remember something. Oh no! Chen Xiu has already entered the demon king's castle. We must notify the demon king immediately. After hearing these words, many demons finally reacted. The burly demon didn't dare to hesitate and quickly used the communication device. Originally, this communication device was an invention of the human world. However, the demons in hell also copied this device and used it widely in hell. In a huge room, Samuel, wearing a red dress, with long black hair and extremely cold eyes, was sitting on the throne like an iceberg goddess. If it weren't for the boundless aura of purgatory emanating from him, there would definitely be countless admirers falling for him. There was a table underneath, and around it sat his 4 great generals. These 4 generals are extremely powerful, and their strength has reached the legendary level. Tell me, how can we completely invade the human world? Samuel raised his head and looked at the 4 generals below. In response to this, the 4 great generals remained silent. They had no other options. After all, any conspiracy or trickery would be useless in the face of absolute strength. After several seconds, the whole room was still eerily quiet. Master Demon, I think the rest of the human race is fine, although our observations show that some epic superpowers have emerged among them. However, epic-level psychics are not powerful enough for us. The most terrifying one is the human patron saint named Chen Xiu. He possesses a combat power at the peak of the mythical level. Even if all the demons in hell were added together, they would most likely not be his match. So if we want to completely invade the human world, we have to eliminate this person, but we can't defeat him. However, perhaps we can waste time with him. Even a mythical psychic can only live for 1,000 years. The lifespan of us demons is dozens of times longer than that of humans, so we can definitely outlast him. The Ice Demon, the only female among the 4 great demons and also the military advisor of the Hell Demon clan, stood up and spoke. She is tall, especially the pair of huge things on her chest, which are particularly spectacular, and about the size of a basketball. Her outfit was also very revealing, with half of the white basketball completely exposed. Yes, that is a plan. Samuel nodded and said she thought that Philomena was worthy of being the military advisor of their demon clan. It's much smarter than the other 3, although it's a bit time-consuming. However, this is probably the best solution at the moment. There was no way that human was too strong. Samuel felt a headache whenever he thought of that human. She could never imagine why such a strong human suddenly appeared. And it appeared without any warning. At the beginning, this human was struggling to survive under the hands of the demons. But not long after, he broke through to the legendary level, and not long after that, he broke through to the mythical level. By now he has reached the peak of the mythical level. In the last battle, Samuel borrowed the power of the other 6 demon kings to reach the mythical level and fight against them. But still lost. If Philomena had not sent a large number of demons to destroy the 5 major cities of mankind and forced Chen Xiu to go back, their Hell Demon clan might have been destroyed in that battle. Philomena, this is one way. Think about it again. Do you have any better plans? Samuel thought for a moment, then looked at the 3 generals below, and continued. In response to this, the 3 generals remained silent. It would be fine to let them fight, but if they had to do it, it would be better to kill them. Just as the demons fell silent. Ding-ling, ding-ling! The black phone placed in front of the table rang. Hearing the phone ringing, Samuel motioned for Philomena to answer it. What is it? I'm Philomena. Philomena said after picking up the phone. Lady Philomena, it's bad. Chen Xiu has invaded the Demon King's castle, and Lady Succubus seems to be held hostage by him. The burly demon's voice sounded on the other end of the line. What did you say? Philomena was shocked when she heard the news. Lady Philomena, Please quickly report to the Demon King that Chinchio has entered the Demon King's castle. The burly demon said anxiously. The other three generals, including Samuel, also noticed Philomena's serious expression, and they were wondering what had happened. Chapter 26: The Bad-Tempered Demon King. My Lord Demon King, this is bad. According to the information from the patrolling soldiers ahead, Chinchio has already entered the Demon King's castle. Philomena said to Samuel with a serious look. Philomena, what are you talking about? This is not a joke. The most burly general among the four generals immediately stood up excitedly. He is the demon of war among the four great generals. Is the news accurate? Samuel also looked extremely solemn. Did she know what it meant for Chinchio to enter the Demon King's castle? She couldn't help but think in her heart, could it be that Chinchio wanted to completely destroy their Hell Demon clan this time? In this case, I have to prepare early. No matter what, I can't just watch the demons of hell being destroyed. You four, follow me to the last room, Samuel said to the four great generals. At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open. A tall man with long white hair and delicate features appeared in front of everyone, followed by a female demon with wings. Hey, where are you going? Chinchio looked at the four great generals and the Demon King and greeted them, acting as if they were old friends whom he hadn't seen for a long time. As for the Demon King, he was extremely angry when he saw Chinchio, and the same went for the four generals. Frost Dragon! The wilds of the Beast King! War tramples! Death and destruction! In an instant, the four great generals launched their strongest attacks at the same time. In an instant, an ice dragon over 10 meters long appeared, with the power to freeze everything. Although this ice dragon does not look big, it is because the ice which has concentrated her power to the extreme. After all, they are now in the Demon King's castle. If a giant ice dragon of several hundred meters long is summoned at once, the Demon King's castle will be destroyed directly. Of course, this ice dragon of more than 10 meters in length with extreme energy is more terrifying than the ice dragon of several hundred meters in length. As the more than 10-meter long ice dragon rushed towards Chinchio, at the same time, 3 other attacks also swept towards him. A ferocious beast appeared, containing extremely terrifying power. A chariot appeared carrying the power to destroy everything. The last attack, a slash filled with the breath of death, also appeared. Facing these 4 unparalleled attacks, Lisa felt that death was beckoning to her. She felt that she would die from these 4 attacks in the next moment. For a moment, Lisa felt so unlucky. She wondered why she had to leave the node and why she had to run into this devil, Chinchio. As for Chinchio, facing the 4 attacks, the corners of his mouth were still filled with smiles. Time stop! Words follow the law. In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth and the power of time filled the surroundings, and the entire huge room turned completely gray. The 4 extremely powerful attacks were stuck in front of Chinchio, unable to move at all. Disappear! Chinchio pointed his finger forward, and in an instant, the 4 attacks disappeared in the long river of time, as if they had never appeared. Seeing this scene, Lisa in the back was shocked. She finally understood why Chinchio was called an invincible existence. This kind of power, which is like the power of heaven and earth, is truly terrifying. With just a slight movement of his finger, the combined strongest attack of the 4 legendary demons was destroyed. The 4 generals in front also had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. They knew that Chinchio was powerful, but their strongest attack was blocked just like that. They still couldn't understand how it was possible for a human to be so strong. Can they, the Hell Demon clan, really resist this guy's invasion? Samuel was not surprised to see that the attacks of his 4 generals were blocked. The next second, her body disappeared from the spot. A blood-red sword appeared in his hand, emitting purple light. Obviously, this is a mythical weapon. In an instant, endless power of hell erupted from Samuel's body. In hell, her power was extremely sublimated and was infinitely close to the mythical level. The entire Demon King's castle was shaking. The demons in the Demon King's castle all felt this boundless aura. They knew very well that it was only when their Lord Demon King exerted his full strength that he could unleash such powerful force. They were wondering what on earth was going on. Why did the Demon King burst out with all his strength? In the huge room, Samuel, whose strength had been sublimated to the extreme, disappeared from the spot in an instant, holding a blood-red sword and slashing directly at Chinchio. Wait a moment! Chinchio wanted to stop Samuel. After all, he came to join the demon clan, not to fight. But how could Samuel be stopped so easily by him? Seeing this situation, Chinchio had no choice but to unleash the power of time again. In an instant, a green circular time barrier appeared. Both Chinchio and the succubus were wrapped in it. Bang bang! The Demon King used all his strength to strike hard on the time barrier. Unfortunately, apart from a loud noise, the time barrier did not show any signs of breaking. Looking at this scene, Samuel was extremely angry. She kept mobilizing the power of hell in her body, bombarding the time barrier continuously. Bang bang bang! The sound of collision continued, but unfortunately the time barrier still showed no signs of breaking. Lisa, who was watching all this behind Chinchio, was shocked. Although she knew the Demon King, there was a high probability that she was no match for Chinchio. But she could never have imagined that even though the Demon King tried his best, he couldn't even break through Chinchio's defense. As for the four great generals, their expressions were also extremely ugly. Philomena was even thinking about countermeasures, wondering how to deal with this crisis. Hoo! As for Samuel in front, he was breathing heavily. Each strike was a full-strength swing of the sword, which consumed a large amount of her physical strength. However, it was obvious that Samuel would not give up just like that, and she was about to swing her sword again. Wait a minute, I'm here to join the demon clan. Chinchio quickly stopped Samuel. Hearing these words, the four generals, including Samuel, were shocked. Because a few months ago, Chinchio almost killed his way through the entire hell. Now he actually comes to tell them that he wants to join the demon clan. How could they not be surprised? Chinchio, are you treating us like fools? In particular, Samuel felt that Chinchio was humiliating him. The next second, Samuel waved the demon sword in his hand again. The sound of collision continued to sound again. Seeing this scene, Chinchio was helpless. He could only continue to say, I really came to join the demon clan. Although Chinchio said it again, it was obvious that Samuel didn't believe it at all and continued to attack. In response to this, Chinchio shook his head and sighed. He knew that what he said was really hard to believe. Now we may really have to wait until the Demon King is tired of chopping. Chapter 27: The Tired Demon King. Time is passing quickly. Just like that, after Samuel chopped with all her strength for more than 10 minutes without stopping, the power of purgatory in her body was finally exhausted. The demon's sword was stuck in the ground. Hoo! Samuel continued to breathe heavily. Lisa, who was watching all this from behind, had an indescribable look of shock on her face. She had never seen the Demon King like this before. Lisa is now wondering how strong the person in front of her is and how powerful he is. The Demon King used all his strength and even mobilized mythical weapons, slashing for more than 10 minutes, but he was unable to destroy this man's protective barrier. It's so horrible, so horrible. And Chinchio, who was inside the time barrier, yawned. Is the fight finally over? He said slowly without any sarcasm. However, in Samuel's eyes, this sentence was the ultimate mockery. Looking at Chinchio like this, Samuel was extremely angry. Wait a moment! Seeing that Samuel was about to take action, Chinchio took the initiative to remove the time barrier. Seeing this scene, Samuel was a little confused, but her eyes were still full of anger. Samuel, I really came to join your demon clan. I am sincere. If you don't believe me, ask her. She is my introducer. Chinchio said with a smile, then pointed at Lisa behind him. Lisa was confused by this. She wondered when she became Chinchio's introducer? Samuel and 4 other generals, upon hearing what Chinchio said, all turned their eyes to Lisa. Although Lisa is an epic-level demon, she is still a little panicked when being stared at by 5 legendary demons like this, she thought to herself. Chinchio had caused her so much trouble that she could only force herself to stay calm. Master Demon King, he does want to join our demon clan, but I am not his introducer, and he has nothing to do with me. Lisa waved her hands, trying to distance herself from Chinchio. Hey, why are you like this? Wasn't this agreed upon? Seeing this scene, Chinchio hurriedly said. Hearing Chinchio say this, Samuel and the others turned their eyes to Lisa again. Looking at the Demon King and the four generals staring at him. Even if Lisa didn't have the ability to read minds at this moment, it would not be difficult for her to guess that the Demon King had already regarded her as someone who was in cahoots with Chinchio. Thinking of this, Lisa felt like 1,000 horses were running through her heart. If she could beat Chinchio, she would really want to pull Chinchio out and beat him up. At this time, Samuel also calmed down a little. Of course, it wasn't because she wasn't angry, but because she knew that she really couldn't beat Chinchio. What is your purpose? Samuel looked at Chinchio with a cold expression. Dear Demon King, I really don't have any purpose. My only dream and ambition in this life is to join the Demon Clan. Please, Your Majesty, give me this opportunity. I want to shine in the Demon Clan, and I want to devote the rest of my life to the Demon Clan. Chinchio spoke passionately, and he felt that his speech would definitely move the Demon King to tears. However, the devil still had a gloomy face at this moment, and did not look moved at all. Seeing this scene, Chinchio thought to himself, was it that what he said was not good enough? That's not right. I spoke so well. If the full score is 100, I would definitely give myself 100 points. No matter what your purpose is, I will never let you join the Demon Clan. Absolutely not. Samuel looked at Chinchio fiercely. She felt that Chinchio treated her as a fool. As the patron saint of the human race, how could Chinchio join the demon race? In Samuel's eyes, Chinchio must be trying to destroy the origin of the entire hell. In order to destroy the entire demon race. Your Excellency the Demon King, please believe me. My sincerity is evident to all. Please allow me to join the Demon Clan. Although he was rejected, Chinchio still had no intention of giving up. However, Samuel remained indifferent. I told you, it's impossible. Your Excellency the Demon King, I will talk to you nicely now. If you disagree, I will talk to you later. Chinchio's expression turned cold, and there was a hint of threat in his tone. Are you threatening me? What do you want to do if I say no? The power of hell burst out from Samuel's body again, and a red light suddenly appeared. Even though she knew she couldn't beat Chinchio, as a demon king she had her own dignity, and she couldn't be threatened even if she couldn't beat him. What do I want? Then I will stay in the Demon King's castle and not leave. Having said that, Chinchio sat directly on the table, looking like he was playing tricks. Philomena's 5 demons, including Samuel, were a little confused when they saw this scene. They wondered if they were dreaming, or if they were mistaken. The person in front of them was not the strongest person of the human race. How could this powerful person with the peak combat power of a myth behave like a child? At this moment, Samuel was speechless. She wondered how this guy, as a legendary fighter, could do such a shameless thing. Then you should stay in the Demon King's castle. I won't let you join the Demon Clan anyway, Samuel said with a proud look on his face. Then, in order to avoid seeing or being annoyed, she chose to walk out of the room. However, Chinchio didn't care at all and he still sat at the table. In this regard, Philomena, the think tank among the demons, felt that this matter was too strange. She walked towards Lisa, and when she saw Philomena walking towards her, Lisa panicked and even looked scared. Because Lisa was afraid that Philomena and the others really thought she was in cahoots with Chinchio. Then I really don't know how to explain myself. Lady Philomena, what is it? Lisa asked with a little respect. After all, Philomena was her superior. Lisa, come with me to the other room for a moment. I have something to ask you, Philomena said to Lisa. Hearing this, Lisa couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that as long as he didn't think of herself as being in the same group as Chinchio, that was enough. Then Lisa followed Philomena out of the room. Now, only Chinchio and 3 other generals are left in this room. Chinchio smiled and looked at the other 3 generals. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chinchio. We will be colleagues from now on. What are your names? Hearing this, the other 3 generals were speechless, thinking that they had been fighting with him for hundreds of years. How could Chinchio not even remember his own and others' names? Among the 3 generals, the demon of war and the demon of death ignored Chinchio's meaning and prepared to leave the room. Although they really wanted to drive Chinchio away, there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't defeat Chinchio, nor could they drive him away, so they had no choice but to leave on their own. Among the three generals, only the Beast General did not leave. Chapter 28, Ice Demon, Wandering. Little girl, let's discuss something. What fun things are there in your Demon King's castle? Take me there to play. Chinchio looked at this demon who looked like a lowly girl with animal ears and said with a smile, "Are we on the side of the Demon King's castle?" The beast demon Mayanta fell into deep thought. Leave. At this time, the demon of war suddenly came back and pulled Mayanta away. Seeing this scene, Chinchio felt helpless, and soon, he was the only one left in the room. He sat at the table, extremely bored. Chinchio was thinking about what to do next. According to the fate shown by the Avenue of Destiny, as long as he joined the demon clan, he would be able to break through to the Eternal Realm in the future. Forget it, don't think too much, just go shopping. Chinchio muttered to himself, and walked towards the door. Of course, he couldn't sit at the table all the time. At the same time, in a room, Philomena and Lisa were both sitting on a chair with a table between them. Lisa, can you tell me what happened? Why did you enter the Demon King's castle with Chinchio, and why did Chinchio want to join our demon clan? Philomena looked at Lisa and said, Lady Philomena, the node of Infinite City suddenly opened before, and I led my men to Infinite City. We easily defeated all humans except Chinchio. At that time, Chinchio did not help humans at all, and even forced me to kill humans in the end. As for why he wants to join the demon clan, I don't know that either. Lisa briefly told Philomena what had happened. After hearing this information, Philomena couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She wondered in her heart, what kind of conflict should Chinchio have with the human race? Therefore, this did not help the human race, but forced Lisa to kill the human race. If Chinchio really had a conflict with the human race, then their Hell clan would be able to truly rule the world. Thinking of this, Philomena couldn't help but feel a little excited, because at least for now, no matter what the reason was for Chinchio to join the demon clan, at least he would not help humans. In this way, there will be no one on the human side who can stop the Hell demons. You go down first, Philomena said to Lisa. Okay, Lady Philomena. By the way, Lady Philomena, I'm really not the one who introduced Chinchio. Before leaving, Lisa explained that she was really afraid that she would be thought to be in cahoots with Chinchio. Yes, I know. Philomena gave Lisa a casual reply. She was thinking whether she should contact Chinchio to find out his true thoughts, and why he wanted to join the demon clan. At this moment, Lisa heard Philomena say that she knew it clearly. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then walked out of the room happily. But as soon as she walked out of the room, her face immediately fell. Because Lisa met someone she didn't want to see, Chenjing was walking in the Demon King's castle in boredom. Just now, he wanted to say hello to the demons in the Demon King's castle and ask what was interesting to see inside the Demon King's castle. As a result, the demons inside saw him as if they saw the god of plague and quickly hid away. I wish I had 2 more legs. Chinchio was speechless. Was he that scary? If those demons knew what Chinchio was thinking, they would definitely speak it out. It is that scary. They could still vaguely remember Chinchio's heroic feat of killing his way through the entire hell alone. They also knew that even the Demon King couldn't do anything to him, let alone these little demons like them. No one told him the way, so Chinchio could only wander around aimlessly. Seeing Chinchio approaching her, Lisa hurriedly wanted to walk away quickly and pretend that she didn't know him. Lisa, my introducer, great to meet you again. Chinchio walked forward quickly. When Lisa heard the plague god calling her, her face fell. She knew she couldn't escape. Lisa could only turn around and force a smile. Mr. Chinchio, what a coincidence, you haven't left the Demon King's castle yet? Then I definitely won't leave. I want to join the demon clan. Hey, I'm so serious, why doesn't anyone believe me? Chinchio shook his head, expressing helplessness. Seeing Chinchio like this, people who don't know him would think he is very aggrieved. However, when Lisa thought of this man who had killed his way through the entire hell, he was like a demon. Don't you know why no one believes you? Lisa couldn't help but ask. I don't know, was it because I wasn't sincere enough? But I think I am sincere. I think I am a sincere person. Chinchio said seriously. Hearing this, Lisa felt speechless. She wondered in her heart where this person got the confidence to say that he was sincere. There are also people who don't believe that you will join the demon clan. Do you really not know the reason? You are the enemy of the entire demon clan, and the former patron saint and killer of the human race. If you say you want to join the demon clan now, who would believe you? Of course, Lisa only dared to think about it in her heart, and didn't dare to say it out loud. At this time, Philomena just came out. Hello, Mr. Chin. Philomena greeted Chinchio warmly. Hello, you are, let me think about it. Chinchio really didn't remember the names of others except Samo, perhaps because his previous incarnation only remembered the names of the strong. In the eyes of his predecessor, among the entire demon clan, only the demon king could be considered a strong one. My name is Philomena. I am one of the 4 great generals of the demon race, the Ice Demon. Philomena wasn't angry and introduced herself. Oh, Philomena, I remember now. I was about to say it when you said it first. Chinchio had a calm face and spoke seriously. He felt no pressure at all when it came to telling lies. Hearing what Chinchio said, Philomena, who was always calm, couldn't help but twitch her lips. She thought about the former patron saint of the human race, who was telling lies without any shame at all. I wonder if Mr. Chun really wants to join our demon clan? Philomena asked slowly. Of course it's true. Am I not sincere enough? Chinchio looked very sure. Hearing this, Philomena and Lisa's faces were filled with black lines, and they were complaining in their hearts. Is it sincerity to just barge into the Demon King's castle in a swagger? Then, Mr. Chin, although this is not your first time in hell, this should be the first time you have time to stop. Why don't I take you for a tour? After Philomena calmed down, she smiled and said. Chapter 29: The Surprise of Many Demons. That's great. The others all seemed to be scared of me and no one wanted to lead the way. Oh, it really is, I am such a good person. When Chinchio heard that Philomena was going to lead the way for him, he couldn't help but smile. When Philomena and Lisa heard Chinchio say that he was a good person, they were both stunned at the same time. However, Philomena quickly adjusted herself. Then Mr. Chin, come with me. I'll take you to visit the Demon King's castle. Okay. Chinchio agreed very readily, and she was not afraid of any conspiracy from Philomena. After all, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is a joke. Lisa, who was behind, saw Chinchio following Philomena and couldn't help but feel relieved. She was afraid that if she continued to follow Chinchio, she would really be misunderstood as being in cahoots with Chinchio. The second floor of the Demon King's castle. Philomena led Chinchio down the mountain. Mr. Chin, there may not be much to see in the Devil's Castle. Why don't I take you to visit our hell? Philomena turned around and said to Chinchio. Of course. Chinchio agreed. Then, within a few minutes, the man and the demon left the Demon King's castle and came outside the Demon King's castle. The demons patrolling at the door naturally knew Chinchio's identity. They watched Philomena follow Chinchio away, and they couldn't help but worry about Philomena. Do you think Lady Philomena will be in any danger if she follows Chinchio out? That shouldn't be the case. Lady Philomena is the smartest among our demons. She definitely has the means to deal with the crisis. That's right. Lady Philomena must have deliberately lured Chinchio out of the Demon King's castle. She set up some trap outside and waited for Chinchio to step into it. Yes, with Lady Philomena's intelligence and wisdom, she will definitely be able to deal with Chinchio. These patrolling demons all thought that Philomena must have designed some trap and was waiting for Chinchio. As they speculated, Chinchio and Philomena were getting further and further away from the Demon King's castle. Mr. Chin, can I ask why you want to join the Demon Clan? Philomena asked Chinchio curiously. This was the question that concerned her most. She really wanted to know why this guardian god who had protected the human race for hundreds of years would break with the human race. Why do you want to join the Demon Clan? It's for fun, of course. Chinchio put his hands behind his head and answered with a carefree look on his face. Hearing this answer, Philomena was obviously stunned. When she came to her senses, she realized that Chinchio was not telling the truth, but since Chinchio didn't want to say it, she had no way to ask. By the way, Philomena, How do you think I can join the demon tribe? Your demon lord seems reluctant to accept me. Chinchio took the initiative to ask Philomena. This? If Mr. Chen really wants to join our demon clan, I can go and talk to him for you. Philomena said with a smile on her face. That's great, Philomena, you are such a good demon. Chinchio was in a good mood when he heard that Philomena wanted to help him join the demon clan. Afterwards, Philomena took Chinchio to appreciate the scenery in their area. Naturally, there were countless demons along the way who saw this scene. Most of these demons did not recognize Chinchio, but they were able to recognize Philomena. After all, he was one of the 4 great generals, and his status was only second to the demon king. Look, I saw it right. Philomena is hanging out with a male demon. The most important thing is that she seems to be a little afraid of the male devil. A small demon yelled. That's impossible, you must have seen it wrong. Philomena is one of the 4 great generals, and her status is only second to the demon king. Who in hell is there for her to fear? His companion beside him looked incredulous. How is it impossible? Look! The demon who spoke at the beginning then shouted. His companions beside him couldn't help but turn around and look over. When they looked over, their expressions also showed surprise. Because they did see that Philomena was strolling around with a male demon, and she was very humble. That's right, they thought in their hearts that Chinchio was a devil. After all, in their eyes, it was basically impossible for humans to appear in hell. Oh my God, who is this devil? Why would Lady Philomena lower herself to such a low level? Yes, this is so incredible that I even doubt if I am dreaming. For a moment, many demons were shocked. But at this moment, Philomena didn't care about what these demons thought. She was thinking about what to do next. After all, Chinchio's strength was too powerful, at the peak of the mythical level. The world's top combat power, if not handled properly, could really bring about a catastrophic disaster for the demon race. However, if Chinchio really joins their demon clan will reach its true peak. However, Philomena was still a little confused. As a human being, even if Chinchio didn't want to be the patron saint of the human race anymore, why did he want to join the demon race? Lost in thought, Philomena stayed where she was for a moment. Philomena, why don't you leave? Chinchio turned around and asked with some confusion. Hearing Chinchio's voice, Philomena immediately came back to her senses. No, Mr. Chen, why don't we go back first? I'll arrange a room for you first, and then I'll go there in person to help you find what the Demon King said. That's best then, Chinchio replied with a smile. Afterwards, the man and the demon walked towards the Demon King's castle. At their speed, it didn't take long. Philomena and Chinchio returned to the Demon King's castle. When the patrolling demons saw Chinchio reappear, their expressions were filled with tension. They wondered if Lady Philomena's plan had failed. Otherwise, how could Chinchio come back? But Lady Philomena failed. Why didn't she have any injuries? Or maybe Philomena gave up the plan for the time being. For a moment, under the suspicion of many patrolling demons, Chinchio and Philomena walked into the Demon King's castle. After entering the Demon King's castle, Philomena took Chinchio to the 3rd floor. She pushed open a door and a huge room appeared. It was filled with various furniture and a big bed. It was obvious that the style was also learned from the human world. Mr. Chen, this is your room. You can rest here first. I will go to the Demon King to discuss letting you join the Demon Clan. By the way, my room is the last one on the 3rd floor, Mr. Chen. If you have any questions, you can come to me, Philomena said with a smile. Okay, then you go first, Chinchio responded. Chapter 30 Successfully joined the demon tribe. Hearing Chinchio asking her to go first, Philomena slowly closed the door. Call. After closing the door, Philomena couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she remained calm and composed along the way. However, Philomena was still panicked. After all, this man was at the top of the world in terms of combat power. And strictly speaking, Chinchio now has no weaknesses. In the past, Chinchio could use humans to threaten him, but now Chinchio doesn't care about the life and death of humans at all. In this case, this person is even more terrifying. After calming down, Philomena headed towards the 5th floor. She was going to the 5th floor to discuss this matter with the Demon Lord. It will take a while. Philomena came to the 5th floor. Master Demon! Philomena saw Samuel sitting on the throne and half knelt down. Get up! I heard that you successfully lured that guy Chinchio out. How was it? Samuel learned from the patrolling soldiers that Chinchio had been let out by Philomena. This made Samuel very happy. He thought that Philomena was indeed the smartest person in their demon clan. She was able to trick Chinchio out of this trouble. Master Demon, I'm just taking Chinchio for a stroll. I have now placed him in a room, and I have also instructed my men to take good care of him and not to neglect him. Philomena stood up and said. Hearing this, Samuel's face turned ugly and he looked a little angry. What do you think, Philomena? Forcing himself to calm down, Samuel knew that Philomena must have her reasons for doing this. Furthermore, the person doing this was Chinchio, so it might be due to some very special reason. Master Demon King, after you left I had a chat with you, so I judged that Chinchio really wanted to join the demon clan. Philomena told him everything she knew, including her own analysis. After hearing what Philomena said, Samuel fell into deep thought. Master Demon King, I think that we can let Chinchio join our demon clan, he should not be joking. Although I don't know why he wants to join our demon clan, joining the demon clan should not be some conspiracy of his. With the strength of this peak mythical being, there is no need for him to resort to any schemes or tricks. The current power of our demon clan cannot stop a strong man with the combat power of the peak mythical being. Moreover, I think letting Chinchio join our demon clan is the best choice. With the help of this powerful person, if we fight against the angels again in the future, we will definitely be able to win. Philomena continued. After hearing this, Samuel was also shaken. She knew that what Philomena said was right. If the current situation allows, it would be best for them if Chinchio could join the demon clan. You know, if Chinchio is not counted as the most powerful enemy of the demon clan, the human race is not even an enemy in their eyes. The real enemy is the angels. In that great war 1,000 years ago, both sides suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, among the 7 demon kings, only Samuel would not be awake now. If Chinchio is really allowed to join the demon clan, what kind of position do you think he should be assigned? Samuel asked Philomena. Hearing this, Philomena knew that her demon king agreed, and she immediately said, Master Demon King, no position is suitable for him. We just need to let him join the demon clan. This way, no one will stop us from invading the human race. Okay, I'll do as you say. Samuel agreed, although she was still very confused in her heart. Why did Chinchio want to join the demon clan? However, she had no way to dig open Chinchio's head. After all, I can't beat him. The other side. Chinchio in the room was enjoying delicious food and fruits. This was something Philomena deliberately instructed the demons to send over. In order to prevent Chinchio from not getting used to the food, she could also ask the demons to send human delicacies. While eating, Chinchio was thinking about what to do next. He is now only half a step away from breaking through to the eternal realm. To break through to the mythical realm, one needs to comprehend a supreme law. To break through the realm of eternity, one needs to comprehend at least 2 supreme laws. And push these 2 supreme laws to the extreme. Chinchio's 2 supreme laws are now only half a step away from the ultimate. This is also one of the main reasons why he joined the demon clan. Because according to fate, the opportunity to break through his 2 major laws lies among the demons. Of course, there is another big reason, which is just as Chinchio told Philomena, it's just for fun. You know, even if you become the strongest, you still have to find something to do, otherwise it would be too boring. After finishing his meal, Chinchio prepared to go out for a walk. At this time, boom boom boom! There was a knock on the door. Mr. Chen, I'm Philomena, may I come in? Can. Chinchio, who just walked to the door, opened it. Philomena, who was outside the door, was about to push it open. She lost her balance for a moment, and was about to pounce directly at Chinchio. Seeing this situation, Chinchio hurriedly hugged Philomena with both hands, and Philomena was half lying in Chinchio's arms. How is it? Are you okay? Chinchio said with a smile. When Philomena saw herself lying in Chinchio's arms, a hint of shame instantly appeared on her face and she quickly stood up. I'm sorry, Mr. Chin, I didn't mean it. Philomena came back to her senses and said apologetically. It's okay. How's it going? Philomena, did the Demon King agree to let me join the Demon Clan? Chinchio asked the question that concerned him most. If the Demon King still did not agree, he would have to use some special means. Mr. Chin, I came here to tell you this. The Demon King has agreed to your joining the Demon Clan. Furthermore, your status is equal to that of the Demon King. No demon in the entire Demon Clan can restrain you. Philomena said slowly, of course, there is a reason why they gave Chinchio such a high status. Because there was no one in the entire Demon Clan who could restrain him. To restrain a mythical and powerful warrior is no different from seeking death, right? Really? That's great. Although Chinchio was not sure how he could break through to the Eternal Realm after joining the Demon Clan, at least he had taken the first step. Well then, Mr. Chin, I have asked 2 servants to guard outside the door, and you can tell them anything you want. You know where my room is, you can come to me if you have anything to do. If you don't have anything to do, I'll leave first. Philomena said with a smile. Well, okay, take your time. Chinchio looked at Philomena, the demon who helped him join the Demon Clan, and found her much more pleasing to the eye than those humans who regarded him as sinners. Soon, Philomena left the room. Chapter 31 The Proud Demon King. When they got outside the room, Philomena spoke to the 2 female demons who basically looked like humans. From now on, you 2 must serve Chinchio well. If this man is unhappy in any way, your entire clan will no longer have any reason to exist. Do you understand? Understood, Lady Philomena. The 2 demons in maid costumes bowed respectfully. After giving instructions to the 2 maids, Philomena returned to her room. At this moment, Chinchio was also resting in his room. Although he no longer needed to rest after becoming a mythical peak powerhouse. But Chinchio was also bored and had nothing to do, so he thought he might as well take a break. The next day, I woke up at dawn. However, the sunlight did not shine in, because this was hell, and above was an endless river of blood. After getting up, the 2 maids had already prepared breakfast and were half kneeling on the ground with a respectful look on their faces. They were even a little afraid to look directly at Chinchio because they had heard of the legend about Chinchio. In their eyes, Chinchio is no different from a real devil. He was absolutely brutal and tyrannical, possessing incomparably terrifying power. They were afraid that if they were careless and offended him, they would be slaughtered at will. Looking at the frightened expressions of the 2 maids, Chinchio wondered if he was really that scary. Look up! Chinchio said to the 2 maids. This made the 2 maids even more frightened, but they dared not disobey and quickly raised their heads. Tell me, where does your Demon King live? Chinchio asked the 2 maids with a cold expression. Sir, our Demon Lord lives on the 5th floor. At this time, she is usually in the practice field. One of the maids lowered her head and spoke hurriedly, while the other maid was so frightened that she dared not speak. Although Chinchio did not emit any aura, the aura that belonged only to a strong man made the 2 maids nervous and even felt a little breathless. Really? Just smile. I don't think I'm that scary. A smile appeared on Chinchio's lips. When the 2 maids saw this smile, they felt like they were seeing the smile of a devil, and became even more frightened. They didn't dare disobey the order and could only force themselves to smile a smile that was uglier than crying. Seeing the 2 maids like this, Chinchio could only leave the room with embarrassment. He thought to himself that he was quite easy to talk to, so why were they so afraid of him? After walking out of the room, Chinchio didn't think about it anymore. He planned to go to the 5th floor to find the Demon King. After all, this person was now his nominal superior. Along the way, Chinchio just walked towards the 5th floor with a calm expression. When the demons along the way saw him, they all lowered their heads and stayed away from him, not daring to look him in the face. Their inner fear of the strong has reached its peak. In particular, they all knew clearly that Chinchio was the mythical strong man who could kill his way through hell alone, like a devil. Looking at this scene, Chinchio's face was full of helplessness, thinking that this was the loneliness of the strong. It will take a while. Chinchio found the training ground by himself? Of course, the reason he was able to find the training ground so quickly was because he used his ability to use the law of destiny. Apart from himself, Samuel has the strongest destiny in this demon king's castle. Chenxiu was naturally easy to find. Walking into the practice field, which is an independent space, as soon as he walked in, Chenxiu seemed to be in a garden, and in front of him were mountains and rivers. However, the sea of blood above still spoils the view a bit. Chenxiu was wondering what kind of aesthetic sense the demons had. They had to create a sea of blood above such a beautiful scenery. Looking around, Chenxiu soon found Samuel. At this time, Samuel was on a mountain, constantly waving the demon's sword. She is comprehending the power of laws with every move she makes, and Samuel's strength has reached the legendary peak. As long as she comprehends her own laws to the supreme laws, she will be able to break through to the mythical level. Samuel's whole body exuded a murderous aura. It was obvious that she had comprehended the law of killing, and her comprehension of the law of killing had reached 99%. It can be said to be the limit under the myth. As long as Samuel takes half a step and transforms the law of killing into the law of destruction, she will step into the mythical realm. At this time, Samuel also noticed Chenxiu's arrival, but she just glanced at him and ignored him. But there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. It could be said that if Samuel had been unable to beat Chenxiu, he would have taken action long ago. Chenxiu naturally noticed the disgust in Samuel's eyes. "Master Demon, you are really hardworking. You actually started practicing so early. Unlike lazy people like us, we don't like to practice." Chenxiu originally wanted to praise Samuel. However, Samuel turned around and saw Chenxiu, who looked leisurely and contented, lying on a recliner and eating fruit. Combined with what he just said, in Samuel's eyes, this was just a mockery of himself. This doesn't mean that your talent is like that of a loser, and you can't break through to the mythical level even if you train hard every day. And he only needs to lie down and do nothing to reach the pinnacle of legend. When she thought of this, Samuel's face became extremely angry. She tightly grasped the demon's sword in her right hand, and her eyes revealed murderous intent. "Come up and have a fight!" Samuel shouted at Chenxiu with murderous intent. Although she knew that she could not defeat Chenxiu, the dignity of the Demon King could not be insulted. Looking at Samuel's murderous look, Chenxiu was confused, thinking that he had not offended her, and he had not said anything wrong. Do demons also have menopause? Chenxiu really felt that he was very innocent. However, I just happened to wake up in the morning and was bored, and Samuel wanted to play some games, so I practiced with her. "Master Demon King, don't be so angry so early in the morning. It's easy to get angry." Chenxiu walked out of the garden. As he walked out, he felt that there was a strong barrier around the mountain. This way, areas other than the mountain peaks can be protected from destruction during battle. "Stop talking nonsense!" Samuel looked extremely angry. A murderous aura rose into the sky. His whole body was wrapped in blood red, and his blood wings were waving. In an instant, Samuel disappeared with the demon's sword in hand. This sword contained great and terrifying power, and it slashed straight down towards Chenxiu without any intention of showing any mercy. "Wow, Lord Demon, you are serious!" Chenxiu always had a smile on his face, and the next second, the power of the law of time appeared. The entire mountain range lost its color and turned grayish-white, and everything seemed to be silent at this moment. Even Samuel felt that he was affected, and his whole body couldn't help but pause. This also resulted in her sword, which carried killing power, being dodged by Chenxiu, who slightly turned to the right. Chapter 32 Devil's Purgatory. Seeing Chenxiu dodge her attack so easily, Samuel became even more angry. She wanted to swing the demon's sword in her hand quickly, but was affected by the law of time. Her speed was extremely slow, just like a swordsman who was just learning swordsmanship and swinging a sword. Chenxiu easily dodged every powerful sword from Samuel. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, and Samuel continued to wave the demon's sword in his hand. However, Chenxiu always had a smile on his face, looking like he was hesitant. Hoo! Half an hour later, Samuel stood on the hilt of the demon's sword with both hands, and the demon's sword in her hand was inserted into the ground. She was breathing heavily. Can you imagine how severe the physical exertion is? "Master Demon, let me tell you, it's not appropriate to get angry so early in the morning. Why don't you sit down and have a good rest?" Seeing that Samuel looked so tired, Chenxiu really cared about her, and wanted her to sit down and have a good rest. But in Samuel's eyes, this sentence means something completely different. In her eyes, Chinchio seemed to be talking to her. Just give up. Even if you try your best, you can't even touch the corner of my clothes. Ah! Thinking of this, Samuel became extremely angry and burst out with his ultimate strength. The murderous aura turned into a vast ocean. For a moment, the power that Samuel erupted was infinitely close to the mythical level. It seems that he is only one step away from entering the mythical level. This terrifying force also caused the entire Demon King's castle to shake. The demons in the Demon King's castle were all wondering what had happened. Why is their demon lord so furious? Who could make their demon lord so angry? The fifth floor, in a small space. At this moment, Chenxiu looked innocent, thinking that he had asked her to rest, so why did she suddenly get angry? Could it be that the Demon King also really has menopause? While Chenxiu was thinking, Samuel had already drawn his sword and was coming to kill him. At this moment, her power actually seemed to have broken through the constraints of the power of time. Even the power of time couldn't slow her down too much now. Shield of time! Looking at this scene, Chinchio waved his hands forward. In an instant, the green power of time appeared again, turning into rivers of time, and finally into a time barrier. Bang! Samuel's sword, which contained all his strength, hit the time barrier heavily. There was a loud collision sound, but the time barrier did not break as expected. Ah! Samuel saw that she had used all her strength to strike with the sword, but it couldn't even break Chinchio's defense. She became even more angry. The killing aura continued to explode, and she seemed tireless, slashing at the barrier with the demon's sword in her hand like a violent storm. However, no matter what Samuel did, there was no crack in the time barrier. After all, there is a whole realm of difference between the peak of mythology and the peak of legend. Hoo! After more than 10 minutes, Samuel felt that the power of hell in her body was almost exhausted. She was covered in sweat, and her hand holding the demon's sword was shaking. Just at this moment, Lisa, who was about to bring food to Samuel, happened to walk in. As soon as she came in and saw Chinchio and Samuel, who looked exhausted, she was completely stunned. Lisa, take this guy out of here. Samuel felt angry and agreed at this moment. She couldn't understand why she couldn't even break Chinchio's defense even though she had tried her best. And this guy spoke so sarcastically. If Chinchio knew what Samuel was thinking, he would definitely cry out that he was wrong. He clearly had no intention of mocking him, and was simply concerned about him. Master Demon King, I'll be leaving now. You should have a good rest. Don't try so hard next time. It's easy to damage the origin, Chinchio said with a concerned tone. However, in Samuel's eyes, this was the ultimate humiliation. Get out, get out! Samuel roared loudly. Looking at Samuel like this, Chinchio could only walk out angrily. He wondered what he had done wrong and why Samuel was so angry. Soon, Chinchio followed the confused Lisa out of this independent small space. Lisa hadn't come to her senses yet. She had never seen their Demon King so angry when someone provoked him. Lisa, tell me, does your Demon King also have menopause? He got mad at me so early in the morning, and I didn't do anything, Chinchio complained to Lisa. Hearing this, Lisa was speechless. She could only choose to remain silent, thinking to herself, don't you know whether you did anything or not? Mr. Chen, would you like me to take you around for a walk? Lisa came back to her senses and said with a smile that she would not dare to show any disrespect to this person. She was well aware of this man's terrifying strength. Really? Where are we going? What is fun in hell? Don't be like Philomena, who said she would take me out for a walk yesterday, but ended up bringing me back when I didn't see anything fun. Chinchio yawned and said, Maybe Lady Philomena is busy? By the way, Mr. Chen, today is the day when our demon clan's annual demon purgatory opens. Do you want to go and take a look? Lisa didn't dare to say bad things about Philomena like Chinchio did, so she quickly changed the subject. Really? Then let's go and take a look. Chunjing was really bored, so naturally he wanted to go and take a look. He originally wanted to have a good chat with Samuel. But unexpectedly, Samuel acted like a sick person and started to attack right away. Afterwards, Chinchio followed Lisa and left the Demon King's castle. As they walked along, Lisa and Chinchio introduced the scenery of hell. Although Chinchio seemed easy to talk to and always had a smile on his face, Lisa saw him with her own eyes that day, standing on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood with an expression of enjoyment. This also made Lisa realize that this person was a moody person. Although his voice was very gentle now, if she was not careful, she might be torn into pieces. For this reason, Lisa could only suppress the fear in her heart and patiently introduce it to Chinchio. "Lisa, you seem scared of me." Chinchio looked at Lisa with a smile on his face. "No, Mr. Chin." Hearing this, Lisa's body trembled involuntarily, and she quickly asked, "No? That's right. I'm such a gentle person, how could anyone be afraid of me?" Chinchio put his hands behind his back and walked forward. "Yes, Mr. Chin." Lisa on the side could only reply somewhat awkwardly. With their quick speed, they arrived in front of this demonic purgatory. "Mr. Chin, this is the Devil's Purgatory. This place usually opens once a year." Lisa introduced Chinchio. Chinchio looked at the demonic purgatory in front of him. This thing was like the Colosseum in ancient Rome, but it was even larger and blood-red all over, giving it a very hellish feel. But what concerned Chinchio the most was that this thing was actually a mythical item. This made Chinchio think in his heart that the demon clan still had a deep foundation. Chapter 33, Entering the Devil's Purgatory. "Let's go, Lisa," Chinchio said to Lisa. He was still a little curious about what was happening here. Soon, the man and the demon arrived at the gate of the demonic purgatory. The two diamond-level demons guarding the demon purgatory immediately looked respectful when they saw Lisa coming. Of course, they were more obsessed. After all, Lisa, as the leader of the succubus, is the goddess of thousands of demons. The exquisite appearance, and most importantly the pair of peaks, are very majestic and spectacular. "Captain Lisa, you are here," the two demons guarding the gate said with their heads half lowered. "Mr. Chin, please." Lisa didn't dare to go in first. She half bent over and made a gesture of invitation, respectfully inviting Chinchio to go in first. The two diamond-level demons guarding the door were shocked by this scene. They even wondered if they were dreaming. They all had the same thought in their hearts at this moment. They felt that they had seen it wrong. You have to know that Lisa is pursued by thousands of male demons, and she is very powerful. She is an epic demon and one of the 36 generals. When had he ever been so respectful to a male demon? And he even used honorifics. Just like they did with Lisa, for a moment they couldn't help but wonder in their hearts what kind of person this person was. Why does Lady Lisa respect him so much? Under the shocked gazes of the two diamond-level demons, Chinchio and Lisa walked into the arena one after another. The manager of Demon Purgatory saw Lisa coming and immediately walked over with a respectful look on his face. "Lady Lisa, you are free to come here today. I will take you to the best room right away," the demon manager said politely. However, Lisa did not speak, but waited for Chinchio's decision. "Let's go." Chinchio was observing the interior of this demonic purgatory. There are seats all around the Devil's Purgatory, and rooms on the top level. Now those seats are filled with demons. And in the very center is a huge arena. "Take us up to the room." After hearing that Chinchio had decided to come down and go up, Lisa said to the manager. At this time, the demon manager was a little confused. He was wondering who this person was. He could actually make Lisa, one of the 36 generals, obey him. For a moment, the demon manager was brainstorming, but he really couldn't think of which big demon this white-haired man in front of him was the personification of. The demon manager was leading the way while thinking that there were not many people in the entire area that Lisa respected so much, unless they were the top 10 generals or other big figures under the sealed Demon King. But this is also very limited, and all of a sudden, the demon manager felt that he had failed in his duty. He thought he had memorized all the big shots in hell, but it turned out that he couldn't recognize the identity of this demon. In his eyes, he was seriously derelict in his duty. Of course, he would never doubt that this person was not a big shot in hell. After all, if he wasn't a powerful demon, how could Lisa be so respectful? While the demon manager was thinking, they had already arrived at a room on the 5th floor. This room is huge. Not only is it luxuriously decorated, but it also has a very wide view. You can see everything inside the ring through the window in front. There are several sofas and a table right in front of me. On the table are fruits and other food, but these fruits are fruits from hell. The entire room is decorated in blood red. Chinchio looked at this scene and couldn't help but ask Lisa next to him. Lisa, I found that you help people really like blood red. Mr. Chin, isn't blood red the most beautiful color? Lisa replied quickly, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. The demon manager standing by was even more shocked. He was thinking frantically about who Chinchio was and why Chief Lisa called him Mr. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't figure it out. For a moment, the demon manager couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. At this time, Chinchio was already sitting on the sofa, watching the fight on the ring below, and casually picked up a piece of fruit with his right hand and started eating. Although the fruits in this hell don't look very good, they taste sweet and sour and are delicious. As for Lisa, she walked out of the room. At this time, the devil manager came out with her. Next, you must serve Mr. Chen well. If he is unhappy, there's no need for you to exist, and your boss also has no need to exist. Do you understand? Lisa's eyes were full of coldness, and a powerful aura emanated from her. This diamond-level demon manager couldn't help but tremble with fear. Although Lisa usually behaves like a kitten in front of Chinchio, she is actually an actual epic superior demon, one of the 36 generals. In this hell, there is also a powerful demon. I understand, Lady Lisa. Don't worry, I will be extremely careful in serving this lady. I just don't know her name, so I can be more careful. The demon manager said with some trembling. He looked at Lisa's expression and wondered who this person was. Could it be the top warrior under the other sealed demon king? Otherwise, why would Lady Lisa have such an attitude? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask, and don't come in if you don't have anything to do. This gentleman likes quietness. I will tell you if there is anything. Do you understand? Lisa's tone was very serious. I understand, Lady Lisa. The demon manager nodded quickly. Okay, go down. Lisa waved at him. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the demon manager heaved a sigh of relief and walked outside. Cold sweat had already flowed all over his body. One could imagine how nervous he was just now. After seeing the demon manager leave, Lisa also pushed open the door and entered the room. Where did you go, Lisa? Chinchio asked while eating fruit. Nowhere, Mr. Chin. I'll go tell that demon manager not to disturb you from watching the fight. Lisa smiled and spoke in a very respectful and polite tone, completely different from her previous tone. If other demons saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Lisa, the legendary leader of the Succubus clan and one of the 36 generals, actually behaved like a docile kitten in front of this person. Oh, that's it! By the way, Lisa, why don't you sit down? Chinchio ate another piece of fruit, then, looking at Lisa standing by and not sitting down, he asked directly. Mr. Chin, I don't dare to sit down if you don't speak. Lisa quickly responded to the question. Sit down, am I that scary? Chinchio was speechless, thinking to himself that he was so kind and amiable. Why was he so afraid of him? Is this the loneliness of the strong? Okay, Mr. Chin. Hearing Chinchio asking her to sit down, Lisa quickly sat on the sofa. After seeing Lisa sit down, Chinchio continued to look at the fight on the ring. Chapter 34, Constructed Energy Body, Terrified Demon Manager. At this moment in the arena, a diamond-level demon with a single horn on his head is fighting. Opposite it is also a peak diamond demon, but this peak diamond demon does not seem to be a living being, nor a soul body, but more like an energy body. However, the combat power it displayed was almost the same as that of a life form at the peak of diamond level. The two demons were both at the peak of diamond strength, and they immediately began to engage in close combat. Every strike generates enormous force, and there is an energy barrier around the ring that can block the aftermath of the attacks of the fighting demons on the ring. Around the ring, many demons were shouting loudly and excitedly. Tori, come on, kill this energy body. Tori, hurry up and get rid of this energy body. I bet you can win 6 games in a row. Get rid of this useless guy quickly. Attack his head with all your strength and it will be solved. The demons on the ring shouted loudly. This bloody battle stimulated his nerves and made many demons extremely excited. Moreover, there seems to be a betting table set up, but the direction of the bet is not which side will win, but how many consecutive victories the demon that is not an energy body can challenge. Chinchio also found it interesting. He picked up a banana-like fruit and ate it, then turned to look at Lisa. This demon purgatory is quite magical. The opponent of that demon doesn't seem to be a living being. Mr. Chin, you are indeed a mythical expert. You can easily see the mystery of this demon purgatory. Generally speaking, the demon purgatory only has the challenger on one side, and it is not a battle between two demons. When the challenger comes on stage, demon purgatory will automatically find a demon of the corresponding level for him, form an energy body, and fight with him. This energy body is usually constructed by demon purgatory based on the image power of previous challengers. Every time a demon is defeated, the energy body constructed by the demon purgatory will become stronger, but the increase will not be particularly large. If you can win 10 games in a row, you will be crowned as a brave warrior. Lisa introduced the rules of this demonic purgatory to Chinchio. Interesting, then if you want to challenge me, what are the conditions? Chinchio supported his chin with one hand and watched the battle below. He felt that watching the battle was not as interesting as being involved in it himself. And he also wanted to know what level of opponent would the demonic purgatory create for him. Hearing this, Lisa was a little confused for a moment. She asked Chinchio tentatively, Mr. Chin, you don't want to challenge me, do you? Yes, I think this is quite interesting, Chinchio said with a smile. After getting a positive answer, Lisa couldn't help but look solemn, because she found it hard to imagine what level of opponent the demonic purgatory would create for Chinchio if he took action. This person is the strongest person at the peak of mythology. If he dies, the demonic purgatory may really be constructed into a mythical energy body. That wouldn't be fun. Why? Is it troublesome if I want to challenge you? Chinchio turned around and looked at Lisa. Although he was still smiling, his tone was unyielding. No, Mr. Chin, if you want to challenge me, I'll call the manager up right away. Lisa replied quickly, her face full of nervousness. Although Chinchio's decision might cause great trouble, Lisa knew that if she dared to refuse, what if this person was in a bad mood? It is very likely that I will die here. Moreover, with this person's powerful strength, no demon would avenge him, or in other words, no demon in the entire hell could be his opponent. Then go ahead. Chinchio always had a smile on his face, and he seemed to give people a gentle and warm look. Of course, this is based on the premise that Lisa has never seen the Infinite City scene before. Okay, Mr. Chin. Lisa stood up and walked towards the door with a nervous look. She walked to the door and pressed the button. Soon, the demon manager in the lounge saw one of the room numbers light up. After seeing the room number clearly, the demon manager became extremely nervous. He quickly stood up and walked towards the 5th floor as fast as he could. Because he knew that this room number was the room number where Lisa and the mysterious devil were. When the demon manager was thinking about leaving, he dared not neglect what Lisa said. The other devil employees in the lounge were a little confused when they saw this scene. They had never seen their manager so panicked. 10 seconds later, the demon manager went from the 1st floor to the 5th floor in just 10 seconds, and he arrived in front of Lisa. It is conceivable that he really did not dare to be negligent at all. Call. With a long sigh of relief, the demon manager adjusted his breathing. Lady Lisa, I don't know what's the matter. The demon manager half bent over with an expression of respect. Go and take care of it. Mr. Chin will be challenging in the next match, Lisa said slowly. The demon manager was a little surprised to hear that this person wanted to challenge him. It took him several seconds to come back to his senses. Okay, Lady Lisa, I'll do it right away. However, I don't know this person's name. I need to register him. The demon manager kept his head down the whole time, and his attitude was very respectful. Shio! Chinchio said in a lazy tone. Yes, sir. Hearing Chinchio's words, the demon manager became more respectful. He felt that this person had done nothing and had a smile on his face, but he still gave off an extremely terrifying feeling. This kind of fear from the depths of the soul was something the demon manager had never felt before. After knowing the name, the demon manager immediately walked downstairs. He wanted to quickly register for the challenge. Because the battle on the ring is almost over, and if I don't complete the registration before the next demon comes on stage. Even the evil manager could imagine how miserable his own end would be. Another 10 seconds passed, and the demon manager ran to the first floor. Then, without daring to stop for a moment, he rushed to the registration desk. "Sign me up, Shio! The challenger for the next ring," the demon manager said breathlessly. "This manager is a bit against the rules. According to the order, it should be another demon. You know, we usually register the order of the 3 demons in advance." The female demon looked a little troubled. "Then put the original demon in the next round. Do you understand? I don't want to repeat it a second time." The demon manager looked at the female demon with anger on his face and shouted at her. I thought to myself, why am I still talking to myself about the rules at this time? If that person doesn't play in the next game, then he might die here. Seeing the demon manager so angry, the female demon didn't dare to say anything. She quickly changed the name of the previous demon and wrote the name Shio. Chapter 35, The End of Chinshio, Mythical Combat Strength. Seeing that the name on the registration form had been changed to Shio, he said, "Huh!" The demon manager couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he was lucky to have made it in time. Many demons looked at this scene with confusion on their faces. They had never seen the demon manager look so nervous and scared. They couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is this cultivator? Who could scare the demon manager so much? Even if it was against the rules of demon purgatory, he had to let this person go first. At the same time, on the ring, the diamond-level demon who was fighting defeated the demon energy body in the 7th round, but in the end, he still fell in the 8th round. Failed to achieve 10 consecutive wins. Many demons felt a little regretful when they saw this scene. They were still hoping that another brave demon would appear today. "Oh, what a pity, Tori only made it to the 8th game. I thought he could make it to the 9th game. It's not that easy to get to the 9th round. The demon energy power of each level will continue to increase. The demons in the 8th round are basically the limit of demons of the same level. Otherwise, why do you think the demon warriors are so rare? In order to pass 10 levels in a row, the demon must have the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. Yeah, sometimes it takes several years to produce a demon warrior. However, there is a high probability that a demon warrior will appear this year." Many demons were lamenting how difficult it was for Demon Purgatory to win 10 games. At this time, an obese demon said that there was a high possibility that a demon warrior would appear this year. The demons below all looked over there. "Alto, what's the matter? Do you know any inside information?" "Yes, Alto, if you know anything, please speak up. We have good information to share." "That is to say, Alto, why are you still keeping us in suspense? It is obvious that many demons present here know this demon named Alto." "Of course there is inside information. If you all want to know, then I will tell you. Anyway, you can't place bets now. The next person to appear is Lord Earth Demon, one of the 36 generals. His strength is almost invincible among his peers. He once tied with an epic peak demon with his epic superior strength. This time he comes to challenge, he will definitely be able to win 10 games in a row and get the title of Brave Devil." Alto said with a proud look on his face that the news that the Earth Demon, one of the 36 generals, would come to participate in this demon purgatory was something he had obtained at a great cost. To this end, he could be said to have put all his wealth into it. Hearing this, many demons were filled with surprise. They had naturally heard of the name of the Earth Demon. "Alto, you are such a dishonest guy. You have such good news, but you don't even share it with me in advance. That is to say, we have known each other for such a long time, but we didn't share the good news. Now that time has passed, we can't place a bet even if we want to." Many demons immediately began to condemn Alto for not sharing the news in advance. "Haha, you guys are talking as if you have news to share with me, and I spent 10,000 demon coins for this news." Alto sneered twice and looked at the demons with disdain. Everyone was surprised to hear that Alto had spent 10,000 demon coins. They didn't expect that Alto would be willing to spend so much money. You should know that 10,000 demon coins can buy an epic lower-level equipment. Although it is only the lowest level among epic equipment, it is also epic equipment. It is conceivable how valuable 10,000 demon coins are. At this moment, the referee below the ring received the list of the next challenger. He was stunned at first, because as a referee, he must know the list in advance. However, he had originally told himself that the next challenger should be the Earth Demon General, so why was he replaced now? And he had never heard of this Shio before. The referee looked at the devil who sent him the list in confusion. I don't know about that either. Just read the list as it comes. The demon who delivered the list also had a confused look on his face. Seeing the devil who delivered the list like this, the referee became even more curious about who this Shio was. It was unexpected that he could insert an epic demon who was one of the 36 generals into the team. But no matter how curious he was, it was none of his business. As a referee, he only needed to read out the names on the list. The next challenger. Shio! Challenger, please appear in the ring within 3 minutes. The referee shouted according to the list. Upon hearing this name, some demons in the seats around Demon Purgatory were surprised, including Elto. Because they all knew the news in advance, the next demon to appear was the Earth Demon, one of the 36 generals. How come a demon suddenly changed? And they had never heard of this Shio either. For a moment, Elto felt like the sky was falling. He thought to himself, I spent 10,000 demon coins, could it be that I bought fake news? In this way, I didn't suffer a big loss, but it shouldn't be that the bookmaker accepted my bet. If Lord Earth Demon didn't want to challenge me, why would the bookmaker accept it? Is the order wrong? Or someone has interfered with Lord Earth Demon's team? But Elto rejected this idea in an instant. After all, Lord Earth Demon was one of the 36 generals, and there were few people in the whole hell who had a higher status than him. How could any demon dare to join his team? At this moment, the demons who were still surprised beside Elto couldn't help but laugh. They were laughing. Elto spent 10,000 demon coins to buy a fake news. Hearing everyone's laughter, Elto couldn't help but want to tear into pieces the demon who sold him the information. At this moment, the referee below sneezed, and he felt the deep malice of the many demons. It is obvious that the challenge list of the players was sold by this referee. With a face full of injustice, the referee also wanted to know who could replace the Earth Demon. At the same time, in the lounge, the demon who was preparing to go on the court heard that the next person on the list was not him. He was also full of confusion. After all, as the next challenger, he already knew the order in which he would appear. At that moment, the demon thought that someone had cut in on his team. Damn it! Who on earth is that? He dares to cut in on me. If I find out, I will make him know how terrifying I, the Earth Demon, am. The devil in the lounge smashed the table with one punch and looked towards the ring. He wanted to know who this Shio was and why he dared to cut in on his team. As for the other demons in the lounge, seeing the Earth Demon so angry, most of them avoided him for fear of being affected. At the same time, Shio in the room heard his name. He slowly ate the fruit in his hand and then wiped his hands. Chapter 36. I am the only one in heaven and earth. Lisa, what kind of opponent do you think this devil's purgatory will match me with? Shio asked Lisa, who was standing beside him. Mr. Chen, I don't know that either. But can I ask you a favor, could you pretend to be a devil? Otherwise, I'm afraid the Demon King will blame me. Lisa asked cautiously. It was really hard for her to imagine what kind of opponent Demon Purgatory would match for a powerful person at the peak of mythology. By then, nothing unexpected will happen to this mythical item, right? In this case, if the devil knew that he had brought Shio to the devil's purgatory, then he would be doomed. However, Lisa didn't know that Shio would find this battle interesting and would want to try it out. For a moment, Lisa looked very nervous, for she was afraid that Shio would not agree. Sure, after all, I'm a very talkative person. Shio replied with a smile, and the next second, his clothes turned into a suit, his hair turned blood red, wings grew from his back, and 2 sharp fangs grew from his mouth. This looks like a demon, but it actually looks more like a vampire. Seeing that Shio agreed to her request, Lisa couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In this way, what if something unexpected really happened in the devil's purgatory? Then the adults probably wouldn't know because I brought Mr. Chen here myself. That's fine. I'm leaving now. After all, I can't keep everyone waiting for so long. Shio smiled, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Lisa nodded gratefully. She couldn't help but think that Mr. Chen was a nice person. The next second after he finished saying this, Qinxiu appeared on the stage. Many demons looked at Qinxiu, who suddenly appeared with surprise on their faces, because they didn't even see how Qinxiu got to the ring. Wow! This demon is so handsome. Yeah, who is this demon, sir? How come I haven't seen him before? The smell of that blood is so cool. Yes, if I could have a child with this devil, the child would definitely be very handsome. The female devil above looked at Qinxiu, who looked like a vampire, with an infatuated look on her face. Humph! What's the point of being handsome? The most important thing for us demons is strength. He is so thin, he must not have much strength. He needs to be as big and strong as me to have great strength. A very strong demon stood up and said unconvincedly. Haha, you look like this, and you have the nerve to talk like that. I mean, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You're still comparing yourself to others, with how ugly you look. As a result, as soon as the demon stood up, he was besieged by many female demons. Faced with the siege of so many female demons, he could only sit down obediently, and dared not say a single extra word. At the same time, in the lounge below, the earth demon looked at Qinxiu, who suddenly appeared. He searched his memory, but he couldn't remember who this demon was. Snort! You dared to cut in on my team, I'm going to let you know what real purgatory is like after you leave. The demon was sure that he didn't know this guy, and he thought in his heart that this guy was not that strong. After all, in hell, he knew all the powerful demons, or at least knew what they looked like. He had never seen or recognized the demon that appeared now, so in the eyes of the earth demon, this guy would definitely not be his opponent. At this moment, the referee below the ring was also surprised to see Xiao suddenly appear. He was observing who this demon was. However, no matter how hard I searched my memory, I could not find the appearance of this demon. The most important thing is that although he has a bloodthirsty aura, there is no energy fluctuation. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a very ordinary demon. Apart from his appearance, he is really handsome. Excuse me, demon, what is your challenge statement? Generally speaking, when a challenger comes up to challenge, he will have a challenge statement. After you finish speaking, I will inject energy into this purgatory token, and then this mythical arena will construct an opponent of the same level for you. If you feel you can't hold on any longer, just leave the ring and the energy body will dissipate. Although the referee was sure that he had never seen this devil, as a referee's professional qualities, he immediately came to his senses and explained the rules to Qinxiu. A challenge? Qinxiu seemed to be lost in thought. After a few seconds, he finally thought of something. In an instant, his purple eyes turned ice cold, and his entire body exuded a terrifying aura. I am the only one who reigns supreme in heaven and on earth! After Qinxiu finished speaking, he glanced around. His cold eyes seemed to show contempt for everything in the world. After hearing this challenge declaration, the demons around were stunned. They never expected that this challenger would dare to make such a declaration. Oh my God, who on earth is this devil? How dare he say that he is the only one who is supreme in heaven and earth? Yeah, doesn't he know that there are some things that cannot be said carelessly? Even our Lord Demon King wouldn't dare to say such a thing. That's amazing, that's amazing. Just based on his courage, I admire him. But it takes more than just courage to say something like this. Yeah, I guess it was some young devil who was so stupid that he dared to say such a thing. He is the only one who is supreme in heaven and earth. This is too arrogant. Sometimes being too arrogant is not good. I think he will be defeated in just a few games. Can he still be so arrogant? Who does he think he is? Does he think he is the Demon King? Or the strongest man of the human race, Qinxiu? Many demons thought that Qinxiu was too arrogant. He even dared to say that he was the only one in the world. At this moment, the referee under the ring was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He also didn't expect that the challenger would say such a thing. You know, if one is too arrogant without the corresponding strength, he will end up in a miserable situation, especially if he is the only one in the world. Isn't this a disguised way of saying that you are invincible? This seemed too arrogant to the referee, causing him to forget to inject energy into the demon token for a moment. However, the referee did not know that Qinxiu was indeed invincible. Chapter 37, the heaven and earth change, Lucifer, the leader of the 7 demon kings. At this moment, only the succubus in the room above was looking at Chinchio in a daze. She knew Chinchio's strength well, and even the demon king was no match for him. Lisa felt that Chinchio's words were not arrogant at all, but rather very domineering. For a moment, Lisa became a little obsessed. Since ancient times, women have worshipped the strong, and female demons are no exception. At the same time, above the ring. Let's get started. Chinchio looked at the referee who was in a daze and reminded him. After hearing this, the referee finally reacted. Okay. The next second after he finished speaking, the referee injected energy into the demon token. This demon token is like a switch. When energy enters, it will open the demon purgatory. In an instant, the barriers around the arena rose up, letting the demons know that the demonic purgatory had activated. All the demons looked over there. They wanted to know what kind of opponent demon purgatory would match for this guy named Shio. After all, they didn't know the level of this cultivator. You know, when the referee announces the list of contestants, he will usually add his strength at the end. But the strange thing is that this time, the identity of this man named Shio is not as clear as the devil. Besides his name, the demons had not heard any other information about him, including his strength. While the demons were waiting, the demon purgatory seemed to be broken and there was no movement. This made many demons very curious because this was not the first time they watched the demon purgatory challenge. Generally speaking, the mythical item demonic purgatory will be constructed within 10 seconds and challenge an energy body of the same level. But now nearly 20 seconds have passed, and there is still no movement in this demonic purgatory. What's going on? Is the demonic purgatory broken? How come more than 20 seconds have passed and there is still no movement? Yeah, that's weird. I remember that even if we built a legendary demon, 10 seconds was enough. It's a bit strange. Is it really broken? Can mythical items also break? Many demons were discussing it, all with confused looks on their faces. Just at this moment, the entire demonic purgatory began to shake. Boom! The sky and the earth changed color, and dark red thunder continued to roar above the blood river. The area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters began to shake violently. What happened? A demon in the demon purgatory shouted loudly, which was basically the voice of all demons. They all looked up at the sky. The dark red thunder kept flashing, the whole world was roaring, all things lost their color, the scene was like the end of the world. At the same time, the Devil King in Hell, the generals, and some powerful demons all felt the world changing color. In the Demon King's castle, Samuel, who was practicing, felt a familiar power. Strange, how could his aura of power appear? Samuel had a puzzled look on his face. The next second, Samuel disappeared from the spot and headed towards the demonic purgatory at an extremely fast speed. On the other side, in Hell, powerful demons were also heading towards the demon purgatory. In the Devil's Hell, all the demons looked at this scene and trembled uncontrollably, including the people who had been guarding the demon purgatory. Their expressions were filled with fear. They had never seen such a scene before. The most terrifying thing was that the dark red thunder that seemed to destroy the world kept bombarding the arena. This scared the referee near the ring, who quickly dodged away. As for Chinchio, he looked at the dark red thunder that was striking down without any intention of dodging. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In an instant, dark red thunder bathed the entire arena. When many demons saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel sorry for this cultivator. They felt that Chinchio must have been destroyed by this extremely powerful thunder. They were also wondering why the demonic purgatory suddenly became like this. But as the lightning slowly dissipated, the expressions of many demons were filled with surprise. Because Chinchio was standing there unharmed, and the red thunder didn't seem to cause any harm to him. And at this moment he was looking up at the sky. Seeing this situation, all the demons looked up to the sky. I saw a figure appearing in the endless sea of blood-red thunder above the sky. He has 6 black wings on his back, black hair and bloodshot eyes, and exudes an unparalleled aura from head to toe. He stands proudly above the sky, with the power of life and death flowing around him. This one is the King of Kings, the chief of the 7 demon kings, the fallen angel Lucifer. see this one appear. All the demons were shocked. They all knelt down in unison. Greetings, Lord Demon King! Greetings, Lord Demon! They naturally knew that this was an energy body constructed by the demon purgatory, but as long as there was a trace of Lucifer's breath in the eyes of these demons, there would be absolute blood suppression. Oh my God, I didn't see it wrong. Who is that demon on the stage? The demon purgatory is actually constructed directly. It's the energy body of Lord Lucifer. Yes, this is really incredible. How is this possible? If I hadn't felt the incomparable blood suppression, I would have felt like I was dreaming. Too scary, this show. I have never heard of the name of this demon. Even if Lord Samuel came in person, he might not be able to summon Lord Lucifer's energy body from the devil's purgatory. Lord Lucifer is a mythical supreme being. Lord Demon King Samuel is very strong, but he is still half a step away from the mythical level. Normally, the demonic purgatory will only match it with legendary opponents, not mythical opponents. This person directly matched up with Lord Lucifer as his opponent. Could it be that he is a mythical level? This is impossible. This is too incredible. Many demons were shocked. They were all wondering, who is this person on the ring? Why was the demon purgatory directly constructed? Lucifer, the leader of the 7 demon kings. They were still wondering whether Chinchio on the ring would be a legendary powerful man. At this moment, all the demons were stunned. Even though some of them have survived for a long time, they have never seen a mythical opponent match up in the demon purgatory. The title of the strongest is no joke. At this moment, the one with the most complicated emotions was the Earth Demon. He was now stunned where he stood. He was confused. He wondered what kind of existence had infiltrated his team, causing the demon purgatory to be so dead silent, and then he constructed the devil Lucifer as his opponent. The next second, the demon was very glad that he did not take action. Otherwise, he would probably be turned into ashes in one blow by the person on the ring. Lisa, who was above the room, couldn't help swallowing as she watched this scene. She thought that this matter was really serious. She never thought that she had only wanted to bring Chinchio here for a stroll. As a result, this person decided to challenge, and the demon purgatory field was so powerful that it directly constructed the energy body of Lord Lucifer. As for the manager who was resting at the registration desk, he was completely stunned. He had been guessing about Chinchio's identity. He thought that he had guessed high that Chinchio would be the #1 general, but now he realized that he had guessed low. His idea was ridiculous. What is the first warrior? This one was the energy body of Lord Lucifer summoned directly by the devil's purgatory as his opponent. This means that this person is very likely to be a mythical supreme being. He also knew why Lisa, as one of the 36 generals, was so respectful, polite, and even awed by that person. Who dares not to be polite to a mythical supreme being? Who dares not to be in awe? Thinking of this, the demon manager couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he was very lucky to have arrived one step ahead of time. Otherwise, if you fail to cut in line, that person will be unhappy. My life is really in danger. Above the ring, Chinchio looked at Lucifer, the leader of the 7 devil kings of hell, who was standing in front of him and exuding the power of the law of life and death. An expression of great interest appeared on his face, because Lucifer's strength had reached the intermediate mythical level. Chinchio felt that he could burst out with strength and have a good fight with the mythical intermediate demon king. And the summoned Lucifer energy body was also scanning Chinchio in front of him. Normally, energy bodies do not have any consciousness, but mythical energy bodies are different. This is a mythical energy body constructed by the demonic purgatory using up almost all of its energy. Of course, the most important thing is that Lucifer had come here to fight before and left behind a trace of the original power. Otherwise, the demonic purgatory would never be constructed. At this time, Lucifer looked at the enemy in front of him. As the leader of the 7 devils of hell, he basically had no opponent. In the battle 1,000 years ago, it took several angels joining forces to seal it. But today, Lucifer discovered that the demon in front of him actually brought him a strong sense of crisis. The most important thing is that there is something wrong with the aura of this demon. But Lucifer couldn't figure out what was wrong for a moment. Chapter 38 Hell's Demonic Spear, the Power of Life and Death. It is your honor to be my opponent. Lucifer's bloodshot eyes stared straight at Chinchio in front of him, with boundless domineering aura emanating from him, pressing forward. As expected of the demon king of hell, you are so arrogant. However, I am stronger. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, Chinchio always has a calm smile on his face. In an instant, he also exuded the aura of a king. Boom! In an instant, the two forces collided, and the entire sky was completely torn into two halves. On one side is the red power of destiny, and on the other side is the power of life and death between black and white. The whole world was roaring continuously. In the clash of two forces, most of the demons in the demon purgatory couldn't help but tremble. The weaker demons even fell to their knees. One can imagine how terrifying the two forces are. Gone! Lucifer saw the demon in front of him easily blocking his momentum, and a trace of solemnity finally appeared in his eyes, and the next second. In the boundless hell, there is a sealed place. A blood-red spear shot out and turned into a stream of red light, rushing towards the demon purgatory at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. It only took less than 10 seconds. The hell demon's spear already appeared in Lucifer's hands. Many demons looked at the hell's spear with surprise. They naturally knew that this hell demon's spear was a mythical weapon. Before the fight even started, Lord Lucifer used a mythical weapon. Who is the devil on the other side? Yes, generally speaking, Lord Lucifer will only use the hell lance when he uses his full strength. Doesn't this mean that the demon on the other side is at least a mythical opponent? It's horrible, horrible. I didn't expect that we could see this battle again. A battle between mythical demons hasn't happened in hundreds of years, right? The demons looked shocked. At the same time, figures emitting powerful auras descended upon the demon purgatory. At the top of the demon purgatory, a throne appeared, and Samos sat on the throne. The generals of hell stood on both sides of it. Master Demon! The demons and monsters felt the strong aura and blood pressure, and they all knelt down. The expressions on their faces became even more shocked. Where had they seen such a scene before? The Demon King and 36 generals all appeared in one place. This kind of thing happened the last time that human named Chinchio went into hell alone. At this moment, the Devil King didn't care about the ordinary demons kneeling down. Her eyes turned to the vampire-like demon below. Samuel was very sure that he had never seen this demon before, but the aura around him seemed a little familiar. For a moment, Samuel was also thinking about the identity of this demon. However, she had no intention of stopping the fight. Even she wanted to watch such a fight. Lisa, who was in the room on the 5th floor, was completely panicked when she saw this scene. The thing she feared the most happened. Lord Samuel came here in person. Lisa could only pray in her heart that nothing would happen and that no accidents would occur in the devil's purgatory. On the stage, Chinchio saw Lucifer holding the hell's spear, and his aura reached its peak. He finally became interested. He did not take any action to interrupt Lucifer's rising aura just now, just to fight with Lucifer at his peak combat power. As soon as he came here, he became a powerful figure at the peak level of mythology, which left him without an opponent. Now that a mythical intermediate Lucifer has finally appeared, it's natural to have a good fight. Come on, let me raise my aura to the highest level, isn't it just for a peak battle? Lucifer held the hell spear in his hand and pointed it directly at Chinchio. Ha ha ha, Lucifer hopes you can give this god a good fight. Chinchio showed a look of contempt for the world, and in an instant, a simple and ancient sword appeared in his hand. This big sword has a golden dragon carved on it, and the dragon patterns all show the power of this weapon. Arrogant guy! Lucifer was shocked to hear that Chinchio dared to say that he would let him have fun. In an instant, his body completely turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. The hell demon's spear in his hand thrust out, and the black and white spear light carried the energy to destroy the world. Good to come! Chinchio's mouth was still filled with smiles, and the red power of destiny continuously covered the dragon-patterned sword. His body also disappeared from the spot, as if it was a sword that was going to cut off the long river of fate and chopped it down heavily. Boom! In an instant, the hell demon's spear and the dragon-patterned sword collided like giant dragons, and a nuclear bomb-like explosion sounded. Everything around was destroyed, the earth shook, all things lost their color, and it seemed as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse under this blow. Circles of air waves spread out, and a terrifying aftermath directly broke through the energy shield of the demon purgatory. You know, this is a protective shield of a mythical item. The aftermath of the battle spread to the demons, and some weaker demons looked terrified. "Block it," Samuel said proudly to the generals around him. "As you command, Lord Demon." Afterwards, dozens of powerful warriors formed a blood-red protective shield together to block the aftermath of the attack. At this moment, on the stage, in this devastating collision, both Qinxiu and Lucifer were unharmed. The man and the demon smiled at each other, and the next moment, they turned into two streams of light and rushed into the sky. As for the restrictions of the demon purgatory, they disappeared under the influence of the mythical energy body. Boom! Above the sky, violent collision sounds continued to be heard, and everything around was annihilated. The Buddha of life and death! After the collision, Qinxiu and Lucifer were both sent flying backwards. After stabilizing his body, the power of life and death in Lucifer's body completely burst out, and then continuously gathered on the Hell Demon's spear, and he swung it forward. In an instant, a circular pagoda of life and death over 1,000 meters in size, carrying the power to destroy everything, rushed towards Qinxiu at an extremely fast speed. Nice, interesting fight. This kind of battle made Qinxiu feel that every cell in his body was boiling. The long river of destiny! The mysterious and complex power of destiny was fully revealed as Qinxiu swung the dragon-patterned sword in his hand. A river of destiny several thousand meters long appeared. It seemed to swallow everything and covered the pagoda of life and death in front. Boom! The long river of fate and the pagoda of life and death collided like a meteorite. The sky and the earth were split apart, all things collapsed, and the sound of explosions continued. Cracks appeared in the boundless sea of blood, and the entire sky was completely divided by two powerful forces. Half is the power of life and death, and half is the power of destiny. The demons below were all shocked as they watched the battle above. Chapter 39 Blood Sea Collapse. Too terrible, too terrible. Is this a battle between mythical strongmen? When will I be able to possess such terrifying power? Just dream on. You can't even break through to the epic level, let alone the mythical level. Who do you think that person is? He is actually able to fight against Lord Lucifer. I don't know, but our Lord Lucifer is invincible. He is the strongest being in hell. He will not lose. That's right, Lord Lucifer will never lose. No demon will be his opponent. Many demons were surprised and were guessing Qinxiu's identity, although no demon had guessed it yet. However, in their eyes, the final winner will definitely be Lucifer, the leader of the 7 demons. At this moment, Samuel, who was at the top of the demon purgatory, was also observing this battle about the power of law. She clenched her fists and looked solemn. She was only half a step away from the mythical level. But even this half step away has been impossible for her to cross for thousands of years. This also makes her the weakest in combat among the 7 demon kings. Of course, this has its pros and cons, the war between gods thousands of years ago. She was lucky enough not to be sealed because she did not reach the mythical level. This is how you can be active among the hells. The other 6 demon kings are all sealed. Even the current Lucifer is just a demonic purgatory constructed with the help of Lucifer's original power. Above the sky, the two forces of law are still colliding violently. Qinxiu's whole body exuded the red power of destiny. Long rivers of destiny appeared behind him, and he looked like a god or a demon. On the opposite side, Lucifer, the power of life and death, transformed into 8 ferocious dragons, surrounding him, like an ancient demon. You are very strong, but I will not lose. Lucifer pointed directly at Qinxiu, his eyes burning with a strong fighting spirit. At this time, he was no longer relying solely on the power of demon purgatory. He has successfully communicated with the real body in the depths of hell. Only with the support of his own powerful strength can he display such high combat power. Of course, Lucifer is now an energy body after all, and this state cannot be maintained for too long. At this moment, Qinxiu looked at Lucifer, who had fully unleashed all his strength, and a smile appeared on his lips. You won't lose? Then today, I will grant you a defeat. Qinxiu held the dragon-patterned sword in his hand, always so confident and arrogant. Arrogant, I will let you see my true power. In an instant, Lucifer turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. The hell demon's spear in his hand shot out like a dragon, containing the power to destroy everything, and pierced straight towards Chinchio. Really? Then I really want to see it. Chinchio had no intention of dodging at all. Even though he felt this powerful force, he did not look panicked at all. Waving the dragon-patterned sword in his hand, Chinchio also disappeared on the spot. Clang! A violent explosion sounded, dust rose up, the sky and the earth collapsed, and all things roared. Two streams of light were fighting each other in the sky. Drops of blood fell to the ground, and each of their blows created a crack in the sea of blood. The hell demon's spear in Lucifer's hand was wrapped in the power of life and death, and stabbed directly into Chinchio's chest. Holding the dragon-patterned sword, Chinchio easily blocked the attack. He swung his sword horizontally. The dragon-patterned sword was wrapped in the power of destiny, and chopped directly towards Lucifer's head. In an instant, Lucifer took a step back and dodged the sword, and stabbed out again with the hell spear in his hand. With a calm expression, Chinchio swung the dragon-patterned sword in his hand as well, and the two mythical weapons collided again. In the stalemate, Chinchio's right foot was like a towering pillar, containing the power of destiny, and kicked heavily towards Lucifer's head. Lucifer moved his left hand forward to block the kick, then moved his body sideways hundreds of meters. When Lucifer moved sideways, Chinchio's attack came again. Dragon of Destiny! Chinchio waved the dragon-patterned sword in his hand, and the long river of destiny behind him rushed out. Roar! With a terrifying roar, the entire river of destiny condensed into a dragon of destiny. An extremely ferocious dragon of destiny, tens of thousands of meters long, appeared out of nowhere, carrying mysterious power, and directly swallowed Lucifer. Purgatory of life and death! Facing the ferocious dragon that was tens of thousands of meters tall, Lucifer's expression was still so indifferent, and he thrust the hell demon's spear in his hand forward. In an instant, a purgatory of life and death tens of thousands of meters long appeared, with demons living in it, looking extremely eerie and terrifying. Boom! In an instant, the dragon of fate and the purgatory of life and death collided with each other. The terrifying force created an explosion like a nuclear bomb, and everything around it was annihilated. Ripples spread out in all directions. The space seemed to be shattered. This was the horror of a mythical battle. The demons tens of thousands of meters below all felt a gust of wind blowing. They stared closely at the battle above, although with the strength of most of their demons, they could only see two streams of light colliding with each other. However, looking at that earth-shattering attack, their expressions were filled with shock. How can there be such a powerful force? Why do I feel like hell is about to break loose? Yes, this is too terrifying. What kind of power is this? Who was that demon that fought Lord Lucifer? He was able to fight for so long. There is no real possibility that Lord Lucifer will lose. How is that possible? Lord Lucifer is invincible and will never lose. That's right, Lord Lucifer, but you are the strongest in our hell, how could you lose? Many demons were shocked by the battle above, and even marveled at Chinchio's terrifying strength. However, in their eyes, Lucifer is the strongest in all of hell and will never be defeated. But the next second, they found that the violent energy explosion above seemed to have stopped. In the energy explosion, a black figure fell from the sky like a meteorite. Following closely behind was a red figure. Boom! In an instant, the surface collapsed, and a deep pit several thousand meters deep immediately appeared on the ground. Countless huge rocks flew up and dust rose everywhere. Many demons looked over there, and the smoke slowly dissipated. Lucifer half knelt over the deep pit in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The hell demon's spear in his hand was stuck in the ground, and his body was covered with hideous wounds. His aura was extremely unstable, and his last pair of wings were half destroyed. On the other hand, Chinchio, who was standing above, had fluttering red hair and was holding a dragon-patterned sword. Although there were some scars on his body, the power of destiny still surrounded him, and he exuded a terrifying aura. He looked down at Lucifer below. His extremely cold eyes seemed to see through everything. The aura of a king emanates. One was seriously injured, the other was slightly injured, the difference was obvious. Chapter 40. Space collapses, demons shocked. Many demons were shocked when they saw this scene. I am not mistaken. Lord Lucifer is actually at a disadvantage. Impossible, this is impossible. Lord Lucifer is the leader of the 7 demon kings. There is no way that any demon can suppress him. This is so scary. Who is this demon called Xiao? The eyes of many demons were filled with disbelief. The 36 warriors at the top, including the demon king Samuel, also looked surprised. They also didn't expect that one day they would see Lucifer completely suppressed. Samuel's expression was extremely solemn. She knew very well that there couldn't be such a powerful demon in hell. For a moment, Samuel had some guesses about the identity of this demon. In her eyes, only that monster could do this. Then, Samuel looked at Lisa in the room. When Lisa noticed Samuel looking at her, she couldn't help but tremble with fear. Lisa knew she had been discovered, and she felt doomed. He thought to himself how unlucky he was. He had only wanted to bring Chinchio to see a good show, so why did such a big fuss occur? At the same time, in the deep pit, Lucifer looked at his own injuries and at Chinchio above him, who had remained calm and composed throughout the battle. He was also wondering who this person was and why he possessed such powerful strength. You are very strong, but I will not admit defeat easily. Lucifer knew that the energy of the demonic purgatory could not last long, and he only had one last chance to strike. This final blow must be fought with all your strength in order to turn the tide of the battle. In an instant, Lucifer's aura surged, and the power of life and death flowed throughout his body. Boom! The sky continued to roar, and dark red thunder flashed down. Feeling Lucifer's energy about to soar to the extreme, Chinchio's face showed interest. I hope you can give me a surprise, Lucifer. Chinchio has been fighting up to now, but he still hasn't used his full strength. At least the power of the law of time has not been used yet. He only used the power of the law of destiny to suppress Lucifer. Angel of Purgatory! In an instant, Lucifer poured all his strength into the spear of hell. All hell was shaking. This power is too strong, worthy of Lord Lucifer. I feel like hell is about to collapse. Yes, how could Lord Lucifer lose? He is invincible. As long as he exerts his full strength, no matter whether it is a human or a demon, they will be defeated. Many demons were excited, feeling that the whole hell was shaking. In their eyes, this is Lucifer, the leader of the 7 demon kings, who possesses extremely terrifying power. It can destroy everything. It can destroy everything. No matter who you are, I recognize you. If you block this move next time, I will admit defeat. After Lucifer said this, his whole body disappeared from the spot, and he swung out the Hell Demon's spear in his hand. The Hell Demon's spear is also held in the hand of this purgatory angel. Everything along the way was destroyed and the space continued to collapse. One can imagine how terrifying this attack was. Facing this extremely powerful attack, Chinchio's expression remained calm, without any fear at all. Sea of Destiny! The endless power of the law of destiny burst out from Chinchio's body. Above the sky, a sea of blood collapsed, and a mysterious and ancient atmosphere enveloped the entire hell. The expressions of the many demons below, as long as they had not reached the legendary level, were stunned for a moment. They felt as if their fate was decided at this moment. This feeling of powerlessness and despair made them want to surrender. Above the sky, Chinchio waved the dragon-patterned sword, and the Sea of Destiny appeared, carrying the Sea of Destiny. Chinchio's figure also disappeared from the spot. Boom! In an instant, Chinchio and Lucifer collided violently, and the Hell Spear and the dragon-patterned sword collided. The Sea of Destiny and Purgatory Shura are fighting against each other. The Sea of Blood was completely split apart, the space continued to collapse, everything around was destroyed, and a powerful energy storm swept across. It can be said that at this time, as long as an epic demon approaches the energy storm, it will instantly turn into nothingness. As time goes by, the confrontation between the Sea of Destiny and Purgatory Shura escalates, the Sea of Blood collapses, and everything loses its color. The demons below, even the demon King Samuel, did not turn their gazes away at this moment. They were all staring at the battle above. They are looking forward to who will win the final victory in this battle? After a minute of stalemate, The sea of fate began to erode Purgatory's Shura. With a slight tilt, it was like the sea water breaking through a gap in a dam, and in an instant, the battle situation was completely out of control. The Sea of Destiny completely swallowed up Purgatory's Shura, including Lucifer. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion, a black figure fell down rapidly. Bang, bang! On the ground, a deep pit several thousand meters deep appeared again, with debris flying everywhere and dust rising everywhere. Many demons looked towards the deep pit. Did they actually roughly guess the result? However, they still held on to the last glimmer of hope, and they did not believe that their demon king would be defeated like this. As the smoke cleared, Lucifer was lying on the ground in a V-shape in a miserable state, with the mythical weapon in his hand, the hell demon's spear, also falling to the ground. So powerful! When did such a powerful demon appear in our hell? Lucifer smiled. Although he lost, he was very happy. He felt that he was sealed away, and there was still such a powerful demon around. The next time the gods fight, they will win. Afterwards, the energy body could no longer hold on and completely dissipated. As for Chinchio, a smile appeared on his face. Although he did not use all his strength in this battle, he still fought very happily. The numerous demons in the boundless purgatory looked at this scene. Even the general-level demons had expressions filled with shock without exception. Because they just saw that their invincible demon king, Lucifer, was defeated. Impossible! This is impossible! Am I seeing things? Lord Lucifer is actually going to lose. It's incredible, it's incredible. Who is that devil? Lord Lucifer is the leader of the 7 demon kings and possesses mythical power, but he will be defeated one day. Powerful! Is this the incomparably powerful force? How great it would be if I had half of its power. If I have only half of his power, I will be satisfied if I have 1/10 of his power. Many demons were shocked and filled with admiration. As a demon clan, they absolutely worshipped the strong. What's more, this one defeated their demon king. Among all the demons, only Samo looked a little calmer. Because she had already guessed the identity of this demon who looked like a vampire. In Samo's eyes, only Chinchio possessed such terrifying power. Chinchio, who won the victory, returned to the ring. Chapter 41: The Request of the Wrathful Demon King. As for the Hell Demon's spear, Chinchio also took it away, although it would be a bit inconvenient to use it directly. However, Chinchio thought that he was now a member of the demon clan after all, so Lucifer should not mind if he borrowed it. At this moment, according to the rules of the mythical item Demonic Purgatory, after defeating an opponent, the next opponent should be arranged immediately. However, this time, no matter how long they waited, the Demonic Purgatory could not create a stronger opponent. Because Lucifer is also the strongest energy body that this mythical item can construct. Is it over? It's a bit boring. Seeing that the Demonic Purgatory could not construct a stronger energy body, Chinchio walked off the stage in boredom. At this moment, all the demons in the audience were looking at Chinchio. They really wanted to know the identity of this demon, but when they thought of his mythical strength, they didn't even dare to get close. In an instant, Chinchio disappeared from the spot. Many demons were shocked because they didn't even see how Chinchio disappeared. Among all the demons, only Samo, the legendary demon king, was barely seen as a shadow, heading to a room on the 5th floor. Where is the demon named Shio? Yes, where did this gentleman go? Too powerful. Who is this lord? Why does he have such a powerful force? Many demons were still immersed in the shock of what had just happened and could not calm down for a long time. In the lounge, the demon who had been so arrogant at first was now simply petrified with fear. Demon, didn't you say you wanted to teach the guy who cut in line a lesson? Go ahead, I support you. At this time, another epic demon in the lounge smiled and said that he had some problems with the earth demon. When did I say that? Don't talk nonsense. I never said that at all. The demon refused to admit it even if he was beaten to death. The demon knew that if he really dared to go up to the ring to fight, what lesson would he learn? He estimated that he could only hold on for 5 seconds at most. That's right, 7 times in 5 seconds. Although the demon is arrogant, he does not want to die. On the 1st floor of the demonic purgatory, the demon manager who entertained Chinchio was slumped on the ground. He could never have imagined that the person he had just entertained actually possessed such terrifying power. A mythical level fighter. No, even Lord Lucifer is not his opponent. This one is even stronger than the average mythical level fighter. The devil manager murmured to himself, and he couldn't help but feel lucky in his heart that he didn't say anything to offend that person. Otherwise, there is no devil in all hell that can save him. At this time, although the battle had ended for a while, but many demons still sat there. It has been a minute or two, and they have not yet recovered from the devastating battle that just happened. They were all wondering, who is this demon named Shio? Even Lord Lucifer is no match for this demon. When did such a powerful demon appear in their hell? While the demons were guessing, in the room on the 5th floor, Lisa was very worried at this moment. She didn't know whether the Demon King would blame her next. He caused such a big commotion because of his own reasons, and most importantly, Lord Lucifer's weapon seemed to have been taken away by Chinchio. Lisa, what's wrong with you? Chinchio sat on the sofa eating fruit and asked Lisa curiously, as if nothing had happened just now. Nothing, Mr. Chen. Lisa naturally didn't dare to blame Chinchio, so he could only lower his head and reply. At this moment, a powerful and terrifying aura descended. This breath brought Lisa a great sense of blood pressure. Of course, Chinchio always looked calm and composed while eating fruit. After discovering Chinchio's identity, Samuel naturally came up to him. Lord Samuel. When Lisa saw Samuel appear, she couldn't help feeling nervous. Samuel glanced at Sally, but then she looked away and looked at Chinchio. But this also made Lisa even more panicked, and her body couldn't stop shaking. Your Excellency the Demon King, why are you here? When Chinchio saw his nominal superior, he stood up and said with a smile on his face. How was it? This battle was fought. Samuel sat on the sofa. Today, it was very rare that she did not get angry right away. It's okay, not quite there yet, but it's still fun. Chinchio yawned, looking casual. You should have reached the peak of mythology now, right? Samuel asked Chinchio, although she had some guesses before. Guesses were just guesses after all. Yes, it is only half a step away from the eternal realm. Unfortunately, it is a bit difficult. It is not as easy to break through as the mythical realm. Chinchio had no intention of hiding his strength and admitted it directly. Hearing this, Samuel's face turned a little ugly, because she had been stuck in the mythological realm barrier for thousands of years. As a result, this guy Chinchio actually said that it is easy to break through the mythological realm. However, when Lisa thought about the fact that she had something to ask Chinchio, she could only suppress her anger temporarily. I have something to ask of you. Samuel softened his tone and looked at Chinchio. What is it, Lord Demon? Chinchio was a little curious that this usually arrogant Demon King would actually say that he had something to ask for his help. Please lend me the Hell Demon Spear. I need to comprehend the power of the laws above and break through to the mythical level. Samuel hesitated for a long time and finally said it. With her personality, she would never ask Chinchio for help. However, the Hell Demon Spear is different. This weapon is different from ordinary mythical weapons. It is engraved with the power of the law of life and death, although it is different from its own law of destruction. However, Samuel was only one opportunity away from understanding the law of destruction. If you observe other energies that belong to the same force as the supreme law, perhaps you can use them to comprehend the law of destruction. This is also why Samuel came to ask Chinchio for help. That's fine. Chinchio casually took out the Hell Demon Spear and handed it to Samuel. Although this weapon is indeed very powerful, Chinchio's own strength has reached the peak of the mythical level, and he has more than one mythical weapon in his hands. There is no need to use the Hell Demon Gun for the time being. Seeing Chinchio lend him the weapon so easily, Samuel was a little confused. Do you have any requests? I can promise you one thing unconditionally, Samuel said slowly. A request? Then I can trouble you, Lord Demon. Don't be so grumpy in the future. You are so cute when you talk nicely. Chinchio thought for a moment and said. Chapter 42, The Law of Destiny, 0.1% improvement is also progress. However, the next second, Chinchio felt that something was wrong. He forgot that the person standing before him was the furious Demon King Samuel. For a moment, Samo looked like he was about to lose his temper at any moment. Seeing this situation, Chinchio hurriedly fled the room, taking Lisa with him. Soon, Samo was the only one left in the room. However, Samo suppressed the anger in her heart. She had no intention of actually losing her temper. Looking at the Hell Demon's spear in his hand, Samo was thinking, is it really cute if he doesn't lose his temper? However, she immediately came to her senses and wondered why she should care about what that guy thought. At the same time, outside the Devil's Purgatory. Call! Chen Xiucheng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Lisa and said, "What do you think? Fortunately, I am smart, otherwise your Lord Demon would have gone crazy." "Yes, Mr. Chen," Lisa replied with her head down. Looking at Lisa like this, Chen Xiu was a little confused. He found that Lisa's face looked a little ugly, and she seemed to be in a bad mood. "What's wrong, Lisa?" Chen Xiu asked curiously. "It's okay, Mr. Chen." Lisa shook her head and didn't answer. "Tell me. If you don't tell me, you know the consequences." Chen Xiu deliberately put on an indifferent look to scare Lisa. At this time, Lisa was already feeling aggrieved and about to cry, but she couldn't hold it back anymore and started crying. Ah! Seeing this scene, Chen Xiu was completely stunned. "No, Lisa, don't cry. What's wrong with you?" "I just scared you. I won't do anything to you, don't cry." Chen Xiu was very panicked at this time. As a powerful man at the peak of the mythical level, he was not afraid of anyone who asked him to fight. However, Lisa started crying right in front of him, and he had no way to stop her. "Lisa, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Tell me, I'll help you teach him a lesson." Chen Xiu could only comfort her quickly. Lisa, feeling very aggrieved, pointed at Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu didn't react for a while. He looked behind him and found that there was no one there. As a result, he found that Lisa seemed to be referring to himself. After several seconds, Chen Xiu finally reacted. "Lisa, how can you say I bully you? I'm such a good person." Chen Xiu was completely confused. When had he bullied Lisa? Why couldn't he remember at all? "You are just bullying me. You clearly said that you were just coming in to take a look, but you went out to challenge me and made such a big fuss that even the Demon King came. When I came in just now, the Demon King glared at me. I will definitely be punished by the Demon King when the time comes." Lisa's tears kept flowing from her eyes. How could she look like the legendary succubus? She looked like a wronged little girl. After hearing this, Chen Xiu finally reacted and was thinking about what to do. After several seconds he said, "Don't worry, Lisa, Samuel won't blame you. When the time comes, if he blames you, I will back you up and speak for you. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you." Chen Xiu comforted Lisa. "Really?" Lisa looked up when she heard this, but her eyes still looked very aggrieved. "Really, don't worry, I won't lie to you," Chen Xiu quickly assured. Lisa's tears finally stopped, and she hugged Chen Xiu tightly. Feeling Lisa's body temperature, Chen Xiu was a little at a loss. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. At this moment, in the demon purgatory, many demons were still asking around about Xiu's identity. They really wanted to know who this powerful demon who defeated the devil Lucifer was. They even thought about honoring this demon named Xiu as the new generation of Demon King. Until Samo issued an order saying that Xiu was the last trump card of their hell world and no demon was allowed to find out about him. This calmed down the demons. After all, the Demon King's bloodline suppression is there, and in most cases, demons dare not resist the Demon King. Unless the demon's strength can break through to the mythical level and surpass the bloodline limit. 2 hours later, Chen Xiu has returned to the Demon King's castle. After he returned to his room, he felt the power of destiny. As the long river of destiny emerges, Chen Xiu discovered that his power of destiny had actually made a breakthrough. If it was 99% before, now it is 99.1%. Even though it's only 0.1% progress, it's a breakthrough to the eternal realm, and the last 1% progress is more difficult than the previous 99%. This can be seen from the fact that Samuel has been stuck in the mythical realm for thousands of years. Not to mention, Chen Xiu is now facing the limitations of the eternal realm. Destiny is indeed complicated and confusing. Although I don't know how to comprehend it, if I continue to follow the deduction, the law of my own destiny will break through to 100% sooner or later. At that time, you will be able to in turn drive the law of time to 100%. When the power of the two laws reaches its limit at the same time, that is when I will break through to the eternal realm. Chinshio murmured to himself, and he smiled with satisfaction at his current progress. The next day, I woke up at dawn. Chinshio woke up from his bed. Although he had become a legendary powerful being, he basically didn't need to sleep anymore. But sometimes, it's nice to take a nap to kill time. After getting up, Chinshio simply enjoyed the food prepared by the two maids. He left the room and prepared to go chat with his demon boss. Although his nominal boss, the Demon King, has a bit of a bad temper. But Chinshio felt that it was quite interesting to watch this Demon King get angry. Same as before. Chinshio directly used the power of destiny to find Samuel's location. This way, the speed would be the fastest. However, after he explored the thickest line of destiny in this magic castle, except for his own, Chinshio stopped where he was for a moment, because he discovered that there were 4 thick lines of destiny around the Demon King, although they were not as thick as the Demon King's line of destiny. But it is at least 1/2. After a rough guess, Chinshio guessed that this should be the fate line of the 4 generals. Interesting, 5 of you gathered together, are you discussing something? Chinshio immediately felt that he should go and watch the fun. Then he headed towards the underground floor. Soon, Chinshio came to the underground level of the Demon King's castle. The demons along the way did not dare to stop him, so he had a smooth journey. They don't think they have lived too long. After Chinshio arrived at the underground level, he saw Samuel and 4 other generals surrounding a blood-red circular magic circle. And under this circular magic circle, there is a stone that is glowing red and emitting boundless power of purgatory. After a rough sense, Chinshio realized that this stone was the origin stone of hell. What are you doing? Chinshio walked up to say hello. Philomena's 4 generals and Samuel also noticed Chinshio's arrival. At this moment, Samuel just turned his head to glance at Chinshio, and then continued to inject energy into the red magic circle, still as arrogant as ever. Mr. Chin, we are repairing the origin stone. Philomena turned around and greeted her with a smile. Chapter 43, Hell Origin Stone. I see. Chinshio walked forward and took a closer look. When walking up, Samuel wanted to stop it. After all, this thing was the origin of hell. But Samuel changed his mind and realized that with this guy's power, even if he wanted to destroy the entire Demon King's castle, no demon could stop him. It's the same even if you go up yourself. If he wants to come up and see, then let him come up and see. Wow, this thing is seriously damaged. What happened? How could the origin of hell be damaged like this? Chinshio looked at the origin stone that was missing 1/3, and even he felt that it would be a bit troublesome to repair it. Hearing this, the 4 great generals and Samuel looked at him at the same time with unfriendly eyes. Especially Samuel seemed to be about to lose his temper. Seeing the 4 generals and Samuel all looking at him, Chinshio was very confused. Is he thinking about the fact that he didn't wash his face today? Suddenly, he remembered something. This origin stone seemed to have been damaged by the original owner of this body during the last war. So in other words, it is equivalent to damaging it yourself. I almost forgot. It seems that I did it. Chinshio smiled awkwardly and said. Seeing that Chinshio could still laugh, Samuel glared at him. She wanted to beat Chinshio up. If it weren't for the fact that Chinshio lent her the Hell Demon's spear for her to comprehend, Samuel really wanted to take action, and it was definitely not because she couldn't win. The other 4 generals were also staring at him. For a moment, the entire atmosphere seemed to freeze, and Chinshio also discovered that something was wrong. When I came out of the room just now, I saw that the sun was very bright today. I went to take a look at it. Having said that, Chinshio quickly fled from the underground floor. Samuel and the others were left confused, wondering when the sun would appear in hell. However, they didn't care about that and started repairing the origin stone. Even if the 5 legendary demons transported energy at the same time, it would take at least half a year to repair the Hell Origin Stone. And during this time, they have to spend at least an hour every day transporting energy. As you can imagine, the repair is difficult. The other side. Chinchio, who escaped in embarrassment, found that he had nothing to do and he wanted to practice well. But now that he has reached this stage, the most important thing is to understand the law of destiny to 100%. Now he has a direction. However, Chinchio didn't know how to speed up his comprehension progress, so he could only proceed step by step. It's so boring. Chinchio walked towards the upper floor, and suddenly he thought that he could go find Lisa. After all, Chinchio thought that the demon Lisa was quite interesting, and she even took him to the Devil's Purgatory for a visit yesterday. Chinchio immediately started looking for Lisa's fate line. Soon, he found Lisa's destiny line and discovered it was on the 3rd floor. Then, without any hesitation, Chinchio went directly to the 3rd floor. 3 minutes later, Chinchio came to a door, and he originally wanted to push it open and go in. After thinking about it, I decided to knock on the door first. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 knocks on the door. Who is it? Lisa, in her pajamas and sleepy eyes, walked up to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she found Chinchio standing in front of her door and was stunned for a moment. And Chinchio was also stunned when he saw Lisa wearing cool pajamas. One man and one devil, they looked at each other awkwardly at such a close distance. Do you want to talk to me about? Lisa rubbed her eyes, wondering what Chinchio wanted from her so early in the morning. Of course I have something, and it's very important. Take me out for a walk. Are there any other fun places in hell like the Devil's Purgatory? Chinchio asked curiously. Hearing this, Lisa's face changed immediately. She thought of what happened yesterday, because Chinchio challenged her and caused such a big commotion. After this incident, Lisa no longer dared to take Chinchio out for a stroll, and Samuel had already warned her yesterday. Mr. Chin, this may not be possible. The Demon King warned me yesterday that I can no longer take you out for a stroll. Lisa shook her head and refused. Don't worry, if you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who will know? Chinchio coaxed Lisa. No, Mr. Chin, or we might be discovered by the Demon King. Lisa thought about it and refused. She was really scared. She knew that Chinchio was not afraid of Samuel because of his own powerful strength. Lisa also knew that she was not as powerful as Chinchio. It's okay. I'll change my appearance so no one will recognize me. Then who would know you took me out? Having said that, Chinchio didn't care whether Lisa agreed or not. He directly pulled Lisa up with his right hand, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared on the spot. In less than a few seconds, they arrived outside the Demon King's castle. At this moment, Lisa found herself being brought out. She looked helpless, as if she was on a pirate ship again. After coming out, Chinchio looked at the endless hell. His whole aura changed. Wings grew behind him, his body became thin, and his face became pale. Become like a male succubus. How is it? No demon can recognize me in this state, right? Chinchio said with a smile. Seeing Chinchio like this, Lisa was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses. Well, no demon will be able to recognize me like this. Lisa nodded, but she immediately realized something was wrong. I shouldn't have nodded in agreement, but should have taken Chinchio back, or gone back myself. Mr. Chen, I really want to go back, Lisa said as she was about to go back. Lisa, are you upset with me? In an instant, Chinchio's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, pressing towards Lisa. Feeling this terrifying demon-like aura, Lisa's body trembled involuntarily. She almost forgot that the person in front of her was the strongest person at the pinnacle of mythology. I have been disobeying his wishes. Am I not just looking for excitement? No, Mr. Chen, I don't dare. Lisa half knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. That's right, let's go and take a look at the front. Chinchio's tone softened a little, and the terrifying aura on his body also disappeared. Call. Seeing this, Lisa breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Afterwards, Lisa could only take Chinchio with her and walk forward. As he walked along, Chinchio seemed to have that smiling face again, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. However, Lisa couldn't help feeling a little nervous because she almost forgot that this man was a moody person. Lisa, why haven't you demons invaded the human world yet? As he walked, Chinchio asked with some confusion. Ah, Mr. Chin, don't you know? This is because you have sealed all the nodes. It will take us some time to break the node seals. As for the node in the infinite city, only creatures of epic level can descend upon it at most. Lisa looked at Chinchio in confusion. After hearing this, Chinchio remembered that the original owner of his body had spent a huge price to seal every node. Even if most of the powerful demons attack together, it will take a lot of time to destroy a node. Thinking of this, Chinchio couldn't help but feel a little regretful for the original Chinchio. He had done so much, but was still treated as a sinner by the 5 major cities. Of course, the current Chinchio will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen, which is why he chose to join the demon clan. He was looking forward to what expressions those humans would have when he led the demon army to attack the border. Chapter 44 Demon City, Stone Demon. Just as Chinchio and Lisa were walking and chatting, a demon city appeared in front of them. This city is similar to the cities in the human world, but the overall color tone is still blood red. You demons really like blood red. Chinchio still couldn't help but complain about the aesthetic of this color. Mr. Chen, isn't he good looking? Blood red is such a beautiful color, Lisa said slowly. It's pretty good. Chinchio was too tired to complain anymore. Afterwards, the man and the demon walked into the demon city called Blood Moon City. The 2 demons guarding the city gate immediately looked respectful when they saw Lisa coming. Hello, Chief Lisa. The 2 demons bowed in greeting. It is conceivable that Lisa's status outside is very high, but her status in the Demon King's castle is average. That's because the Demon King and some top-ranked generals are all in there. As the last of the 36 generals, her status is naturally not high. Of course, his status outside is still very high. After all, his epic superior strength has surpassed 90% of the demons in the entire hell. Facing the 2 demons' respectful greetings, Lisa just glanced at them, then took Chinchio and walked into the Blood Moon City. The 2 demons guarding the city looked at Lisa and a male succubus entering Blood Moon City with envy on their faces. In their eyes, Chinchio is definitely a weak, gigolo devil. They despise such demons the most, and it was definitely not because they were ugly or because they envied Chinchio's looks. A demon who is jealous that he cannot be as powerful as he is. In Blood Moon City. Along the way, Chinchio looked around and found that the city was quite lively, with shops everywhere and demons setting up stalls to sell things. Mr. Chen, I often go to the Blood Tavern in front. Why don't we go sit there for a while? Lisa pointed to a pub in front that was decorated in a modern style. It can be said that it is no different from the taverns in the human world, but the color is undoubtedly blood red. Chinchio had only been to taverns in the human world before, so he was a little curious about the tavern in this hell. After entering the tavern, Chinchio took a look and found that overall it seemed to be no different from the taverns in the human world. This shows that even hell is keeping up with the times. Inside the bar, there are tables lined up, with a bar counter in the front. Although it is not night yet, the distinction between day and night is not so clear in hell, so there are quite a few customers in the tavern. After Lisa walked in, most of the male demons immediately looked at her, but the next second, they immediately looked away. Because they all recognized that this person was the leader of the Succubus clan and one of the 36 warriors. These weak demons dared not have any ideas about Lisa? They didn't think they had lived too long. However, when they saw Chinchio following Lisa, envy, jealousy, and hatred appeared in their eyes. Just like the 2 demons guarding the city, they treated Chinchio as a gigolo. They were somewhat envious of how Chinchio was able to hook up with such a beautiful and powerful demon like Lisa. As for some female demons, they looked at Chinchio with an infatuated look on their faces. It can be imagined how beautiful Chinchio's face was after he transformed into a male demon. So handsome! Some female demons couldn't help but sigh. Huh! What's so handsome about that? The most important thing about a demon is strong strength and a strong body. That pretty boy looks skinny. How can that be compared to me? I look strong, but I don't look as handsome as him. A burly demon seemed a little dissatisfied and stood up to show off his strong body. TSK, you should just sit down. You're so ugly, why are you standing up? That is to say, what do you have to compare with others? How dare you stand up? As a result, as soon as this demon stood up, the female demons began to speak with disgust. After hearing these words, the devil who had stood up to show off his muscles could only sit down obediently with his head down in humiliation. A table in the corner. Chinchio and Lisa were sitting there. At this time, a glass of wine had been served to each of them. Picking up the glass of wine, Chinchio-chan took a sip and tried the taste. It felt pretty good, a little sweet and sour. "Mr. Chun, can I ask you a question?" Lisa looked at Chinchio curiously. "What's the problem?" Chinchio took a sip of wine and said, "That is, how did you cultivate to be so strong?" Lisa actually really wanted to know why Chinchio was so powerful. Even Lord Lucifer is no match for him. "This? Of course it's all due to my hard work day and night. When I was weak, I practiced day and night without sleep. Even when I became strong, I never slacked off in my practice. That's why I have such a strong strength." Chinchio lied seriously. However, Lisa believed it completely and looked at Chinchio with admiration. She thought that Mr. Chin must be working harder than he said, otherwise how could he have such strong strength? Thinking of this, Lisa couldn't help but feel that she had to work hard, otherwise when would she be able to break through to the legendary level? How could she know? Chinchio had never worked hard, but had directly inherited a mythical peak max level account. Seeing Lisa's face full of admiration after being fooled by him, Chinchio felt a little embarrassed. He looked out the window somewhat awkwardly. At this time, a demon who was more than 2 meters tall, with a burly figure, and whose body seemed to be made of pieces of stone, walked towards them. "Lisa, you are here after all," the stone demon said to Sally. "What are you doing here?" Lisa looked unhappy when she saw the stone demon coming. Turning around, Chinchio also saw the stone demon. He found that the stone demon's strength was just okay, with epic peak strength, a little stronger than Lisa. "Lisa, you know my love for you. We are both one of the 36 warriors, and with the help of my race, your race's status in hell will definitely be further improved, so the two of us are the most suitable." The stone demon Bulk looked at Lisa and said. Hearing this, Chinchio looked like he was eating melons. "Go away, I don't like you at all." Lisa refused decisively. "Is it because of this male succubus? I am indeed not as handsome as him, but do you think he has any power at all? He is the cannon fodder among cannon fodder. We, the demon clan, should pursue powerful strength. What use is this kind of demon that looks good but is useless to you?" Bulky looked at Chinchio with disgust. He followed because he heard other demons tell him that Lisa had brought a male succubus to the city. As a result, when he came over, Bulky found that there was no power fluctuation on Chinchio's body, which made Bulky even more dissatisfied. He thought that he was obviously 100 times stronger than this pretty boy. Why does Lisa look down on herself? Chinchio, who was standing by, was a little confused when he heard this. He thought, "Isn't it just a melon? How did it end up on my head?" Chapter 45, Long Tian Who Thinks He Is Invincible. "Bulk, shut up!" Lisa on the side was very panicked, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. The other demons don't know the terrifying power of this one, but she does. If this person gets angry, then things will be bad. However, when Bulky heard Lisa told him to shut up because of the male succubus, he became even angrier. "Little devil, we demons believe that the strong are respected. What's your ability as a gigolo? If you have the guts, fight me." Bulk looked at Chinchio angrily. "Oh, are you sure?" When Chinchio heard that Bulky wanted to fight him, a smile appeared on his face. "If you don't dare, get out of here now, or come fight me in the ring." Bulk looked at Chinchio and asked himself if he was sure. He thought Chinchio was scared. "Mr. Chin, I'm sorry about him." Lisa wanted to curse Bulk in her heart. She wondered why this idiot was here today. "Lisa, he's just a gigolo. Why are you apologizing to him? How about it? Do you dare?" Bulk became even angrier when he saw Lisa actually apologize to Chinchio. "Interesting, let's have a fight." Chinchio stood up with a smile on his face. Lisa wanted to say something, but when she was about to speak, Chinchio looked over. Lisa shut up and didn't dare to say a word. She knew that this most powerful person at the pinnacle of mythology always kept smiling while speaking. But if this person gets angry, it is extremely terrifying. Lisa thought to herself that Bulk was finished. You have some backbone, come with me to the ring. Bulk didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at this moment. He looked at Lisa with confidence. He thought to himself that he would kill Chinchio instantly, and then Lisa would know who the real strong one was. The demons in the tavern watched as Chinchio actually accepted Bulk's invitation to fight. Most of the male demons felt happy, while the female demons shook their heads regretfully. In their eyes, Chinchio was just an ordinary male succubus, without any powerful energy fluctuations. However, Bulk is one of the 36 generals and a demon at the pinnacle of epic. There is no suspense in this battle before it even starts. Soon, Bulk and Chinchio arrived at the Blood Moon City Arena. The area below is already full of demons. Alas, this male demon is so impulsive that he actually accepted Lord Bulk's invitation to fight. Yeah, isn't this courting death? Lord Bulk's strength ranks in the top 15 among the 36 generals, and he is about to break through to the legendary level. Who said it wasn't? Guess how many attacks this male succubus can withstand at most? I think 2 moves at most. 2 more moves. Lord Bulk only needs 1 move at most to defeat this male succubus. Many demons felt that Chinchio had no chance of winning, and they were even wondering how many moves Chinchio could survive. Most people thought that Chinchio might not be able to block even one of Bulky's attacks. Only Lisa below shook her head. She was the only one who felt sorry for Bulk. Although she didn't like Bulky very much, they had known each other for hundreds of years after all, and she still couldn't bear to see Bulky die here. However, Lisa had no way to deal with it. It was Bulk's fault for seeking excitement by daring to challenge this person. Others don't know Chinchio's strength, but Lisa knows that he is the strongest man with the peak combat power of mythology. Not to mention that Bulk is only at the peak of epic level. What if he breaks through to the legendary level? Even when facing the strongest mythical being, he would still be killed instantly. On the ring, Bulky looked at Chinchio with arrogance. Boy, blame your bad luck for daring to compete with me for a woman. I want you to know that in hell, power is everything. Really? I agree with that statement, but you seem to have misunderstood one thing. I am stronger than you, by a lot. Chinchio looked at Bulky with a smile on his face. Damn it! You're looking for death. When Bulk heard this, he became extremely angry, and a powerful aura burst out from his whole body. The power of purgatory burst out, and the momentum that belonged to the peak of epic level pressed towards Chinchio. He wanted to make Chinchio surrender with his momentum alone. The many demons below looked at this scene and couldn't help but shook their heads. Alas, this demon is doomed. If he had begged for mercy, he could have survived. But he actually dared to provoke Lord Stone Demon. Yeah, I think this demon is a little bit depressed. Does he really think that he is invincible just because he is with the succubus? Lord Stone Demon has the strength of the epic peak. If he wants to kill someone, even Lord Succubus can't stop him. And I don't think the succubus has any intention of going up to stop him. It seems that the succubus has given up on this guy. Many demons looked at the succubus, and saw that she had no intention of intervening. They all thought that Chinchio was finished. But they didn't know that Chinchio didn't need the succubus's intervention at all. Above the ring. Ah! Chinchio yawned. He felt the momentum of this epic peak, just like a breeze blowing by, which was quite comfortable. Seeing that Chinchio was safe and sound under his aura, the stone demon was a little surprised. He felt that he had underestimated this male succubus. Good boy, it seems that I underestimated your strength. To be able to remain unharmed under my aura, you must have diamond-level strength. However, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have diamond-level strength. This demon has the strength of the epic peak, and I am only one step away from breaking through to the legendary level. Bulky's face was still full of arrogance. The next second, an epic giant axe appeared from the space ring and was held in his hand. In an instant, Bulk's body disappeared from the spot. He held a huge axe in his hand and chopped towards Chinchio. Many demons felt sad for Chinchio when they saw this scene. They seemed to be able to see the tragic scene of Chinchio being chopped to death by an axe. But the next second, their mouths opened into an O shape in surprise, and they were shocked. Because Bulk's entire body actually stopped 1 meter in front of Chinchio's body, and the epic giant axe also stopped in midair. How is this possible? Balk's face was full of disbelief. He found that he could not move at all except for speaking. The power of the law of time emanated from Chinchio's body, and he floated in the air. In an instant, a terrifying air wave spread out in all directions. Balk was blown away by the air wave and fell heavily on the stage. At the same time, long rivers of time appeared above Chinchio. The incomparable aura emanated, and the kingly momentum pressed towards Balk. Looking at the man in front of him who was like an ancient demon god, he felt the momentum that was like the vast mountains and rivers. Balk's whole body was shaking continuously. He had realized what kind of existence he had provoked. The demons below were equally shocked. What kind of power is this? It's too strong. Am I seeing things? Isn't this an ordinary succubus? Could he be a legendary demon that survived from ancient times? It's over. Balky is really finished this time. He has hit a wall. It's terrible, this power. Balk is so unlucky. It means that Balk is too unlucky. This should be an ancient demon. We thought that Balk would kill him instantly, but now it seems that Balk is likely to be killed instantly. Many demons are speculating that Chinchio is an ancient demon. They think Chinchio should be a legendary demon. However, they did not realize that they had underestimated Chinchio's strength. Chinchio's strength is far beyond the peak of legend, but at the peak of myth. If it weren't for the purpose of not causing trouble to Lisa, Chinchio would not compress his strength to the legendary peak. Balky on the ring was now soaked in sweat. Looking at this devil-like existence in the air, how could Balky not know that he had kicked a big iron wall? He knew that if he didn't find a solution, he would most likely die here today. Dear succubus, I know my mistakes. Please spare my life, I am willing to pay any price. Balk simply knelt down, totally disregarding any dignity. Faced with this momentum, Balky felt as if he was facing the devil. He even had a feeling that this person's aura was more terrifying than that of the Demon King. For a moment, Balky wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he come out today? Why did he come here to provoke this person? In particular, he thought that most of his original power had been damaged in the great battle a few months ago, and the remaining original power was not enough to revive him. To die now is to truly die. Faced with the threat of death, Balky didn't want to die like this. Therefore, even if he had to give up his dignity as a general, even if he had to kneel down and beg for mercy, he still wanted to survive. With his head lowered and an extremely nervous expression, Balk didn't even dare to look up at Chinchio. He could only pray in his heart that the person in front of him would spare his life. It's a good attitude to admit mistakes. A smile appeared on Chinchio's lips. Hearing these words, Balky couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he could survive. But the next second he felt despair. But I don't intend to forgive you. Chinchio's face was full of smiles and he pointed his finger forward. In an instant, a river of time turned into a ferocious time dragon, swallowing up Balk at an extremely fast speed. No! Balky's face was filled with horror and despair. He knew that he could neither dodge nor block the attack. Boom! Amidst the shocking explosion, Balk and the ring were swallowed by the dragon of time. Countless huge rocks flew everywhere, everything around was destroyed, and smoke rose up. As the smoke dissipated, there was no trace of Balk on the stage. Balk disappeared completely, turning into nothingness and vanishing between heaven and earth. Below the ring, many demons saw the devastating blow just now and how Balk was easily killed instantly. The shock in their hearts could not calm down for a long time. It's too terrifying. Lord Balk was killed instantly by this power. Yes, it's too scary. This person must be an ancient demon. Otherwise, how could he have such powerful strength? Lord Balk is, after all, an epic-level demon. This lord was able to kill him instantly with one strike, so he must have reached the peak of the legendary level, almost reaching the mythical level, right? This is unbelievable. Lord Balk was one of the 36 generals, and he was killed in an instant. We thought that Balk could kill this lord in one strike, but Balk was killed in one strike instead. Yeah, our previous thoughts were ridiculous. Many demons were shocked, and they also realized how ridiculous it was to think that Balk could kill Chinchio instantly with one blow. Among all the demons, only Lisa looked relatively normal. She had long known about Chinchio's terrifying strength. With the power at the pinnacle of mythology, even the Demon King is no match for him. It can be said that he is the ceiling of combat power in the entire world. It would be strange if he couldn't kill Bulk in one blow. After doing all this, Jinxiu in midair yawned and returned to the ground as if he had done nothing but stepped on an ant to death. After he came down, he walked towards Lisa. The demons that were originally surrounding him quickly made way for him. They lowered their heads with respectful expressions, and no one even dared to look directly at Jinxiu. "Let's go." Jinxiu spoke slowly to Lisa, then walked forward. "Okay, Mr. Chin." When Lisa heard this, she hurriedly followed. When the demons in the back saw this scene, some of them couldn't stop shaking. Because they remembered that they seemed to have said just now that this ancient demon lord was Lisa's gigolo. When they thought of this, a look of fear appeared on their faces. It wasn't until Jinxiu was completely gone that they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now none of these demons think that Jinxiu is Lisa's gigolo. With his legendary strength, why does he need to be a gigolo? After leaving the ring, Jinxiu strolled around Blood Moon City with Lisa again. However, after what happened just now, many demons looked at Jinxiu with awe and did not dare to approach him. In this regard, Jinxiu could only sigh. Is this the loneliness of the strong? Looking at the many demons like this, Jinxiu felt bored. "Let's go back," Jinxiu said to Lisa. "Okay, Mr. Chin." Lisa nodded. Afterwards, the man and the demon left Blood Moon City and headed towards the Demon King's castle. At the same time, in Dragon Emperor City, outside a huge room, Yang Jinghuan and many other senior generals were waiting. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out. Everyone felt this breath and were a little excited. They knew that there was a high probability that Long Tian had made a breakthrough. After more than 10 seconds, the breath slowly dissipated and Long Tian walked out of the room. "Long Tian, how is it?" Yang Jinghuan immediately stepped forward and asked. "Don't worry, everyone. I have already broken through to the epic peak. From now on, the demons are nothing to worry about. In 5 days, when this god's legendary weapon is finished, we will open the sealed node and completely destroy the demons." After breaking through to the epic peak, Long Tian became even more confident and arrogant. If he wasn't afraid that Jinxiu would lend the legendary weapons in his hand to the demons, he would have wanted to open the sealed node directly. Chapter 46: Misunderstanding, Repair, and the Power of Two Laws. In Hell. After Jinxiu took Lisa away from Blood Moon City, he remembered that he had something to do. "Lisa, let's go back first." Jinxiu turned around and said to Lisa with a smile on his face. Lisa was a little confused about this, and wondered why Jinxiu wanted to go back so early today. However, she dared not disobey Jinxiu's words. "Okay, Mr. Chin," Lisa replied with her head slightly lowered. Afterwards, the man and the demon headed towards the Demon King's castle. After a while, they returned to the Demon King's castle. After returning to the Demon King's castle, Jinxiu said something to Lisa and hurriedly walked towards the basement. An hour later, on the 5th floor, in a room, the Demon King Samuel was sitting on the throne, and below him were the 4 great generals. They gathered here today, naturally, to discover that the soul stone of the stone demon, one of the 36 generals, was broken, which meant that the stone demon was dead. "How's the data exploration going on, Philomena? Which demon killed the stone demon?" Samuel raised his head and asked Philomena below. "My lord demon, according to my subordinate's investigation, I asked the demons present at the time. Bulk was killed by a demon with the power of the law of time, although that power is not necessarily the supreme law, the law of time. But at least it is a first-level law, similar to time. Moreover, Bulk was unable to block a single blow from the demon. Another thing is that the demon seemed to appear with Lisa." Philomena told all the information she had learned. Upon hearing this information, Samuel and the other 3 generals fell silent. In their hell, there are basically no first-level demons who have comprehended the law of time. Even if there are, it is impossible for them to kill Bulk in one blow. You know, even if Bulk hasn't reached the legendary level, he still has epic-level combat power. With such power, if you want to kill it instantly with one blow, you have to jump through at least 2 levels, that is, the legendary intermediate level. There are very few demons in hell who can reach this level, not to mention they have to comprehend the power of time and related laws. For a moment, there was only one candidate in the eyes of Samuel and the others. That is Chenshio. I believe you all know who the murderer is. Tell me, what should we do next? Samuel felt a little complicated. Originally, she was somewhat grateful that Chenshio lent her the Hell Demon's spear so that she could gain insights into it. As a result, this guy killed one of his men instantly without any explanation. If you don't do something, it would be really unacceptable. The four great generals below were all silent when they heard this, because they knew that with Chenshio's strength, even if they wanted to do something, could they do it? However, if he kills demon-level warriors so recklessly, what if he gets in a bad mood one day and wants to kill them as well? So what are they going to do? For a moment, the demons were in a low mood. Faced with a being with such terrifying strength, they were indeed helpless. Master Demon, I think we should handle this matter calmly and not care about it, but we should also be wary of Chenshio's thoughts and figure out what he is going to do next. If we let him run wild in hell like this, we might all be in danger. After several seconds, Philomena stood up and said that she originally thought that Chenshio really had a conflict with humans and joined the demon clan. But after this incident, Philomena also had a different opinion of Chenshio. Well, that's it for now. You guys can go and do whatever you want. Samuel also knew that this was the best way at the moment. With Chenshio's strength, they had no way to deal with him. She also couldn't understand why Chenshio wanted to kill Bulky for no reason. Wasn't he going to join the demon clan? Could it be that he actually didn't want to join the demon clan? Just a boring game. Or maybe, this was just a ploy of Chenshio. He had not actually broken with humans at all. His purpose of coming to hell and wanting to join the demon clan was just to better destroy hell. But with Chenshio's strength, it seems unnecessary to do so. For a moment, Samuel was a little confused about this matter. She usually only liked to solve problems with absolute strength. However, the power that Samuel was proud of was nothing in front of Chenshio. At this moment, the other four generals left the room and went about their own business. Time passes quickly. The next morning, Samuel and his four great generals were preparing to go to the underground level as usual to repair the Hell Origin Stone. As a result, as soon as they reached the underground level, they felt a powerful force of the law of time and the law of destiny. Not good. Samuel had a bad feeling in her heart. The demon sword appeared in her hand, and the stone of the origin of hell was related to the foundation of the entire hell. If Chenshio dared to do something bad, even if Samuel knew he was no match for him, he would use all the power of hell to fight Chenshio to the death. The other four generals also hurriedly followed. Philomena's expression was extremely complicated at this moment. She felt that she had been fooled. Chenshio did not break with the human race at all. He came here and joined the demon race, perhaps just to completely destroy the origin stone of hell. The demon king and his four generals hurried to the room where the origin stone was stored. But when they pushed open the door and walked in, they stayed where they were because the scene they imagined did not happen. Hoo! Instead, it was Chenshio who stood next to the hell origin stone, breathing slightly. The stone that was the origin of hell, which looked like it had consumed a lot of energy, was also completely repaired. You are here. The energy required to repair this stone is greater than I thought. Chenshio wiped the sweat from his forehead. He also didn't expect that it would take a whole night to repair the stone with the energy of the two ultimate powers of the peak mythological laws. You came to this underground level to repair the origin stone? Samuel asked Chenshio. What else? Chenshio said doubtfully. Looking at the scene before them, the demon king and the other four generals looked at each other. They all had the same thought in their minds at this moment. They were wondering if they had misunderstood Chenshio. If Chenshio really wants to destroy hell, he must continue to eliminate the powerful fighting force of the demons. So why did he spend so much energy repairing the origin stone? What's wrong with you? Chenshio looked at the demons with such expressions and felt a little strange. Master Demon, have we misunderstood Mr. Chen? Philomena said slowly. At this moment, Samuel fell into deep thought. Chapter 47, Fear of Chenshio's Terrifying Strength. What's the misunderstanding? Chenshio felt that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. They have spent so much energy repairing the Hell's Origin Stone. Shouldn't they be happy? Why do you all have such expressions? Did I do something wrong? It shouldn't be like this. I saved them half a year's work. Chen Xiu, can I ask you a question? Samuel finally decided to ask for clarification. Can. At this time, Chen Xiu also wanted to figure out what was going on. Why do you want to kill Balk? He is one of the 36 warriors of our demon clan and an important fighting force. Samuel asked Chen Xiu. The other 4 generals also looked at Chen Xiu. They looked ready to take action, fearing that Chen Xiu would lose his temper and attack them. If Chen Xiu really wanted to lose his temper and take action, they can only inject all their energy into the Demon King's body to help him briefly break through to the mythical level. This way there might be a chance to stop Chen Xiu's attack. Of course, the chances are not great. After all, even the intermediate mythical Lord Lucifer lost to this guy. Even though Lucifer was just an energy body at that time, he could only exert 80% of his true strength. But they knew that even if Lord Lucifer could exert 100% of his strength, he would not be a match for Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu won too easily and casually at that time. Chen Xiu, who was standing opposite, heard Samuel's question and the puzzled looks of many demons. He knew that he must have been misunderstood. Of course, it's because this guy provoked me first. How could I, such a good person, kill a demon so easily? If you don't believe me, you can ask Sally to come over and ask. Chen Xiu said with a smile, looking like he really was a good guy. However, when Samuel and the others heard this, they became more alert. They looked at Chen Xiu with very strange eyes, and it was obvious that they did not believe that Chen Xiu could be a good person. After all, if a person who kills his way through hell and makes demons massacre the city is a good person, then there would be no bad people in this world. If Chen Xiu knew what they were thinking, he would definitely cry out in injustice. He didn't do the previous thing. As for the latter incident, it was entirely the people of Infinite City who brought their own death upon themselves. Hey, what are you looking at? Don't you believe me? I really am a good person. Chen Xiu felt speechless as he looked at the disbelieving eyes of the many demons. As the strongest person in the world, they always have a smile on their faces, making people and demons feel like they are bathed in spring breeze. How can they think that they are not good people? Philomena, go and ask Lisa to come over. Samuel said to Philomena beside him. Okay, Lord Demon King. After receiving the order, Philomena left the room without any hesitation to find Lisa. It will take a while. She brought Lisa back. When Lisa entered the room, she looked a little panicked. Because she saw Samuel and Chen Xiu were here. For a moment, Lisa wondered if she had been discovered when she took Chen Xiu out yesterday. Master Demon. Lisa bowed and said respectfully. After standing up, she looked at Chen Xiu with a wrong look on her face. It was as if he was telling him that we had agreed not to be discovered. At this moment, Chen Xiu naturally noticed Lisa's gaze, and his face was full of embarrassment. Chen Xiu didn't want to be discovered either. But he forgot that the power of the law of time was too difficult to comprehend, and as soon as he used it, there was a high probability that his identity would be exposed. Lisa, you followed Chen Xiu to Blood Moon City yesterday, right? Samuel raised his head slightly and looked at Lisa with proud eyes. Yes, Lord Demon. For a moment, Lisa became even more panicked, and she thought to herself that she was really doomed. Then why did Chen Xiu want to kill Balk? What happened? Tell me every word. Samuel asked Lisa again. Hearing this, Lisa felt that the Demon King would definitely blame her. However, she dared not answer Samuel's question. Master Demon, this is what happened. Lisa told the story with some fear. After listening to Lisa's description of what happened, Samuel and the other 4 generals had complicated expressions. You mean, it was Balk who took the initiative to provoke Chen Xiu and said he wanted to kill Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu then took action to get rid of him. Samuel looked at Lisa with a serious expression. That's right, Demon Lord. Lisa replied, her body still shaking. After hearing Lisa's affirmative answer, Samuel and the other 4 generals realized that they had misunderstood Chen Xiu. Samuel looked at Chen Xiu with some apology. She originally thought that Chen Xiu was just playing a game in order to destroy hell and slowly kill her generals. As a result, Samuel discovered that he had misunderstood. Bulky was simply courting death by daring to challenge a top-level legendary warrior. Not to mention Shinshio, Samuel thought that if there was a demon weaker than himself who dared to provoke him, or even dared to say that he wanted to kill him, then there is no doubt that Samuel will take direct action to deal with that guy. You see, I am really a good person. Shinshio looked at Samuel and several other demons with a smile on his face. At this time, Samuel and the other 4 demons had complicated expressions. As for Lisa, she was completely confused and was wondering what was going on. Master Demon, it seems that we really misunderstood Mr. Chin. Philomena looked at Samuel and said slowly. At this moment, Samuel was stunned for a moment. She looked at Shinshio, who was still sweating, and the repaired origin stone. Samuel suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Shinshio had spent so much energy repairing the origin stone, but he and the other demons actually misunderstood him. After hesitating for a long time, Samuel struggled to speak. Sorry, Shinshio, we misunderstood you. After saying this, Samuel's proud face instantly turned red with shame. The next second, she left the room without looking back. In response to this, all the demons present, as well as Shinshio, were stunned. They could never have imagined that their proud demon king would actually apologize. At this moment, Philomena and other demons were completely stunned. They had never seen their arrogant demon king apologize. However, Shinshio smiled and thought that Samuel's apology was quite interesting. At this time, Philomena also came back to her senses. She looked at Shinshio and said, Mr. Chin, I'm sorry. We misunderstood you. I can compensate you for something. Anything is fine. Philomena leaned close to Shinshio's ear, and the spectacular basketball was directly stuck to Shinshio's body. Chapter 48, Arrogant Long Tian opens the seal. For a moment, even with Shinshio's current strength, he felt a little restless. He thought to himself, what kind of succubus is Lisa? Philomena is the real succubus, okay? But the next second, Shinshio immediately calmed down. Philomena, next time for sure, Shinshio said with a smile. All right. In response, Philomena smiled helplessly. Then she also walked out of the room. The other 3 generals saw Samuel and Philomena leave, so they left as well. All of a sudden, Lisa and Shinshio were the only ones left in the room. What happened to Mr. Chin? Doesn't the Demon King blame me? Lisa looked confused, and it was obvious that she hadn't figured out what was going on. Of course you are to blame. You are screwed next, Shinshio said to Lisa with a smirk on his face. In this regard, Lisa thought about the punishment she was going to receive, and she felt aggrieved and was about to cry. Tears welled up in my eyes. Shinshio was stunned when he saw this scene. He thought to himself, Big sister, you are the leader of the succubus clan. Why do you cry all the time? Hey Lisa, don't cry, I was just kidding. Samuel, I have no intention of blaming you at all. Shinshio spoke quickly. Really? Lisa looked up, somewhat unconvinced. Really? I was just kidding you. Shinshio said seriously that he did not lie to her. Mr. Chen, you are bullying the devil. When Lisa heard that Shinshio was lying to her, she felt even more aggrieved, and tears were about to flow from her eyes. Seeing this scene, Shinshio was completely confused. He thought, I told this girl that I was joking, why is she still crying? Stop crying. If you keep crying, I'll get angry. Shinshio really hates girls crying, he said in a somewhat fierce tone. Hearing Shinshio's tone, Lisa could only force herself to hold back her tears and not cry. But that look still made him feel very aggrieved. Looking at Sally like this, Shinshio's face was full of helplessness. He was thinking about what to do. Suddenly it occurred to him. Shinshio took out a legendary weapon from his storage ring. This is a legendary red sword. This purgatory sword is for you. Please stop crying, okay? Shinshio gave this legendary weapon to Lisa. He had obtained it by killing a legendary demon before. Mr. Chin, are you really going to give me this weapon? When Lisa took the purgatory sword, she naturally felt the power of the purgatory sword. Well, as long as you don't cry, Shinshio said slowly, without any feeling of heartache. Anyway, legendary weapons are meaningless to him. Only mythical weapons are of some use to him now. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Lisa looked at this legendary weapon and was extremely happy. She stopped crying instantly and forgot about the grievance she had just felt. She immediately hugged Chen Xian tightly. Faced with Lisa's hug, Chen Xiu was stunned for a moment. After all, in his previous life, Chen Xiu was just a young man in his early 20s. It's okay, just don't cry. Chen Xiu gently pushed Lisa away and said with a smile. Lisa nodded. She looked at this legendary weapon with excitement on her face. She didn't look like a succubus at all, but more like a little girl. In fact, this is Sally's true nature. Every time she pretends to be mature and powerful, it is because she is the leader of the succubus clan. But for some reason, Lisa has taken off her disguise in front of Chinchio more than once. Thinking of this, Lisa couldn't help blushing and felt a little embarrassed. Let's go. No one is in this room anymore. Let's go out too, Chinchio said to Lisa. Okay. When Lisa heard this, she quickly followed him out. After leaving the basement, Chinchio returned to his room. When Chinchio returned to the room, he felt a little tired. Even if he had been outputting high energy for a whole night, he would still suffer serious mental damage. Soon, Chinchio lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after Chinchio woke up, his exhausted energy was restored, and he felt a little bored again. After a simple meal, the two maids prepared breakfast for him. Although he doesn't mind not eating for several years at this stage, why not enjoy the delicious food? After eating, Chinchio thought for a while and prepared to go find the Demon King. As a result, just like before, this Demon King, who represented anger, got furious at the slightest disagreement. In every day that followed, the many demons in the Demon King's castle could see that their Demon King was holding a big sword and chasing Chinchio frantically from behind. But he could never catch up with her every time, and the next day, Chinchio would still go to chat with Samuel. In fact, he didn't want to make Samuel angry. He just often said that it is actually very simple to break through to the mythical level. It can be done easily. There is no one who cannot break through, right? In Samuel's eyes, such words were naked sarcasm, which was why Chinchio was chased and hacked every day. The most important thing is that he doesn't know how irritating his words are. 4 days later, the sun is shining brightly. In Dragon Emperor City, in a huge courtyard, an old man took out a golden spear, on which was carved a qilin. Lord Long Tian, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully forged this legendary spear. Please give him a name, Lord Long Tian. Ouyang Zi handed over the legendary spear with both hands with a respectful look on his face. Long Tian took this legendary lower-level spear. Good gun, really good gun, worthy of being a weapon forged with most of the resources of Dragon King City. Only legendary weapons are worthy of this god. Chinchio, you didn't expect that? This god also has legendary weapons. Long Tian waved the spear in his hand with a wild smile on his face. Old man, there is a qilin carved on your spear, so this spear should be called the qilin spear. Waving the qilin spear in his hand, Long Tian became more and more satisfied. He believed that with this legendary qilin spear, no one would be his match. In Long Tian's eyes, he possessed epic strength and a legendary spear, making him the strongest man in the world. Neither the devil nor Chinchio could be his match. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that the strongest person in this world is far more than just the epic peak. After getting the weapon, Long Tian also left the courtyard. He couldn't wait to open the seal node. He wanted to defeat the demons and kill Chinchio in one fell swoop. Let everyone know who is the truly invincible person. Half an hour later. The most magnificent building in Dragon Emperor City. Chapter 49. The Confident People of Dragon Emperor City. On the top floor, all the senior officers of Dragon Emperor City gathered there. Sitting at the front were naturally Long Tian, as well as Yang Jinghuan and several other top-ranking generals. Long Tian, you have obtained a legendary weapon, Yang Jinghuan asked slowly. That's right. Next, Chinchio will not be the only one who possesses a legendary weapon. Long Tian took out the legendary weapon, walked forward, and showed it to everyone, with great arrogance and hubris. Many generals looked at the legendary weapon emitting blue light with confidence. Great, Lord Long Tian has a legendary weapon. Let's see what Chinchio will do next. So, Qin Xiu killed an epic demon with his legendary weapon, so he thinks he can act so arrogantly? Who said no? He even joined the demon tribe directly. He is courting death. Lord Long Tian has already broken through to the epic peak. With the legendary weapon, no one in this world can be his opponent. Alas, Qin Xiu could never have imagined that there are also epic masters among us humans. He thought he was so awesome for hiding his epic strength. Lord Long Tian has already reached the epic peak, and with the legendary weapon, Qin Xiu will definitely be stunned when he sees Lord Long Tian's terrifying power. That's right, the strongest of the demons is only at the epic level. They definitely can't be a match for Lord Long Tian. With Lord Long Tian's invincible strength, it won't take long for us to completely wipe out the demons. The generals and officers at the top level began to flatter Long Tian for his powerful strength. In their eyes, Qin Xiu and the demon clan, their strongest combat power is only at the epic level. It is impossible for him to be a match for Long Tian, who possesses epic peak combat power. Long Tian walked upstairs and heard the flattery of the crowd. He enjoyed it very much. He looked forward with arrogant eyes. In his eyes, he not only broke through to the epic peak, but also possessed a legendary weapon, which made him invincible. Old man, open the sealed node. Next, we need to let the demons know how powerful our Dragon King city is. Long Tian said to Yang Jinghuan. Good. A gratified smile appeared on Yang Jinghuan's old face. He had spared no effort in training Long Tian just for this moment. He wanted to see with his own eyes that Long Tian became the strongest in the world, defeated Qin Xiu, and led mankind to completely eliminate the demon clan. Yang Jinghuan took out a dragon-shaped token from his arms. This token is the same as the one in Infinite City. Obviously, it is the token to open the sealing array. Yang Jinghuan did not hesitate and immediately injected energy into the dragon-shaped token. In an instant, as the dragon-shaped token was injected with energy, the entire dragon-shaped token floated in the air. In an instant, the dragon-shaped token emitted light. In the sky of Dragon Emperor City. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a blood-red magic circle appeared. As the blood-red magic circle appeared, cracks began to appear, and it looked like it would soon break apart. When the people in Dragon Emperor City saw this scene, they panicked. They were thinking, are the demons about to invade? What's going on? Why is the seal broken? Could it be that the demons are about to invade? Although we have epic-level psychics in our city, the demons also have epic-level psychics. Can we stop their attack? And Qin Xiu seems to have joined the demon tribe and has legendary weapons. Can we really be his opponents? With the previous experience of Infinite City as a lesson, the people of Dragon Emperor City have not completely lost their minds. They still had a hint of worry in their hearts. At this moment, a golden figure flew straight into the sky, followed by 10 streams of light. Long Tian stood proudly in the sky, holding the Qilin spear, with rays of thunder and lightning entwined around him. The 10 psychics behind them also exude the aura of epic psychics. Don't panic, everyone. This god has already broken through to the epic peak. We took the initiative to break the red magic circle seal in order to guide the demons to invade. Today, I, Long Tian, will lead everyone to destroy the demon clan. As he spoke, Long Tian waved the Qilin spear in his hand. The power of thunder continued to shine, and the aura of an epic peak psychic emanated from him. The ordinary psychics and the people below were extremely excited when they heard that Long Tian had broken through to the epic peak. The slight worry they had just had completely disappeared. Great, Lord Long Tian has broken through to the epic peak. No matter who Qin Xiu is or who the demons are, they will never be a match for Lord Long Tian. It's not that we should worry about the invasion of demons, but that the demons should worry about whether they will be destroyed by us. That's right, Lord Long Tian possesses epic peak power. Whether it is the demon king of the demon clan or Qin Xiu, they only have epic level power. They can't possibly be a match for Lord Long Tian. We will definitely be able to destroy the demon clan. Lord Long Tian is invincible. Look, the weapon in Lord Long Tian's hand is glowing blue. Doesn't this mean that this is a legendary weapon? Great. In this case, Qin Xiu's only advantage is gone. He will never be a match for Lord Long Tian. Lord Long Tian now not only possesses the strength of the epic peak, but also has a legendary weapon. As long as Chinchio and the demons dare to come over, they will surely die. That is to say, I used to think that Chinchio was doing this for the good of us humans. Unexpectedly, he was a complete villain who not only destroyed the seal but also caused the death of thousands of people. In order to monopolize the weapons and the opportunity to become stronger, he destroyed the demon nodes. They even refused to accept our judgment and join the demon tribe. Such people deserve to be put to death. That's right, Chinchio is the sinner of our human race. Instead of accepting our judgment and kneeling down to apologize, he actually joined the demon clan. He is really courting death. Does he think that he can threaten us by hiding his strength and joining the demon tribe? Now that Lord Longtian has broken through to the epic peak, let's see what he's going to do. Ha ha ha, I think Chinchio will regret it terribly when he sees that Lord Longtian is so powerful. But it's no use for him to regret now. Lord Longtian has the strength of the epic peak. He is invincible in this world. Lord Longtian is mighty and domineering. Lord Longtian is mighty and domineering. Lord Longtian is mighty and domineering. The ordinary psychics and the people below cheered and raised their arms. They looked at Longtian's powerful strength with great confidence, and no longer had any worries at all. They were even looking forward to seeing the arrival of Chinchio and the demons. They were already imagining that Chinchio would regret joining the demon clan and apologize and beg for mercy after seeing Longtian's powerful strength. In their eyes, Longtian's epic peak, coupled with legendary weapons, is the strongest. Chinchio and the demon clan are just ordinary epic level strength and cannot be a match for Longtian. Chapter 50 Easily blocking the energy storm. Longtian, who was above, heard the crowd cheering and was also extremely excited, looking at the red magic circle that was constantly shattering. He even wondered why it didn't break quickly. He was already anxious to see Chinchio's expression when he saw that he had attained epic peak strength. Time is passing quickly. Crack! A minute later, the entire red magic circle was completely shattered, and a breath of purgatory rushed out. At the same time, in the Demon King's castle, Chinchio, who was being chased by Samuel as usual, stopped. Samuel also stopped. Samuel, how is it? Did you feel it? The sealing formation of Dragon King's city has been destroyed. Chinchio felt the sealing formation being destroyed. He knew without thinking that it must have been those idiots from Dragon Emperor's city who destroyed it. This is just like those guys in Infinite City, they are looking for death. It's strange, why did those guys take the initiative to destroy the sealing array again? Samuel was a little confused. The last time she visited the Infinite City, she felt something strange. She wondered if they, humans, didn't know the lesson from the last Infinite City? How could Samuel know? Previously, humans were protected too well by Chinchio, and they always thought that the strongest demons were only epic. This is because something happened in Infinite City. Otherwise, humans have always believed that the strongest demon is only diamond level. Since these humans are seeking death themselves, I will send Lisa and Philomena to take a look. Samuel used the power of purgatory to sense that the energy contained in the node of this sealing array would only repel the peak of legend and above. In other words, it can withstand the arrival of demons below the legendary peak level. Then Samuel called Philomena and Lisa. Master Demon. Philomena and Lisa half bowed when they saw Samuel. You lead an army to destroy that Dragon King's city. There is no need for any human to stay behind. Samuel ordered the two demons. Okay, Lord Dragon King. After giving orders to Philomena and the two demons, Samuel looked at Chinchio with a fierce look. One thing is one thing, and she still hasn't forgotten Chinchio. She is ready to continue to deal with him for mocking her just now. At this moment, Chinchio naturally noticed Samuel's murderous gaze. I'll go with them. After saying that, Chinchio hurriedly ran towards Philomena and the others, not daring to stop for a moment. Samuel was a little confused about this. Didn't she remember that Chinchio was a top mythical fighter? Wouldn't Chinchio be repelled by the energy of this node? While Samuel was thinking, Chinchio had already run far away, and she realized that she had been fooled. At this time, outside the Demon King's castle. Call! After Chinchio ran out, he saw that Samuel did not chase him out, and he breathed a sigh of relief. When Philomena and Lisa came out, Chinchio immediately complained. Your Lord Demon is too fierce. I am such a good person who smiles at others every day, but she chases me and beats me every day. Never mind, I almost forgot that she is the angry Demon King, and it is normal for her to be angry. Hearing Chinchio's complaints, Philomena and Lisa looked at Chinchio speechlessly. They were thinking in their hearts, doesn't Chinchio know what's going on? If he hadn't mocked their Demon King every day, would the Demon King have chased him? However, Philomena and Lisa only dared to complain in their hearts, and did not dare to say it out loud. Do you think I'm a good person? Chinchio looked at Philomena and Lisa with a smile on his face. Mr. Chin is a good man. Mr. Chin is the best person I have ever met. Lisa and Philomena could only give such an awkward answer. That's what I mean. Well, you guys understand me. Was Chinchio satisfied with this answer? In his eyes, it was because Samuel had too bad a temper that he chased him and beat him up every day. It was definitely not because of the sarcasm in his words, absolutely not. While Chinchio and the two demons were chatting, a group of tens of thousands of demon troops were soon assembled. The power of these demons is much stronger than the last demons that appeared in Infinite City. There are more than a dozen epic demons alone, and this time, the team is led by Philomena, a legendary superior demon. It can be said that the strength of the demon army has increased several times compared to the last time. After the demon army assembled, they were led by Philomena. The team set off towards the seal node at an extremely fast speed. At this speed, they would reach the seal node in less than a few minutes. Before, Lisa and the others were able to appear at the seal node so quickly because that seal node happened to be near her territory. As the entire Demon King's army was marching quickly, Philomena seemed to remember something and she asked Chinchio. By the way, Mr. Chin, when I left just now, the Demon King told me that if I want to go from hell to the human world, this seal node can withstand the power of the legendary superior at most. Your power has reached the peak of the mythical level, so won't it be repelled by the energy in the sealed node? Philomena looked at Chinchio with some confusion, even though Chinchio came to hell from the sealed node. But he came to hell from the human world and was not repelled by the energy. Now he is heading from hell to the human world, and even though he is a human, he will be repelled by the energy. So what? Just block it with energy repulsion and force your way through it. Chinchio replied with a smile. Indeed, if energy is repelled, when breaking through the seal node, it will form a terrifying energy storm, which will attack creatures that exceed the energy limit of this seal node. This energy storm is equivalent to a mythical attack, and there are more than a dozen of them at a time. However, Chinchio has the strength of the peak of mythology, and he can withstand even the energy storm. It only takes a few seconds at most to travel from the sealed node to the human world. It was not difficult for Chinchio to block the energy storm for a few seconds. After hearing Chinchio's calm answer, Philomena stopped asking. She knew that this person was the most powerful person at the pinnacle of mythology, and her understanding of his methods was beyond her. In Philomena's eyes, as long as Chinchio said that he could easily block it, then he could definitely block it easily. At the same time, on the other side, in Dragon Emperor City, the people of Dragon King's city and the psychics showed impatience on their faces because they had waited for several minutes and did not see any demons descending. They were a little confused. After all, when the demons from Infinite City descended, it only took a minute or two. Do you think these demons are scared? Why aren't there any demons coming? Do they know? We have 10 epic level psychics here, and Lord Long Tian has already broken through to the epic peak. Chapter 51 The Extremely Inflated Long Tian. I think it's possible that the news that Lord Long Tian had broken through to the epic peak was accidentally leaked. The demons did not dare to descend, as the Demon King was afraid of being killed by Lord Long Tian. I think it's normal that the demon tribe and Chinchio don't dare to show up. Lord Long Tian is now an epic level psychic and possesses a legendary weapon. If the demons and Chinchio dare to show up, they will surely die. As expected of Lord Long Tian, his powerful strength has frightened the demons so much that they dare not show up. The ordinary psychics and the people below were all filled with excitement and confidence. They think that the Demon Clan and Chinchio must have used some special means to find out that Long Tian had broken through to the epic peak. That's why they didn't dare to come down. They were afraid of being killed by Long Tian. At this time, Long Tian, who was standing on the top floor, heard everyone's praise. He felt extremely satisfied in his heart, and a confident and arrogant smile appeared on his face. In his eyes, he is invincible after reaching the epic peak and possessing legendary weapons. Ha ha ha! It seems that the demons and Chinchio were frightened by my powerful aura and dared not descend here. However, do they think they can escape the fate of destruction in this way? It's just a matter of struggling for a few more days. Long Tian, who was on the top floor, laughed wildly and arrogantly. But the next second after he finished speaking, demons jumped out of the ceiling circle one by one. These demons were huge in size and exuded a powerful aura. Seeing this scene, Long Tian stopped smiling and his face instantly became ugly. He had just finished speaking the previous second when the demons were frightened by him and dared not show up. As a result, the demons jumped out of the magic circle. This slap in the face always comes so quickly. The ordinary psychics and people below also looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. However, Long Tian immediately came to his senses and changed the subject. Everyone come together to get rid of these demons. Long Tian waved his hand. Kill! Kill! The psychics guarding the city rushed directly to the tens of thousands of demons outside the city wall. When the demons saw these humans attacking actively, they rushed forward without hesitation. In an instant, boom! The demons and human superpowers began to fight each other. Violent explosions continued to sound, blood spilled on the ground, deep pits continued to appear on the ground, and corpses fell one after another. As the two sides fought fiercely, Philomena also appeared above the demon army with many general-level demons under her command. However, Lisa and Chinchio appeared last. When Long Tian saw Chinchio appear, his face was full of excitement. Chinchio, you really dared to show up. This god has now reached the peak of epic combat power. And he also possesses a legendary weapon, which has surpassed you to become the strongest among the human race. How is it? Are you shocked? Long Tian looked at Chinchio with great arrogance and said. In the past, he was so weak that he was not even worthy of being looked at by Chinchio. However, now Long Tian feels that he has broken through to the epic peak and is already the strongest person in this world, so the roles should be reversed. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he thought too highly of himself. Chinchio and Lisa and the other demons in the sky looked at Long Tian with confusion, and smiles appeared on the corners of their mouths. Especially the demons of Philomena, they were wondering where this funny guy came from. The epic peak dares to call himself the strongest in the world. The funniest thing is, how dare he say he surpasses Chinchio? Doesn't he know that Chinchio is at the myth peak? The last guy who was so arrogant and at the peak of his epic power has now turned into a corpse. As for Long Tian, when he saw Chinchio, a smile appeared on his face without saying a word. The other demons were the same. He instantly thought that Chinchio and the other demons were frightened by him, and became even more confident. How is it? Are you surprised by my powerful strength? Chinchio, did you originally think that the demon tribe's epic demons could protect you? You think too much. Sand can never compare to the bright moon. This god possesses the strongest combat power in the world. Even if you join forces with the demons, you can never be my opponent. I know you regret it now. Originally, you just need to kneel down and admit your mistake and apologize to all of us humans. Then, you can live in prison for the rest of your life. In the end, you chose to join the demon race and become the enemy of our human race. This was your most wrong choice. It is too late for you to regret it now. Long Tian continued, with a confident and arrogant smile on his face all the time. Immerse yourself in your own imagination of being invincible. The senior generals standing at the top were equally arrogant. Chen Xiu, do you regret it? How is it? Unexpected, right? We humans also have epic combat power. And think you can change anything by hiding your epic combat power? Did you see that? We in Dragon King's city have 10 epic-level warriors. You, an epic-level warrior, are nothing. Yang Jinghuan stood in front, raised his head and looked at Chinchio with great confidence. Chinchio, why don't you kneel down and surrender? Maybe we can spare your life. That is to say, Chinchio, in consideration of your previous contributions, you should kneel down and beg for mercy now. We are in a good mood and can still give you a chance to live. The other senior generals also kept mocking. They were like Long Tian. They thought that Qinxiu, Philomena, and other demons were silent. It was because Qinxiu and these demons were so frightened that they dared not speak. But they didn't know that Qinxiu and the others didn't speak for a while because they were laughing so hard that they couldn't speak. Ha ha ha, Mr. Qin, these people actually want you to kneel down and beg for mercy. Is this guy an idiot? Philomena couldn't help laughing. The warriors behind her also couldn't help but burst into laughter. Philomena and the other demons laughed, wondering where Long Tian and his group of humans got the confidence to make Qinxiu kneel down. Don't they know that Qinxiu is at the pinnacle of mythical combat power, the ceiling of combat power in this world? Even their demon king is no match for them. Are these epic psychics always so brave? Maybe they really think that the epic peak is the strongest fighting force in the world. After all, epic peak is already very strong, Qinxiu said with a smile on his face. He felt that he was telling the truth. The epic peak was indeed very strong and could probably last about 3 seconds in his hands. It's the kind that happens at least 9 times in 3 seconds. Chapter 52. Who are you? Don't recognize the weak. You demons are still laughing now. Lord Long Tian has already broken through to the epic peak and become the strongest fighter in this world. Your entire demon race is about to be destroyed. Today is the day when your demon race will be destroyed. That is to say, if you laugh now, you will cry later. And you, Qinxiu, as a sinner of our human race, you don't accept the trial obediently and dare to join the demon clan. Today you will perish here with these demons. That's right, not only do we have Lord Long Tian, but the other 9 lords are also epic-level psychics. Qinxiu, if you surrender now, if Lord Long Tian is in a good mood, you might still have a chance of survival. When the people in the city heard the laughter of the devil and Qinxiu, they immediately laughed loudly. In their eyes, these demons and Qinxiu were seeking death as they dared to laugh at Lord Long Tian. Don't they know that Lord Long Tian has broken through to the epic peak and become the strongest fighting force in this world? But they don't know that they are the ones seeking death. Long Tian above felt extremely inflated when he heard the praises and flattery from the crowd. He spread his hands and enjoyed the vanity. Then, Long Tian looked directly at Qinxiu above him and said, "Did you hear that, Qinxiu? Don't pretend to be calm. I know that you are very surprised at my strength now, but I am just pretending to be calm for the sake of face. You can't believe it, I now have such powerful fighting power. In fact, we met a few years ago. At that time, I participated in a battle against the demons with you. At that time, although I was only at the gold level, I could only follow behind you. But I have now reached the peak of epic strength, possessing the strongest power in the world, and now it is your turn to look up to me," Long Tian said with great arrogance and confidence. Hearing the words of the ordinary people in Dragon King City, Philomena and Lisa could no longer hold back their laughter. Now, after hearing Long Tian's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha, Mr. Qin, are all these humans so interesting? When did Epic Peak become the strongest in the world? And with this guy's strength, he can even call himself a god, Philomena said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Qin, this guy dressed like a pile of shit. Where does he get the face? The one who said this, has he never seen a truly strong man? And you dare to say that you look up to him. Why do I feel like these idiots are similar to those guys in Infinite City? Lisa, who was standing next to Qinxiu, started to mock. You can't say that. It's a good thing for people to have confidence. We should give this kind of rubbish some confidence. Right, Qinxiu said with a smile on his face. After hearing this, Lisa and Philomena seemed to suddenly understand. We understand, Mr. Qin. That's right, we need to give the trash some confidence. By the way, you said we have met before, who are you? Qinxiu looked at Long Tian with a puzzled look. Hearing the two demons ridicule, Long Tian, who was already extremely angry, now heard Qinxiu actually asking who he was and daring to call him a waste. The anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting, and the expression on his face was uncontrollable. How could you not know who this god is? In that battle, I killed 7 gold-level demons in a row. The great god Long Tian shouted towards Qinxiu. Really? Then who are you? Qinxiu replied with a smile on his face. A gold-level guy, indeed, not worth remembering. Okay, very good. You guys are looking for death, so I will help you, especially you, Chen Xiu. Maybe you were very powerful in the past. But now I am stronger, with epic peak strength, which is no longer comparable to you now. You're going to regret what you just said. Today is the day when the demon clan and you, Chen Xiu, will perish. Do you think you can survive if you join the demon clan? You are too naive. Today, I will let you watch as I completely destroy the demon clan. Are you guys coming together? Destroy this demon army as quickly as possible. Long Tian gave orders to the 9 epic psychics behind him with anger. No problem, we can easily take care of these demons. A young man with dyed yellow hair said in a very arrogant manner. Don't worry, Captain. We will definitely destroy this demon army as quickly as possible. How can these demons be a match for us epic-level psychics? That is to say, Captain, give us half an hour and we will wipe out this entire demon army. The remaining 8 epic-level psychics also spoke with great confidence and arrogance. In their eyes, only the demons at the Demon King level of the Demon Clan can reach the epic level of demons. The rest of the demons are very weak and are only diamond level at most. However, they don't know that the slightly stronger warriors of the Demon Clan have epic powers, and the strongest warriors have legendary powers. They will soon pay the price for their arrogance. Chapter 53. The Dragon King's city was broken into pieces. In an instant, these 9 epic psychics rushed into the battlefield. In an instant, these 9 epic psychics joined the battlefield. Indeed, this gave the psychics of the entire Dragon Emperor city an advantage in the battle. The demon army that was originally rushing over was constantly forced back, and the momentum of humans suddenly rose. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Chen Xiu, did you see that? This is the current power of our Dragon Emperor city, this is the power of this god. You joined the demon clan, thinking that the demon clan can protect you? That is completely wishful thinking. These demons are no match for us humans. Chen Xiu, now you pretend not to remember my name. It's okay. I'll kill all the demon soldiers and then we'll see if you can still be crazy. Long Tian looked at the scene below and laughed arrogantly. After hearing what Long Tian said, Lisa and Philomena were completely confused. When will Chen Xiu, as a mythical level supernatural being, need the protection of their demon clan? In the eyes of Philomena and Lisa, Chen Xiu is a legendary level fighter. This is the combat power ceiling of this world. Mr. Chen, is this guy really from the same tribe as you? His words are so interesting. Also, he wouldn't really think that he could destroy our demon army with just epic evolvers. Come together, don't hold back. Philomena turned around and spoke to Chen Xiu. Then, she looked at Long Tian with a smile on her face, and the next second, she ordered the epic demon who had not yet taken action to take action. In an instant, these epic demons rushed towards those epic psychics from behind the demon army. At the same time, above the sky, Chen Xiu had a smile on his face. He looked at Long Tian and said, I'm sorry for forgetting your name, but I really can't remember the names of ants. As he said this, Chen Xiu raised his head slightly and looked down at Long Tian. There was contempt in his eyes, as if he was looking at an ant. You! Long Tian was so angry at Chen Xiu's words that his face turned blue. He thought that he was considered a strong man at the gold level in the past, and had killed 7 demons of the same level in a row. Why would Chen Xiu remember him no matter what? As a result, Chen Xiu said that he didn't remember him at all and called himself a waste. How could Long Tian, who was always used to being praised, tolerate such an insult? Long Tian, relax and don't let Chen Xiu's random words get you mad. Anyway, he can only show off his eloquence. Today, both the demon clan and Chen Xiu and his men are destined to perish here. You are the strongest among us humans, and the strongest superpower in the world. Yang Jinghuan stood up and spoke at this time. In his eyes, Long Tian had broken through to the epic peak and possessed a legendary weapon, making him absolutely the strongest. That's right, why would I be angry with a dead person? Chen Xiu, I possess epic combat power and legendary weapons, making me the strongest in this world. Chen Xiu, you can only use your eloquence at this time. In a few minutes, the entire demon clan will be wiped out by us. In a few minutes, I will see if you can still be so arrogant. After being reminded, Long Tian became arrogant and confident again and looked at Chen Xiu. Really? Are you sure? Qinxiu looked at Long Tian with a smile on his face. Looking at Qinxiu's smiling face, Long Tian suddenly had a bad feeling and looked down. The human race's psychics, who originally had the upper hand, were now completely beaten to pieces. The most important thing is that those 9 epic psychics are no match for the epic demons of the demon race. This was because the demon clan had more than a dozen epic demons, nearly half more than their number. How is this possible? Long Tian's face was full of surprise. He couldn't believe it. He thought that the demon clan only had 3 or 4 epic demons at most. Where did these dozen epic demons come from? Yang Jinghuan's face also looked extremely ugly at this moment. He also couldn't figure it out. Why? Why did the demon clan suddenly have more than a dozen epic demons? Aren't epic demons their strongest fighting force? How could a dozen epic demons appear out of thin air? Where do these epic demons come from? Aren't only the Demon King and the most powerful warriors epic? This is impossible. Could it be that the demon clan still has hidden strength? These epic demons are their trump cards. Damn it! How can this demon race have more epic demons than our Dragon King city's epic superpowers? This is unscientific. The senior officers on the top floor were also filled with surprise, and there was a hint of panic on their faces. Even these senior generals are like this, let alone the ordinary people in the city, who are completely panic-stricken. Chapter 54 Long Tian, who has no idea of himself. We're done for. Where did these dozen epic demons come from? We're completely suppressed here. It's over now. It's all over. Is our Dragon King's city going to end up like Infinite City? Being destroyed by the demons. Why are you panicking? We still have Lord Long Tian here. Lord Long Tian not only possesses epic strength, but also possesses legendary weapons. He alone can defeat these dozen epic demons. That is to say, with Lord Long Tian here, we will definitely not lose. Lord Long Tian is invincible. That's right, we are being suppressed now only because Lord Long Tian hasn't made a move yet. As long as Lord Long Tian takes action, he can definitely turn the situation around in an instant, and kill these epic demons easily. The ordinary people in the city were very panicked at first. However, most of them are confident in Long Tian's strength. They all think that the epic peak is the strongest in this world. They felt that Long Tian would be able to easily destroy this epic demon, eliminate the demon clan, and get rid of Qinxiu. It's a pity that they don't know that their idea is too naive and ridiculous. Above the sky, Long Tian's expression originally looked somewhat ugly. He thought that he had just finished speaking, but the 9 epic psychics below were completely crushed. He felt like he was slapped in the face. Especially seeing Qinxiu always having a smile on his face, it seemed like everything was under his control. Long Tian felt even more insulted and felt completely humiliated. Long Tian, take action to eliminate these demons. At this time, Yang Jinghuan below also shouted. He felt that the situation could not be allowed to continue developing like this, and Long Tian had to take action to forcefully eliminate these demons. Don't worry, old man, I will take action. I will let them know what true power is. Long Tian responded, then he looked at Qinxiu again, regaining his arrogant expression, and said, Qinxiu, you can just take advantage of this opportunity to be arrogant. Next, watch carefully how this god destroys these demons. I will let you see what true power is. I have reached the epic peak, and I am invincible with a legendary weapon. As he spoke, Long Tian rushed directly towards the demon below, holding the Qilin spear. He didn't notice at all that Philomena and Sally, the 2 demons, were looking at him as if he were a fool. Mr. Chen, does this person have delusions? Why does he always imagine himself to be the strongest person in the world? Lisa said with a smile. That can't be said. In their world, Epic Peak is the strongest. At this moment, Qinxiu looked like he was ready to watch a good show at any time. Yang Jinghuan below was unhappy when he heard this. After all, he had spent all his efforts to train Long Tian. In his eyes, Long Tian is the strongest. You 2 demons and Qinxiu, you can only take advantage of this period of time to be arrogant and talk nonsense. Next, Long Tian will let you see what it means to be truly invincible. Today, we, the Dragon Emperor City, will lead mankind to eliminate the demon clan. And you, Chen Xiu, a sinner of the human race, actually chose to join the demon race when you were in the Infinite City, which is an even greater crime. But you didn't expect that our Dragon Emperor City has such a powerful force? Long Tian has not only broken through to the epic peak, but also has a legendary weapon. From now on, it will be useless for you to regret it. Yang Jinghuan looked at Chen Xiu and the two demons Lisa above and said, Mr. Chen, this is so funny, so interesting. Why are these humans talking so interesting? They actually said you will regret it. Philomena almost laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. How could these guys think that the epic peak was the strongest, and even thought that Mr. Chen would regret it? Even with my legendary strength, I can crush these people, right? Not to mention Mr. Chen's legendary strength. Chen Xiu, who was above the sky, did not choose to respond to Yang Jinghuan. In his heart, he also thought that these guys were really interesting, just like frogs in a well. A guy who hasn't even reached the legendary level can be called the strongest by them. At this time, Chen Xiu was even too lazy to respond to these jumping clowns. He looked at Yang Jinghuan with a look of contempt. For a moment, Yang Jinghuan felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric demon god. His body trembled uncontrollably and cold sweat streamed down his forehead. How is it possible? Chen Xiu, how could he have such strong power and momentum? Yang Jinghuan was amazed in his heart, because he was not without strength, he himself was a peak gold level psychic. You know, even Long Tian, who has reached the peak of epic, can't give him such great pressure. But this is also what confuses Yang Jinghuan the most. He couldn't understand why Chen Xiuguang's eyes gave him so much pressure. For a moment, an idea came to his mind. He wondered if Chen Xiu possessed power beyond epic level? Chen Xiu actually has hidden strength. He is a legendary psychic. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Yang Jinghuan shook his head frantically and gave up the idea. He didn't want to believe from the bottom of his heart that Chen Xiu was so powerful and was a legendary psychic. But Yang Jinghuan didn't know, was Chen Xiu really that powerful? And he was even more powerful than he imagined. Chen Xiu is not just at the legendary level, but has peak mythical combat power, standing at the pinnacle of this world. While Yang Jinghuan was surprised, on the battlefield outside the city. Chapter 55, Completely Expanded Humanity. As soon as Long Tian joined the battlefield, he rushed directly towards the dozen or so epic demons. The power of thunder shone all over his body, and he brandished the Qilin spear in his hand, charging straight towards an epic lower-level fire demon. The fire demon felt the terrifying power of thunder and looked surprised. He immediately forced back the epic psychic who was fighting with him. Then, he waved the flaming sword in his hand, trying to block the attack. You are such a loser, you think you can block my attack? A disdainful smile appeared on Long Tian's face. Clang! In an instant, the Qilin spear and the flaming sword collided. The destructive power of thunder exploded, completely overwhelming the flames, and wisps of flames dissipated. The fire demon was knocked away and fell heavily outside like a cannonball. A deep pit immediately appeared on the ground, with countless pieces of gravel flying and dust rising everywhere. The fire demon, covered in wounds, stood up in a miserable state. He looked at Long Tian with anger. He was not afraid because Long Tian had epic combat power. Because he knew that their leader was a legendary fighter. The next second, the fire demon rushed directly towards Long Tian. At the same time, the other one, a demon covered with bones, wielded a thorny iron stick in his hand and knocked the epic lower-level evolver away completely. Originally, it was the bone demon and the fire demon who joined forces to suppress this epic lower-level psychic. With the strength of the two demons, they can naturally suppress it. But now that Long Tian appeared, the bone demon naturally gave up fighting the lower-level epic psychic and turned to attack Long Tian. Feeling a breath coming towards his right, Long Tian still had a disdainful smile on his face. A piece of trash dares to attack this god. Long Tian clenched his left fist, his blood surging, and the blue thunder power gathered on his left fist. This thunder fist contained terrifying power, and it punched forward. Bang bang! The thunder fist collided with the thorny iron stick, and everything around was destroyed. The thunder destroyed everything. After this attack, the bone demon immediately felt a huge force coming. His entire body was smashed away just like the fire demon just now. Then, the fire demon's attack came again. "You damn dog, I'm going to send you to death!" The fire demon held the flaming sword in both hands, and his entire body was burning with flames. The ultimate power of flames condensed on the flaming sword, and the sword chopped down heavily at Long Tian from top to bottom. "You are such a loser, you want to send this god to death." Long Tian's expression was full of arrogance and confidence. He waved the Qilin spear in his hand, and the power of thunder burst out. The blue power of thunder seemed to destroy everything in the world. Boom! In an instant, the Qilin spear and the flaming sword collided, and the power of thunder and the power of fire collided. Thunder destroys everything and fire burns everything. The two forces only contended for less than 2 seconds before the blue thunder force completely destroyed the flames. The body of the fire demon flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and slammed heavily into the pit again, causing a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, the fire demon stood up. Puff! As soon as he stood up, a mouthful of blood spurted out and he looked extremely weak. On the other side, the bone demon, who was about to take action, also looked at Long Tian with fear. "Captain, I'm here to help." At this time, the epic lower-level psychic who was repelled at the beginning rushed up and said, "Go away, does this god need your help?" Long Tian looked at the psychic with disdain. Faced with Long Tian's powerful strength, the psychic could only retreat obediently. Afterwards, Long Tian now stood in midair, his whole body shining with the power of thunder. Blue lightning was entwined around his body, and his hair was dancing wildly. He really looked like a king. "All epic-level superpower users step back. I can take care of this bunch of trash by myself. This god will let them see what true invincible power is." Long Tian waved the Qilin spear in his hand and looked around. After hearing this, all the epic psychics and epic demons on the entire battlefield stopped fighting. Those epic demons all turned their gazes towards Long Tian. "What an arrogant human, you actually want to challenge all of us epic demons by yourself. Boy, do you think too highly of your own abilities? Don't waste any more time talking to this guy. Let's get rid of him together and let him know the price of showing off." When these 15 epic demons heard Long Tian say that he would fight all of them alone, they became extremely angry. The next second, these 15 epic demons rushed towards Long Tian at the same time. "Good to come! Today, I will let you know what is the epic peak. What is a legendary weapon? What does it mean to be invincible?" Long Tian held the Qilin spear in his hand, his whole body shining with thunder, his face full of arrogance and confidence. Facing the 15 demons rushing towards him, he quickly waved the Qilin spear in his hand, and the power of thunder gathered on the Qilin spear. The gun shot out like a dragon, and Long Tian first attacked the three-eyed demon that was rushing in the front. The three-eyed demon, waving the trident-like weapon in his hand, also rushed towards Long Tian. Clang! The moment the two weapons collided, two terrifying forces burst out. With his epic peak strength and his weapon, Long Tian is ahead of these epic demons. In an instant, Long Tian knocked this epic demon away. "Don't be so arrogant, you little bug, you think you can challenge 15 of us." At this time, the fire demon jumped high again with the flaming sword in his hand and slashed towards Long Tian. At the same time, there were two other epic intermediate demons, holding weapons and bursting out terrifying infernal power, attacking Long Tian. "Thunder wound!" Facing 3 demons attacking him from the front. Long Tian's expression was still as arrogant and confident as ever. He waved the Qilin spear in his hand, and the power of thunder burst out. In an instant, a bolt of lightning slashed out. This bolt of lightning, which contained destructive power, directly submerged the 3 demons. Feeling this powerful force, the expressions of the 3 demons changed. The next second, they were submerged by the power of thunder, and their entire bodies flew backwards dozens of meters away. On the other side, the remaining 11 demons divided into 3 directions and rushed towards Long Tian at an extremely fast speed. They all exerted the power of purgatory in their bodies to the extreme, wanting to kill Long Tian. "Today, this god will defeat you demons and establish his invincibility. Now you can see the terrifying power of the epic peak," Long Tian said arrogantly. Chapter 56. the other 3 cities surprised. Thunder Hurricane! The blue thunder power on Long Tian's body shone completely, and he waved the Qilin spear in his hand quickly. In an instant, terrifying thunder forces burst out and turned into a thunder hurricane, rushing out in all directions. This terrifying force swept away 7 of the 11 demons in an instant. Only 4 epic intermediate demons were left, barely blocking this attack. However, the next second, Long Tian's attack came again. Not bad, you were able to block my attack. A smile appeared on Long Tian's lips, and he first attacked the snake-like demon on the right. The Qilin spear in his hand thrust straight out. The female snake demon holding a long whip quickly waved the whip in her hand, trying to resist the attack. Boom! However, with the collision of the 2 forces, Long Tian easily knocked it away. At the same time, 3 other demons rushed forward. A powerful force of purgatory erupted from them. However, Long Tian merely condensed the power of thunder on the Qilin spear and then swung it quickly. In an instant, the 3 demons were knocked away. After all these demons were knocked away, Long Tian rushed towards them again. Seeing this, the 15 demons did not dare to hesitate or underestimate the enemy, and all of them exerted their strength to the utmost. Waves of terrifying infernal power erupted, and they rushed towards Long Tian at the same time. In an instant, Long Tian fought 15 alone in midair. Boom! The sound of explosions continued, and everything around was destroyed. In the place where Long Tian was fighting with 15 demons, there were basically no demons or psychics who dared to approach. A few minutes later, the destructive power of thunder seemed to destroy everything. This blue thunder actually suppressed 15 forces of purgatory with its own strength. Thunder Kirin! The Qilin spear in Long Tian's hand flew out of his hand and stood in midair, with his hands placed on both sides of the Qilin spear. The blue thunder power continued to erupt, accompanied by Long Tian waving his hands forward. The next second, the Qilin spear containing the power of thunder rushed straight towards the 15 demons in front. This Qilin spear transformed into a thunder Qilin hundreds of meters long in midair. Feel the power of destruction. The 15 epic demons did not dare to hesitate, and immediately burst out with their most powerful strength, 15 attacks simultaneously directed towards the Thunder Kirin. Boom! In an instant, the Thunder Kirin collided with 15 forces. Everything around was annihilated, the ground collapsed, and huge rocks flew up. After just a few seconds, the Thunder Kirin destroyed 15 forces and then devoured 15 demons. The 15 demons had no time to dodge. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion, the Thunder Kirin flooded the earth. A deep pit immediately appeared on the ground, with countless pieces of gravel flying everywhere and smoke rising. Everyone's eyes were looking towards the smoke. As the smoke dissipated, 15 demons lay on the ground in a mess. They were covered in wounds, and traces of thunder power still remained in the wounds. All 15 demons looked seriously injured. Seeing the 15 demons that were seriously injured by him, Long Tian in midair became even more arrogant. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the power of this god. This god is invincible. Long Tian laughed arrogantly in midair, his whole body shining with the power of thunder, looking down at the 15 demons below. The people and those with special abilities who watched this scene also regained their confidence. I told you, how can these demons be our opponents? Even if they are epic demons, so what? Lord Long Tian is invincible. Yes, so what if the demons have hidden epic demons? Lord Long Tian possesses epic power and legendary weapons. He is the strongest fighter in the world. Even 15 epic demons joining forces are no match for him. These demons didn't expect that Lord Long Tian's power is so strong. They think that just because they have more epic numbers than us, they can surpass us. They are thinking too much. The 15 epic demons are no match for Lord Long Tian alone. I think the person who least expected it should be Qin Xiu. He probably joined the demon clan because they had more than a dozen epic demons, wanting them to protect his safety. But he didn't expect that Lord Long Tian had already broken through to the epic peak. He also has a legendary weapon. Even 15 epic demons are no match for him. This power is invincible. I think Qin Xiu is regretting his decision now, but unfortunately there is no medicine for regret in this world. It's too late for him to regret now. Lord Long Tian has broken through to the epic peak and has replaced him as the strongest person in the human race. That is to say, Lord Long Tian is now invincible. Lord Long Tian is invincible and powerful. Lord Long Tian, you are invincible and mighty. Lord Long Tian, you are invincible and mighty. The ordinary psychics and the people below cheered. In their eyes, Qin Xiu should be regretting his death now. At this time, the other three main cities were watching the battle through live broadcast. When they saw Long Tian's powerful strength, their faces were filled with a hint of surprise. After all, their current highest combat power is only at the epic level. I didn't expect that Long Tian has already reached the peak of epic strength. Yes, and he also has a legendary weapon. With the power of the epic peak plus the legendary weapon, he defeated 15 epic demons in a single battle. He is really going to become the strongest of our human race. But it's good this way. With Long Tian as our new patron saint of the human race, we will definitely be able to completely wipe out the demon race. At least Long Tian is not like Qin Xiu, who occupied the demon node alone and even destroyed the entire demon node to prevent us from entering it. That is to say, this villain is too selfish. For the sake of powerful weapons, he actually occupied the demon node alone. If he had opened the demon node earlier, our human race would have surpassed the demon race in strength long ago. That's right, Qin Xiu is the sinner of our human race. He also wanted to join the demon clan and be protected by them. I think now that he sees that Long Tian has reached the epic peak and has a legendary weapon, he must be very regretful. Ha ha ha, what's the point even if that guy regrets it now? He is a selfish person who occupied the demon node alone, not allowing anyone to enter, and only thinking about obtaining powerful weapons for himself. The current result is what he deserves. He must be confused now, and he must be wondering why Long Tian broke through to the epic peak. Chapter 57, Fearful and Terrified Long Tian. That is to say, this fellow Qin Xiu must have thought that since he has hidden his strength to the epic level and possesses a legendary weapon, he will definitely be able to become the strongest person of the human race. He wanted to use this to threaten us, but he didn't expect that there were several epic-level psychics hidden in our other main cities. Moreover, we have found a way to repair the demon node and it won't be long before we can open it. By then, we will also be able to obtain powerful weapons. Yes, then we have to discuss with the Lord of Dragon Emperor City and ask him not to let Long Tian kill Qin Xiu. We want him to see with his own eyes that we open the demon node and obtain powerful weapons, so that he will know that we humans do not need a selfish patron saint like him at all. Yeah, this guy even dared to say that he destroyed the demon nodes to protect our human race. When we open it, we will have obtained powerful weapons and become stronger. Will he still have the nerve to live? I can't wait to see his expression. While the other major cities were marveling at Long Tian's powerful strength, they were all guessing in their hearts that Qin Xiu must be regretting it now and was afraid of Long Tian's epic strength. Most importantly, they are all looking forward to the day when the demon node is opened. They believe that Qin Xiu's powerful weapon must have been obtained from the demon node. They thought that after opening the demon node, they would be able to obtain powerful weapons and completely destroy the demon clan. They also wanted to negotiate with the people from Dragon Emperor City to spare Qin Xiu's life and let him see the demon node being opened with his own eyes. Unfortunately, they didn't know that with Qin Xiu's strength, he only needed one move to deal with Long Tian. At the same time, this side of Dragon Emperor City, above the sky, listening to the praises from the crowd below, and the 15 demons falling to the ground, Long Tian's self-confidence swelled to the extreme. He looked at Qin Xiu confidently and said, "See? This is the power of this god. I have reached the epic peak and possess a legendary weapon. You are no longer the strongest among humans. I, who am at the peak of my epic career, am the strongest among humans. Qin Xiu, you have only just broken through to the epic level, and in my eyes you are just a weakling." Long Tian looked at Qin Xiu above him with confidence and arrogance. "Yeah?" Qin Xiu had a smile on his face and looked at Long Tian below with a look of contempt. In an instant, Long Tian felt as if he was being stared at by the ancient demon god. He felt extremely frightened and his body shook involuntarily. "Impossible, impossible." Long Tian shook his head. He thought that he had already broken through to the epic peak and was already the strongest in the world. How could he be scared by a look from Qinxiu? Qinxiu is just an ordinary epic mutant, and can never be his opponent. But what was going on with that aura? Why did it feel like I was facing an ancient demon god? Long Tian's face was full of doubts. He was wondering if it was just his illusion, or if Qinxiu was really that powerful. He had no way of defeating him. Thinking of this, Long Tian's body trembled involuntarily. Noticing that his body was shaking, Long Tian immediately adjusted his breathing and calmed his mind. He felt that no matter what, he was being watched by so many people and he must not let anyone notice that he was frightened by Qinxiu's look. At this time, Yang Jinghuan on the city wall looked at Long Tian's powerful strength, and he also became proud. After all, Long Tian was trained by him. Qinxiu, did you see that? This is the power of our Dragon King city right now. This is the power of us humans right now. What demon tribe? There is no way they can be a match for us humans. Do you think that after you break through to the epic level, we humans need to apologize to you? It's impossible. Yang Jinghuan looked confidently at the two demons Philomena and Qinxiu above and said, Qinxiu, you must be extremely regretful now. But there is no point in regretting it. Next, just watch how we destroy the demons. Ha ha ha, Qinxiu, you would never have imagined that we humans are so powerful now, right? Not only does he have dozens of epic psychics, but Long Tian is about to break through to the legendary level and also possesses a legendary weapon. Maybe if you apologize to us now and beg for mercy, there will still be a glimmer of hope. Qinxiu, quickly figure out how to beg for mercy in front of us. Stay alive? With General Long Tian's epic peak power, he will immediately destroy all the demons here. Similarly, the generals on the city walls were also extremely confident. In their eyes, after Long Tian broke through to the epic peak, he had no rivals. In addition, Long Tian's powerful strength of fighting 15 alone just now made them even more convinced that Qinxiu could never be Long Tian's opponent. After all, they felt that what Qinxiu had dealt with before were only diamond-level demons, and it was impossible for them to reach the epic peak of combat power. They even asked Qinxiu to find a way to beg for mercy and survive. At this time, Long Tian in the sky, who was originally afraid of Qinxiu's powerful strength, regained his confidence. He felt that it was just his own illusion. How could Qinxiu be stronger than him? How could he give him such a feeling of invincibility? Qinxiu, did you hear me? This god is invincible. All demons must stay here today. You'd better find a way to beg for mercy from me quickly. Maybe I will be kind enough to spare your life. Long Tian became arrogant again, holding the Qilin's spear and pointing it directly at the two demons Philomena and Qinxiu above. Oh, when will an ant be worthy of begging for mercy? A smile appeared on Qinxiu's lips, and the aura of a king once again pressed towards Long Tian. For a moment, Long Tian felt that he was being stared at by a great terror. His body was shaking, and his hand holding the Qilin's spear was also shaking. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This guy must have used some special means to have such a powerful momentum. It is impossible for Qinxiu to be so strong. Long Tian roared in his heart. He wanted to get rid of the fear in his heart. He kept telling himself that Qinxiu couldn't be so powerful and couldn't make him feel invincible. Qinxiu, although I don't know what special means you used to exert such a powerful momentum, but I want to tell you that I am invincible. Long Tian roared at the top of his voice, trying to hide the fear in his heart. Really? How dare a mere ant call himself invincible? The smile on Qinxiu's face grew even wider. He liked to watch an ant expand to the extreme, become extremely confident, and then have his self-confidence crushed to pieces, causing it to completely collapse. In an instant, Qinxiu's eyes turned cold, and the powerful momentum brought by the law of destiny swept out. In an instant, Long Tian below felt even more terrified. He felt that the person standing in front of him was not an ordinary human being, but an invincible demon. Chapter 58. Long Tian was exposed and became angry. All of a sudden, Long Tian's body was shaking so violently that he couldn't stop shaking at all. He could only keep telling himself in his heart that this was just Qinxiu's special method and Qinxiu was not that strong at all. However, his body still couldn't stop shaking. But this scene was seen by the generals on the city wall, as well as many ordinary psychics and the people below. Long Tian's trembling was a trembling of excitement, not a trembling of fear at all. They didn't think that Long Tian would be afraid of Qinxiu. Look, Lord Long Tian is shaking all over. He must be very excited and ready to abuse Qinxiu quickly. That's right. I think Qinxiu must be very scared now. Long Tian's posture probably shows that he is ready. How did he kill Qinxiu in an instant? I don't think there's any need for Lord Long Tian to be so excited. With his strength, he can easily kill Qinxiu in seconds. That is to say, Lord Long Tian has the strength of the epic peak. Seeing that Lord Long Tian was shaking with excitement, Qinxiu must be extremely frightened. Many ordinary psychics and common people looked up and said, in their hearts, they all think that Long Tian is invincible. His trembling now was a trembling of excitement, and he was ready to violently abuse Qinxiu at any time. After hearing what everyone said, Philomena couldn't help herself any longer. She laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you humans are not only stupid, but also very good at making up stories. What kind of rubbish is this called Long Tian?" It wasn't a tremor of excitement at all. He was frightened by Mr. Chen's powerful aura and his body was shaking continuously. He couldn't even stop Mr. Chen's momentum, and you still said that he could scare Mr. Chen. How interesting. Philomena looked at Long Tian sarcastically. Hearing that he had been exposed, Long Tian's face instantly turned ugly. Impossible. This female demon is spreading lies to confuse the people. How could Lord Long Tian be trembling with fear? That is to say, this is impossible. How could Lord Long Tian be frightened by Qinxiu? But Long Tian's body trembling doesn't really seem like a trembling of excitement, and his hands are sweating. Yes, what's going on? Lord Long Tian wouldn't really be frightened by Qinxiu's aura, right? This is impossible. Lord Long Tian is just shaking with excitement. Most of the ordinary psychics and the general public thought that Philomena was misleading the public and talking nonsense. They believed that Long Tian would never be frightened to the point of trembling all over by Qinxiu. But there were also some people who noticed something was wrong, but they were immediately rebuked. In midair, Long Tian looked down and saw that there were already a small number of people who did not believe in him. He felt that he had to do something. What nonsense are you talking about, you female devil? This god is at the pinnacle of epic power and possesses legendary weapons. How could he be frightened by the aura of an epic psychic? Do you think that just a few words like these can shake our morale? Female demon, I think you are the demon king of the demon clan. If you have the guts to fight with me, I will let you see the power of the epic peak. Within 10 moves I can finish you off. Long Tian shouted loudly. He didn't want Philomena to continue speaking, he wanted to get rid of Philomena. As for why Long Tian did not challenge Qinxiu directly, he was indeed frightened by Qinxiu's momentum just now, and he was a little unsure of Qinxiu's strength now. So he wanted to attack the female demon first, and then see whether Qinxiu would take action, and test Qinxiu. If Qinxiu did not take action, it would mean that his strength was not as good as that of the female demon. He just had special means and exerted powerful momentum to bluff. As expected of Lord Long Tian, you will directly eliminate the strongest demon king of the demon clan within 10 moves. That is to say, who said Lord Long Tian just now? Will be frightened by Qinxiu's momentum. Don't forget that Lord Long Tian is an epic supernatural being. Not to mention Qinxiu, even the demon king can't be Lord Long Tian's opponent. How could he be frightened by Qinxiu's aura? It's really a joke. Lord Long Tian is invincible. I was too stupid to have such a thought. Lord Long Tian has epic power and legendary weapons. No one can be his opponent. Now this demon king is seeking his own death. She could have died behind Qinxiu, but now she has stepped forward on her own initiative, which means she is courting death. I think Lord Long Tian doesn't need 10 moves to defeat her in 1 second. That's right. With Lord Long Tian's strength, he can get rid of this demon king in 5 or 6 moves at most. She is so stupid that she actually came out to seek death. After hearing that Long Tian was going to kill Philomena within 10 moves, those who had just speculated that Long Tian might really be frightened by Qinxiu's momentum immediately apologized. Now all the supernatural beings and ordinary people think that Long Tian is invincible and can kill the demon king in less than 10 moves. Seeing everyone like this, Long Tian in midair showed a wild and confident smile again, completely forgetting that he was frightened by Chinchio's momentum. As for Philomena in the sky, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Mr. Chen, this guy is so interesting, these people are so interesting, how come they think that the epic peak is invincible? And they also said that I was the devil, Mr. Chen. These people are really stupid. Mr. Chen, can I help? Let these guys know how stupid and ridiculous they are. Philomena first looked at Long Tian and the others with a smile on her face, then looked at Chinchio with respect and said. She waited so long without taking action because she wanted to train the epic demons under her command. Of course, if Philomena wants to take direct action, she still has to ask Chinchio. Chapter 59. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. Philomena, you have to understand that in the world of ants, epic peak is already very strong. If you want to take action, just do it. But be careful not to be killed in 10 moves, after all, your opponent is an epic peak. Chinchio looked at Long Tian with a smile on his face, his eyes full of contempt. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will be careful. After all, a peak epic warrior is very scary. Philomena's tone was full of sarcasm. Looking at Chinchio's eyes, and the conversation between Philomena and Chinchio, Long Tian tightly gripped the Qilin spear with great anger. He felt that he had reached the epic peak and possessed the strongest combat power in the world. Why did Chinchio dare to look at me with such contempt? It should be me who looked at Chinchio with contempt. And how dare that female demon speak in such a mocking tone? Chinchio, stop being so arrogant. You joined the demon tribe just to seek shelter. Stop pretending. After I get rid of this demon king, you will be the next one. I will let you feel the despair with your own eyes, then you will know the power of the epic peak. And you, hurry up and get down here and die. You demons will also perish today. Long Tian waved the Qilin spear in his hand. He first glanced at Chinchio, then raised the Qilin spear in his hand and pointed it directly at Philomena. In his eyes at this moment, both Philomena and Chinchio were ordinary epic-level combat forces. He already possesses epic combat power and is equipped with legendary weapons. This man and this demon can never be his opponents. He couldn't wait to get rid of Philomena, and then looked at Chinchio's shocked and desperate expression. It seems that someone is really eager to die. The smile on Philomena's face disappeared. The next second, her whole body exuded an icy aura, and a legendary ice scepter appeared in her hand. In an instant, as ice spikes appeared behind Philomena, the temperature around her dropped immediately. Looking at the ice spikes and the ice scepter emitting blue light, Long Tian suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But now, it has come to this, with so many people watching, he can't back down. Thunder Spear! In an instant, blue thunder flashed all over Long Tian's body, and the power of thunder continuously gathered on the Qilin spear. The next second, he rushed towards Philomena above with the Qilin spear in his hand. The ordinary psychics and the common people below were all looking forward to this attack. They had to wait and see how many moves it took Long Tian to defeat Philomena. Above the sky. The moment Long Tian's thunder spear stabbed towards her, Philomena smiled and she also launched an attack. Ice Frost! In an instant, Philomena waved the legendary ice scepter in her hand. The nearly 10-meter-long ice spikes that appeared behind him were like a violent storm, covering Long Tian at an extremely fast speed. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Long Tian's face changed. He felt a strong sense of crisis and wanted to use the power of thunder to directly destroy the giant ice thorn. Bang bang! However, when the Qilin spear containing the power of thunder stabbed at the dozens of ice giant thorns, it only destroyed the first ice giant thorn. As pieces of frost fell, the remaining giant ice spikes then stabbed towards Long Tian, and his expression changed drastically. Ah! With a roar, Long Tian immediately burst out with all his strength. The power of thunder shone, and he quickly waved the thunder spear in his hand. Time passed quickly, and a minute later, pieces of ice fell to the ground. Long Tian finally blocked the attack. Hoo hoo! However, Long Tian in midair had tiny scars on his body, and he was breathing heavily, looking very embarrassed. It was completely different from the instant kill mentioned before, and it even looked like it was at a disadvantage. Am I seeing right? How is this possible? Lord Long Tian, is he at a disadvantage? How does it feel? It was so difficult for him to block the attack from the Demon King. Yeah, is this our illusion? How did Lord Long Tian get injured? He is an epic-level supernatural being. You think too much. Lord Long Tian will never be at a disadvantage. His move is just to test the strength of the Demon King. Don't look at Lord Long Tian. He has minor scars on his body, but those are just superficial injuries. Is there a single serious scar? Long Tian has now finished testing the Demon King's strength, and it is estimated that he will kill the Demon King instantly next. That's right, Lord Long Tian is at the peak of epic strength, and has legendary weapons. He possesses the strongest power in the world, how could he be at a disadvantage? He will definitely kill this Demon King quickly next time. There are also ordinary psychics and civilians below. Seeing Long Tian blocking the attack in such a miserable state, and with injuries on his body, they couldn't help but be surprised and shocked. However, someone immediately stood up and said that Long Tian was testing the Demon King's strength. Everyone immediately agreed with this idea. After all, in their eyes, Long Tian possessed peak epic power, which meant he was invincible and could not possibly fall into a disadvantage. Midair. At this moment, Long Tian looked very fearful. He was not a fool. From the attack just now, he could naturally see that Philomena was powerful. And it is very likely that he has the same epic combat power as himself, coupled with the legendary weapon, otherwise the power of that attack would not have been so strong. It was basically impossible for him to kill him instantly, but Long Tian looked down and saw that everyone was looking at him. He knew that the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, and he had to get rid of Philomena quickly no matter what. He believed that even if Philomena possessed epic combat power, he has the bonus of a set of epic equipment and a legendary weapon. If he uses all his strength, he may be able to kill Philomena instantly. As expected of the Demon King of the Demon Clan, his strength is pretty good. However, next, I will let you know what true power is. Thunder Dragon! Long Tian exploded the power of thunder from his whole body, and the blue power of thunder continued to entangle the Qilin spear. As Long Tian swung the Qilin spear in his hand, the spear shot out like a dragon. Suddenly, a thunder dragon hundreds of meters long burst out, as if to destroy everything, and rushed straight towards Philomena above. Chapter 60. In the world of ants, epic peak is already very strong. Sure enough, Mr. Chin is right. In the world of ants, epic peak is already very strong. When Philomena heard Long Tian's words, a smile appeared on her lips. She really couldn't understand where Long Tian got the confidence from, wanting to kill a legendary demon like her in seconds. With his epic peak power? Thinking of this, Philomena really couldn't stop smiling in her heart anymore, and she was too lazy to play with Long Tian anymore. Giant Frost Bird! When the Thunder Dragon was about to kill Philomena, Philomena waved the scepter in her hand again, and the ice energy burst out completely. In a moment. Cry! With a startling cry, a giant frost bird several hundred meters long was born and rushed towards the Thunder Dragon at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In an instant, the giant frost bird collided with the Thunder Dragon. Everything around was destroyed, the ice raged, and the thunder dissipated. After less than a few seconds of stalemate, the giant frost bird completely devoured the Thunder Dragon. Then, the giant frost bird rushed towards Long Tian. Looking at the giant frost bird rushing towards him, Long Tian's expression changed drastically. He quickly thrust the Qilin spear forward, and the power of thunder burst out completely. Boom! At the moment of the collision, Long Tian kept retreating violently, falling straight to the ground like a cannonball. After a few seconds, Long Tian was knocked to the ground by the giant frost bird, and his whole body continued to sink beneath the ground. A deep pit immediately appeared on the ground, with countless pieces of gravel flying everywhere and dust rising everywhere. Ah! With a roar, Long Tian burst out with all his strength and finally destroyed the giant frost bird. Of course, this was also because the Thunder Dragon he had just used weakened the power of the frost bird. Otherwise, even if he used all his strength, it would be difficult to destroy the giant frost bird. But even so, Long Tian still did not relax. He half knelt on the ground. Hoo hoo! He was breathing heavily, and some parts of his body were covered with frost, looking extremely miserable. The ordinary psychics and the people below were stunned when they saw this scene. Did I see it wrong? How could Lord Long Tian be defeated head-on? Moreover, he was beaten into a deep pit, looking so miserable. This is impossible. Is that Demon King so powerful? He was able to defeat Lord Long Tian with one strike. This is unscientific. Master Long Tian is not going to lose, right? What should we do? If Lord Long Tian loses, we're doomed. For a moment, these ordinary psychics and the public were all panicked. They could not imagine that Long Tian, who they thought was invincible, was actually knocked to the ground by a single blow, and looked extremely embarrassed. Don't panic, everyone! General Long Tian was just not paying attention. General Long Tian possesses epic power and a legendary weapon. The guy just now must have used the power of the legendary weapon in his hand. For a moment, General Long Tian failed to react and was defeated. However, the Demon King used the power of the legendary weapon to only force Long Tian back, which shows that he could not be Long Tian's opponent at all. Yang Jinghuan spoke loudly to the people below. Although he said this, he was also wondering in his heart, what on earth was Long Tian doing? Why was he repelled? Could it be that this Demon King is really stronger than Long Tian? In an instant, Yang Jinghuan had this bad idea. But the next second he shook his head and gave up the idea. In his eyes, the Long Tian they cultivated by pouring all the power of the Dragon Emperor City into it is absolutely invincible. That's right, General Long Tian is an epic-level psychic, and he also has legendary weapons. The Demon King was only repelled by using the power of legendary weapons, but so what? The power of legendary weapons is not infinite. This Demon King is probably exhausted now. Even though he looks so relaxed, he is just at the end of his strength. That's right, don't panic, General Long Tian is invincible, there is no way he will lose. Many high-ranking officials on the city wall looked at the panicked ordinary psychics and civilians below, and spoke immediately. But they didn't notice anything wrong. In their eyes, Long Tian was invincible. Yes, we think too much. Lord Long Tian is an epic-level supernatural being. It is impossible for him to be defeated. That Demon King must have used the power of a legendary weapon. But she was only an epic level, and the attack she just used must have consumed most of the energy in her body. Next, Lord Long Tian will definitely be able to kill him instantly. That's right, Lord Long Tian will not lose, Lord Long Tian is invincible. All we have to do next is watch Lord Long Tian completely defeat the Demon King. Lord Long Tian is mighty and powerful, invincible in the world. Lord Long Tian is mighty and domineering, invincible in the world. Lord Long Tian, you are mighty and powerful, invincible in the world. For a moment, everyone believed what Yang Jinghuan said. After all, most people were willing to believe them and wanted to believe them. They raised their arms and shouted loudly, expecting Long Tian to kill Philomena instantly. Inside the deep pit, Long Tian's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. The shouting of those ordinary psychics and the people before would have made his vanity feel extremely satisfied. Now when Long Tian heard these shouts, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Because from the previous attack, he knew very well how powerful the demon above, whose body was covered with ice, was. In Long Tian's eyes, this demon was at least as powerful as himself, and was even closer to the legendary level than himself. He might just be one step away from reaching the legendary level. Chapter 61 Crazy Long Tian challenges Qinxiu. Long Tian couldn't understand how the devil of hell could become so powerful. Is my luck so bad? It was obvious that when Qinxiu was fighting against the demons before, each of them was only diamond level, not a single one was epic level. Not only are there more than a dozen epic demons now, but this Demon King's strength is also infinitely close to the legendary level, which is even stronger than himself. Thinking of this, Long Tian's face turned extremely ugly, and he kept cursing in his heart that he was unlucky. He wondered why his luck was so bad. He could actually encounter a demon that was infinitely close to the legendary level. Why was Qinxiu so lucky before? He could only encounter diamond-level demons. Long Tian would never understand why there weren't demons before, but only diamond-level demons. It was because of Qinxiu's powerful strength that he brought all demons above diamond level into the battlefield above. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you would kill me within 10 moves? Why are you so embarrassed now? Aren't you the strongest fighter in this world at the epic peak level? Above the sky, Philomena looked at Long Tian with a mocking expression. This also interrupted Long Tian's thinking. Hearing Philomena's ridicule, coupled with everyone's expectant gazes, Long Tian knew that he had no choice but to give it a try. Demon King, stop being so arrogant. I was just testing you just now. I admit that your attacks, aided by the legendary weapons, have some power. However, next, I will show you my true power. After saying this, Long Tian directly threw the Qilin spear in his hand upwards. In an instant, the blue power of thunder continuously gathered on the Qilin spear. Boom! In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and blue lightning flashed around Long Tian. Thunder Kirin! The next second, Long Tian grasped the Qilin spear in his right hand again and threw it upwards. A thunder unicorn several hundred meters long, carrying violent power, rushed straight towards Philomena above. The generals on the city wall, as well as the ordinary psychics and civilians below, were all watching this scene with great anticipation and surprise. They felt that this Thunder Kirin was extremely powerful and would definitely be able to defeat the demon whose body was covered in frost. What a ridiculous ant! Is this your all-out attack? Next, I will show you the difference in power between us. A smile appeared on Philomena's lips. As a mid-level legendary, she had no interest in using the power of a legendary weapon to fight against the peak epic guy. Otherwise, how could Long Tian have blocked 2 attacks? In an instant, Philomena waved the ice scepter in her hand, frost spread, and a ray of ice shot out, as if to freeze everything. Boom! In an instant, the ice ray shot towards the Thunder Kirin at an extremely fast speed. At the moment of collision, the ice ray directly pierced through the Thunder Kirin. The thunder dissipated, wisps of lightning splashed everywhere, and the Qilin spear also fell down. After the ice ray pierced through the Thunder Kirin, it shot towards Long Tian again at an extremely fast speed. There was no time to dodge, and a look of fear appeared on Long Tian's face. He quickly put on his epic suit, revealed all his energy, and the power of thunder exploded, forming a thunder barrier. As epic armor and epic armor sets were broken one by one, the ice ray was finally weakened by a large margin. But, crack! The sound of the barrier breaking was heard, and the thunder barrier finally failed to hold. Looking at the icy ray coming straight towards him, Long Tian could only concentrate all his strength on his right fist, covering it with the power of thunder, and punched out. In an instant, Long Tian's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the city wall heavily. The city wall was cracked and shattered. Long Tian fell down, his body covered with wounds. Puff! The moment he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. When the ordinary psychics and the people below saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock and panic. This is impossible. This is unscientific. Isn't it said that the attack just now was the strongest attack of the Demon King? How could he possibly beat Lord Long Tian like this? What should we do? We are finished, Lord Long Tian. Are you vomiting blood after being beaten? Our Dragon Emperor city is finished. How can this demon be so powerful? Isn't Lord Long Tian invincible? How could he be beaten to the point of vomiting blood? We humans are doomed now. Am I dreaming? Lord Long Tian is a powerful person at the peak of epic level. He should have defeated the demon within 10 moves, so how could he have vomited blood after only 3 moves? What should we do next? Didn't Lord Long Tian just say that he was just testing the waters? He didn't use his full strength. Why did he use all his strength now? He was still severely injured and vomited blood. What should we do? Are we really done for? No, Lord Long Tian has not lost yet, we still have a chance. The faces of the ordinary people and those with special abilities below were filled with despair and fear. They can only deceive themselves now. They think in their hearts that Long Tian has not been defeated yet and they still have a chance of survival. They could only believe that Long Tian could turn the situation around. The generals on the city wall also had despair on their faces. Especially Yang Jinghuan was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why Long Tian, whom they had cultivated with all their efforts in Dragon Emperor City, could be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by this demon covered with frost all over his body. He didn't believe it, didn't dare to believe it, and didn't want to believe it. Yang Jinghuan could only hope that Long Tian would turn defeat into victory. At this time, Long Tian, who barely blocked the attack, already understood the gap between himself and Philomena. He had guessed that this Demon King was most likely a legendary level. He couldn't understand why the Demon King of the Demon Clan was legendary. At this moment, Long Tian was a little overwhelmed. If he knew that Philomena was not a Demon King at all, but just a general, he would probably collapse and lie on the ground. No, I can't lose, Long Tian muttered to himself. He heard the words of the people around him, especially the contemptuous look on Qinxiu's face. He felt extremely humiliated and felt that he had been fooled by Qinxiu. Qinxiu knew early on that this Demon King was a legendary fighter. He hid behind the devil just to challenge the devil and make a fool of himself. When he thought of this, Long Tian became extremely angry. He felt that even if he was going to lose, he had to defeat Qinxiu before losing to wash away his humiliation. Qinxiu, if you have the guts, stop hiding behind a woman and come out to fight me. Long Tian held the Qilin spear in his hand and pointed it at Qinxiu with a crazy look. Chapter 62. You can choose your opponent, it's really great. When Philomena in the sky heard this, she looked at Long Tian as if he was a mentally retarded person. She couldn't understand where this guy who was severely injured by her 3 moves got the confidence and courage to challenge Qinxiu. And they also said that Qinxiu was hiding behind a woman. I don't know. Even if it's me, there's no way I can be a match for Qinxiu? The people in Dragon Emperor City don't know how powerful Qinxiu is, but Philomena does. She knew that even with her legendary strength, she could not withstand more than a single move from Qinxiu. Xiu is a mythical peak warrior. This guy was severely injured by his 3 moves. Are you always this brave? Do you like to humiliate yourself? Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen, he said he wants to challenge you. Where on earth do you get the courage to challenge Mr. Chen? Philomena couldn't hold it in any longer, and burst out laughing. Then, Philomena looked at Long Tian, ready to take action next. In her eyes, this guy was not worth Qinxiu's effort at all. Qinxiu, who was above the sky, was also looking at Long Tian with interest. At this time, Long Tian saw that Philomena was about to take action again, and he became a little anxious. Because he still has a trump card in his hand that he has not used, and that is the ultimate sublimation. Using this trick, you can have a chance to forcibly enter the legendary level. However, this move takes a long time, so Long Tiankai wanted to challenge Qinxiu, so that he would have time to break through to the legendary level. But if Philomena wants to continue. In Long Tian's eyes, he was not sure he could block Philomena's attack. For a moment, Long Tian was thinking that he had to fight with Qinxiu no matter what. This way, he would have time to practice his secret technique and break through to the legendary level. Philomena, I've already fought you. You failed to defeat me in 3 moves, and I can't do anything to you. Our strengths are similar, and I have no interest in fighting you again. So, Qinxiu, do you have the ability to accept my challenge? Or you don't even have the courage to accept my challenge, and you only dare to hide behind a woman. Long Tian first shamelessly told Philomena that he and her were tied and he didn't want to fight anymore, not because he couldn't beat her, but because he had no interest. Afterwards, he went on to challenge Qinxiu. Above the sky, Philomena and Lisa couldn't help but think that this guy was really shameless when they heard this. However, she still couldn't figure out where this guy got the confidence to challenge Qinxiu. If they knew at this moment that Long Tian's inner thought was to delay the battle with Qinxiu in order to enter the legendary realm, they might just laugh out loud. You know, Qinxiu is at the pinnacle of mythology. As a legendary demon, Philomena could seriously injure this epic peak with just 3 moves. If Long Tian were to be killed instantly by Qinxiu, who possesses the peak mythical strength, he would definitely be killed in 1 move. Whether he could survive the second move would depend on Qinxiu's mood. Mr. Chen, this guy can choose his opponents, it's really great, why don't you just let me deal with him easily? Philomena said with a smile. No, I always need to satisfy the wishes of ants. Qinxiu smiled and took a step forward. It was obvious that he was going to do it himself and put the final touches to this battle. Seeing this scene, Philomena and Lisa in the back couldn't help but express their condolences to Long Tian. In their eyes, if Qinxiu chose to do it himself, the result was already doomed and this guy would be killed instantly. At this time, Long Tian saw Chinchio standing up to fight with him, and his face was full of excitement. He didn't notice at all that Philomena and Lisa were looking at him with sympathy. Long Tian thought that his plan was successful. Next, as long as you use the ultimate sublimation, you will be able to break through the legendary level while fighting. Although it's a bit risky, but with my current foundation, as long as I give myself 5 minutes, there is more than 70% chance that I can break through to the legendary level. Do the ordinary psychics and the people below really dare to accept the challenge when they see Chinchio? They couldn't help but become excited, even though they had already seen the situation clearly and felt that Long Tian would not be a match for Philomena. However, they still thought that Long Tian could brutalize Chinchio. In this way, they can see Chinchio being brutally tortured before they die, which can give them a kind of psychological balance. Lord Long Tian, teach this fellow Chinchio a lesson. As the patron saint of our human race, he actually joined the demon race. Moreover, in order to survive, they hid behind the demon king, which is really a shame for our human race. That is to say, if it were me, I would rather live with dignity than hide behind a demon and live in humiliation. That's right, although we are no match for the demons. However, before he died, he was able to see Lord Long Tian teach Chinchio a lesson, so this guy didn't lose out. Yes, Lord Long Tian, this fellow Chinchio really dares to accept the challenge. Originally, everything would have been fine if he had just hidden behind that female devil, but Chinchio actually sought excitement for himself. Lord Long Tian, you must teach this fellow Chinchio a lesson and let him know the power of the epic peak. The ordinary psychics and people below shouted loudly. They felt that Long Tian would definitely beat Chinchio up. In their eyes, Chinchio knew that the demon clan was very powerful, so he joined the demon clan and wanted to survive under the protection of the demons. But they don't realize that Chinchio doesn't need anyone's protection at all. He possesses the combat power of the pinnacle of mythology and is the strongest person in this world. Long Tian must find a way to get rid of him and let him know how powerful our human race is now. Yang Jinghuan on the city wall also shouted loudly. He was a little crazy now, but there was a hint of excitement on his face. His face was filled with madness because the Long Tian whom he had cultivated with all his efforts was no match for the Demon King. Now, he also understood why Chinchio wanted to join the demon tribe. It turned out that he had discovered that the Demon King had legendary strength. However, the excitement on his face was because he knew that Long Tian had the trump card of ultimate sublimation. Although there are risks, it is very likely that you can break through to the legendary level during the battle. This also made Yang Jinghuan understand why Long Tian wanted to challenge Chinchio, which was to delay time and break through to the legendary level. Chinchio, you could never imagine that we in Dragon Emperor City still have a trump card. As long as Long Tian can delay time, he will be able to break through to the legendary level, and then he will be able to reverse the situation. Yang Jinghuan's face was filled with excitement. He seemed to have seen that Long Tian was going to reverse the situation. Chapter 63 Long Tian collapses in despair. Philomena and Lisa, who were in the sky, couldn't help but laugh when they heard what everyone said. Lisa, did you hear that? Where on earth do these people get the confidence to think that epic piece of shit can beat Mr. Chin? Besides, Mr. Chen, when did you ever need someone's protection? Philomena said with a laugh. I don't know. Maybe it's just like what Mr. Chen said. The ant's eyes can only see the mouth of the well. Lisa also laughed out loud. In their eyes, Chinchio is the strongest person at the peak of mythology, and even their demon king is no match for him. Where does this group of humans get their confidence from? Where does that epic guy get his confidence from? Midair. Long Tian looked at their smiles with an angry expression. The Qilin spear has returned to his hand. He thought about breaking through to the legendary level and making sure to let that female demon know what it meant to turn the tide in desperate situations. Ah! With a loud roar, the power in Long Tian's body burst out to the extreme, and wisps of thunder power flashed around his body. The blue power of thunder was faintly turning into purple, and its strength was constantly rising. Philomena in the sky noticed something was wrong. Mr. Chin, why is Long Tian's momentum rising? What is he doing? This should be a secret technique. As long as he is given about 10 minutes, he might actually be able to break through to the legendary realm. Chinchio looked at Long Tian with a smile on his face. He also knew why this little bug insisted on challenging him. It turned out that he was thinking of fighting with himself to delay time so as to break through to the legendary level. However, Long Tian was destined to fail because he chose the wrong opponent. Oh, Mr. Chin, he wants to delay the time to break through to the legendary level. Philomena understood what was said, but then she looked at Long Tian as if he was a fool. I was thinking, how on earth did this guy feel confident that he could last more than 10 minutes under Chen Xiu's hands? He is really an idiot who is looking for his own death. Long Tian, who was in midair, heard that his plan had been exposed at once and became anxious instantly. Chen Xiu, what's wrong? You've been standing next to the female devil. Are you afraid that I'll kill you instantly and you don't dare to take action? But this is normal. I possess epic combat power and legendary weapons. It is normal for you to be afraid of me. By the way, where is the legendary weapon in your hand? Did you offer it to the Demon King in order to join the Demon Clan? You don't have any weapons now, right? Do you want me to be merciful and lend you my legendary weapon? Long Tian shouted at Chen Xiu arrogantly, and then he waved the legendary Qilin spear in his hand to show off. At this moment, Long Tian was afraid that the female devil would take action, and wanted to force Chen Xiu to act quickly. He even thought that Chen Xiu didn't dare to take action because he didn't have a powerful weapon. He thought about lending his own weapon to Chen Xiu first. Anyway, we can just kill it quickly and take back the weapon. Above the sky, Philomena and Lisa were stunned when they heard this. In their hearts, they couldn't help but admire Long Tian and thought that this guy was so brave. It was also the first time they saw someone seeking death so quickly. Lisa, in particular, was wondering where this guy got the confidence to show off a legendary weapon in front of Mr. Chin. Even if it is a mythical weapon, the Hell Demon Spear. At that time, Mr. Chin just gave it to the Demon King casually, okay? Not to mention a mere legendary weapon. Indeed, I'm a little afraid of being killed instantly by you. Since you want me to take action, I will oblige you. As for legendary weapons, I'm a little uncomfortable with them. I usually use weapons of another level. A smile appeared on Chen Xiu's lips, and the next second, he pointed his finger forward. A hole immediately appeared above the void. A mythical trident of Poseidon appeared in front of the hole. Looking at the trident of Poseidon emitting purple light, everyone in Dragon Emperor City was shocked. What is this? That weapon is actually emitting purple light. Is it a mythical weapon? There actually are mythical weapons in this world. No way, this is impossible. How could Chen Xiu possess a mythical weapon? Yeah, isn't his strongest weapon a legendary weapon? How could he have a mythical weapon in his hands? Aren't mythical weapons myths? They actually exist. These ordinary psychics and civilians were shocked when they saw this mythical weapon appear. They originally thought that mythical weapons were just myths and never thought that they would see mythical weapons one day. The generals on the city wall were also surprised. At this moment, Long Tian's expression in the air was even more ugly. He was originally showing off his legendary weapon. As a result, Chen Xiu took out a mythical weapon the next second. For a moment, Long Tian felt like he was slapped in the face, but he adjusted himself the next second. He felt that even if Chen Xiu possessed a mythical weapon, it was just an ordinary epic-level weapon and could not exert the full power of a mythical weapon. I am at the peak of epic level and can definitely defeat him. At that time, I will break through to the legendary level in one fell swoop and then take the mythical weapon in his hand. In that case, even this female devil would not be his opponent. Chen Xiu, do you think you can be my opponent just because you have a mythical weapon? The gap between low-level epic and peak epic is like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if you have a mythical weapon, you are no match for me. Long Tian regained his arrogant and confident look and looked towards Chen Xiu. You're right. The gap between low-level epic and peak epic is indeed quite large. However, I never said that I was epic. Chen Xiu's mouth was still filled with smiles, as if he was watching the insect performance the whole time. But now, his eyes have become cold. He felt that it was time to end this performance. Start! Chen Xiu pointed his finger forward, and in an instant, the power of time covered the trident of Poseidon. The trident of the sea god emitted an extreme light and stabbed straight towards Long Tian at an extremely fast speed. Everything along the way was destroyed, and the space even seemed to be shattered. Feeling this terrifying power, Long Tian's face changed drastically. His expression immediately became filled with fear and shock. He felt as if he was facing a long river of time, rushing towards him. There is no way to avoid it, and it is impossible to resist it. Long Tian's body was frozen. In other words, the fear that came from the depths of his soul made his body unable to move at all. He stood there in a daze, unable to move an inch under this horrific blow. There was extreme fear on his face. Long Tian now finally realized how ridiculous he was. Now I finally understand how powerful Chenxiu is. How could this be the power that an epic-level psychic could exert? Even a legendary psychic couldn't do this. Chapter 64. The Power of Time, Instant Kill. It was definitely mythical level, when the trident of Poseidon came within 1 meter in front of him. Long Tian finally understood how stupid he was and what kind of opponent he had chosen. This is a mythical person, the strongest person in this world. I actually chose a mythical opponent. Isn't this just courting death? Moreover, he was actually thinking that he could hold out for 10 minutes under the hands of a mythical powerful being. He keeps on making crazy provocations. Doesn't he think his death is too unhappy? Long Tian was filled with remorse, but the trident of Poseidon had already pierced through his chest. Boom! In an instant, Long Tian was nailed to the city wall by the trident of Poseidon. Everything was dyed red with blood, and his aura was extremely weak. How could he look like he would have a chance of making a breakthrough? In fact, the reason why Long Tian is still alive now is because the land of time is flowing through his whole body, temporarily stopping the loss of his life force. At this moment, Long Tian was killed instantly by a single blow, and was seriously injured and dying. The ordinary people and those with special abilities in Dragon Emperor City were stunned in an instant. They couldn't understand why Long Tian was defeated. How could Chenxiu have such a powerful strength? He could actually kill Long Tian in one strike. I am not mistaken, Master Long Tian, he was killed instantly and was nailed to the wall. No way, I must be dreaming. Lord Long Tian is at the peak of epic level and possesses legendary weapons. He is the strongest among humans and there is no way he can lose. I must be dreaming. What on earth is going on? This is impossible. How could Lord Long Tian lose? Moreover, it was a one-shot kill. Even the Demon King just now needed 3 moves to injure Lord Long Tian. What exactly is Chenxiu's strength? Why is he so terrifying? Isn't he just an epic low-level psychic? Why does he have such a powerful power? The ordinary psychics and civilians below completely collapsed. On top of the city wall, the generals were not much better off. Yang Jinghuan collapsed and knelt down. Impossible, Long Tian, whom I have spent all the city's resources to train, cannot possibly lose, no way. Yang Jinghuan knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and kept muttering to himself. What should we do now? What should we do? Dragon King City is doomed. We're all going to die here. The generals on the city walls also shouted with despair on their faces. At the same time, the other 3 main cities were originally prepared to watch Long Tian's comeback. Now they saw that Chenxiu not only had a mythical weapon, but also could deal with Long Tian and the others with just 1 move, and everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on? That Demon King has such a powerful force, but why does Chenxiu also have such a powerful force? You say, is there a possibility? The demons have such powerful strength before. It was only because of Chenxiu that we were able to withstand the attacks of the demons. In fact, Chenxiu has been silently protecting us humans, but we just don't know it. A young psychic said speculatively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chenxiu is a sinner of our human race. He not only destroyed the sealing node and released the demon, but also caused the death of thousands of people. Moreover, he occupied the demon node alone and did not allow anyone to enter to improve their strength. Look at the mythical weapon in his hand, he must have obtained it from the demon node. That's right, it's not about obtaining mythical weapons in the demon nodes. Is it possible for him to possess such a powerful force? Chenxiu is the sinner of our human race. What we should do now is to find a way to quickly restore the demon node. By then we will also be able to obtain legendary and even mythical weapons. By that time, even the Demon King or Chenxiu will not be our opponent. That is to say, that Chinchio is probably just an ordinary epic level. He was able to defeat Long Tian with one move, probably because he used all his strength to unleash the power of the mythical weapon. He is just an ordinary low-level epic, but he can exert such powerful power using mythical weapons. We have epic and advanced psychics here. If they were given mythical weapons, they would definitely be able to unleash even greater power and defeat the Demon King. Yes, we have to find a way to speed up the recovery of the demon nodes. The people in the other three main cities were first surprised at the powerful strength of the Demon King. As for Chinchio's strength, they felt that it was mostly due to that mythical weapon, so they were extremely anxious to open the demon node. As for the young man's suggestion that Chinchio was not a sinner of the human race at all, it is very likely that he had been silently protecting the human race in the past. Most people immediately rebuked him. In their eyes, this is impossible. This is human nature. Only after experiencing bloody lessons will they be willing to admit their mistakes. In Dragon Emperor City, Long Tian was nailed to the city wall and felt immense pain. The attack just now made him deeply feel Chinchio's strength, and he also realized how stupid and ridiculous he was. He also understood that Chinchio was not an epic-level psychic at all, but a mythical-level supreme being. Even the legendary Demon King could never be a match for Chinchio. Thinking of this, the strong desire to survive made Long Tian think about how to survive. He knew that he was still alive because the power of time blocked the loss of life in his body. If the power of time disappeared, he would die immediately. Master Chinchio, please spare my life. I am willing to be your slave for eternity. I only ask you to spare my humble life. Long Tian started begging for mercy in front of everyone. If he hadn't been nailed to the wall by Poseidon's trident, he would have even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy. It can be said that the more arrogant he was just now, the more humble he is now. Hearing that the strongest man in their Dragon Emperor City, Long Tian, actually begged for mercy humbly to Chinchio, a sinner of the human race. Many ordinary psychics and the general public in Dragon Emperor City were stunned. Long Tian, you bastard, you actually begged for mercy from Chinchio, a sinner of the human race. You are really a waste. You useless piece of shit. I thought you were my goal, but you begged for mercy so humbly. Long Tian, if you are a brave warrior, then draw that weapon and fight Chinchio to the death. Long Tian, you are such a rubbish, you are really bringing shame to our human race. Even if I die on the spot, I will never beg for mercy as humbly as you do. That's right, Long Tian, you are a disgrace to our human race. We will never choose to beg for mercy like you did and live on. The ordinary psychics and the people below kept cursing. Of course, this is because they feel that Chinchio is no match for that Demon King. Even if they obtained Chinchio's forgiveness, they would not be able to survive, so they were so righteous. If they find out later that Chinchio is the one who can decide their life or death, they don't know what will happen.